Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Well, hello there, and welcome to live coverage on the BBC Sport website and app, and the Leicestershire YouTube stream of Leicestershire against Yorkshire in the County Championship. It is day 2 at Uptonsteel Grace Road. After an intriguing first day, Leicestershire well on top at the moment. They will resume in just a few moments on 177 for 3. They are 8 runs behind Yorkshire's first innings total of 185. And they have Rahan Ahmed, the England international, 62 not out. Nick Kelly, 25 not out at the other end. The Foxes have got 3 points so far. Yorkshire just the solitary bowling bonus point. Both players out on the field at the moment, ready to walk out onto the field. Now, conditions-wise, it is an interesting one. We've got slightly grey clouds above us, and I think there's a suggestion we might have some sort of variable weather today. We might have a little bit of rain. We might have some decent action across the day too, but the sun is in the sky at the moment. It is relatively bright, and we had the wonderful Jamie Rainey yesterday. We've got the equally sensational Jonathan Doidge, who sounds like a late night radio host today. Jonathan, hello.
Sensational.
Well, there it is.
Sensational and Jonathan Doidge are not two words that have been used in the same sentence very often, if ever, Adam.
Well, I am surprised at that. You weren't here yesterday. It's interesting. You sort of picked up, haven't you, what Yorkshire have been thinking about the pitch, the day, yesterday, and the game situation. What are you thinking from a Yorkshire perspective?
I've just been speaking to head coach Anthony McGrath, and it's just a case of sticking in there and trying to, take the game deep. Now they've got to bowl well, and clearly didn't do so yesterday. I think there's an acceptance they didn't bowl or bat well. But they can't do anything about that now. They've got to move on and try and wrestle back, some sort of, control might be too strong a word at this stage, but some sort of position in the contest and make it into a contest, because right this moment in time, when you look at the scores on the board, there's the suggestion would be that there might only be one winner.
Yeah, Leicestershire in their best position of the season, I would suggest, to win a game in the county championship. They had a 40-run lead going into a game at Chelmsford against Essex. They batted brilliantly against Surrey, but you always felt like that was heading for a draw on an absolute road down at the Oval. But this probably their best opportunity with 7 wickets in hand, and they should catch up with Yorkshire's first innings total in short order. They are just 8 runs behind. And Rehan Ahmed, you would think, would hold the key, as will Nick Kelly, their overseas batter, 25 not out. And the pitch, interestingly, is chatting to young Alex Green, who got his maiden first-class wicket yesterday and a second, about the pitch. I'll come to that in a moment, because Jack White is going to bowl the first ball of the day from the Bennett end. He's moving in towards us, and he bowls to Kelly, moves right across his stumps to get LBW out of the way and defends. The pitch didn't really do that much. There was a lot of chat about it in the build-up to the day, and they were saying it wasn't really moving that much, a little bit slow perhaps. I've heard it nicknamed the mullet, the pitch. Shaved on the sides and long in the middle.
Yeah, sounds good.
As White, perhaps with a mullet himself there, comes in, bowls. That's driven handsomely down the ground. That's 4 runs for Kelly. Lovely start to the day. Lifted his back leg up as he drove through the line of the ball there, and that's a glorious start to the day. It's a 4-run deficit now for Leicestershire, and they are off the mark for the day. Kelly up to 29.
Yeah, just waited for it nicely, didn't he? Held his position well, and just a lovely little touch shot for 4. You're going to have to bear with me today, folks. It's I sound like whatever the collective name for a load of frogs is.
White, 19 on his back, moves in, bowling right arm round the wicket. Kelly defends, left-handed. You sound like listeners to Radio Leicester, and I think listeners to late night radio in the Midlands back in the day will remember Graham Torrington, who used to have a show called Late Night Love, which you sound like you could be the host of that, I think.
Late Night Love.
Late Night Love. It was like any listeners who've got any special someone that they want to send a message to tonight. Jack White it is. It's the 4th ball of the first over of the day, and that one moved in a little bit on Kelly slightly. Thick inside edge, and it dribbles away onto the leg side. There is no run. 181 for 3. What was interesting yesterday too, Jonathan, actually, was that Yorkshire were not alone in struggling. Every team across the country under gloriously sunny skies chose to bat yesterday and got skittled.
Well, most of them did, didn't they? That sort of couple that
in Division
won
1.
Bowled. All right, in Division 1, I'm going to say. I was
Sorry.
looking through the scores down
right.
at Ascot, and I think there were a couple who decided that they'd still stick the opposition in.
White it is. He bounds in with this run up, big long strides, and bowls a ball of a good length, and forward comes Kelly and defends. Yes, you're absolutely right. Sorry, I should have specified. Glamorgan held on in the end, batting. They had a very strong. They've got a very strong, unbroken, I think, 7th wicket partnership that has just ended. Cook going this morning to Gus Atkinson, but other than that, Essex 184 all out, Yorkshire 185 all out, Somerset 208 all out, Hampshire 191 all out. As White comes in past the umpire, bowls. That's driven wonderfully through the covers and is going to race away. Oh no, it's not going to run away for 4. Actually, it's going to be chased down out there by Will Luxton, who chased that down. Slightly longer boundary out on the offside to the left-hander from the pavilion end, and so it's just 2. Kelly on to 31, and Ahmed yet to face a ball this morning on 62. The deficit just 2 for Leicestershire. The score 183 for 3, and I don't know about you, Jonathan. I'm slightly worried about those clouds to our right hand side that are very, very dark indeed.
Yeah, there's quite a bit around in the area at the moment. We must be kind of on the edge of it from the weather forecast I saw this morning, because it looked as though it was going to be a decent day. I think temperatures possibly going to get up to 23, 24, something like that. It's a bit muggy at the moment, which ties in, doesn't it, with the cloud cover. And we have Hassan Ali.
He bowled really well yesterday, Hassan Ali. He was the standout Yorkshire bowler by some distance, I'd say.
Yeah, he started well in his few games, obviously in the T20s. When I spoke to Johnny Bairstow, the other side of the pitch, after Leicestershire had won the T20 game the other week, his face lit up when he was asked about Hassan Ali's abilities, as Rian Ahmed plays that one straight back at him. First ball of the over. So what I'm trying to say by that is that, Johnny's been there and done it, hasn't he? There's not loads in that respect that would get him excited, because he's probably played with and against all the great players of his generation. But immediately smile on his face, saying Hass he's just got so much ability, so much experience,
and personality too. That's why
he's got loads of that on the from the couple of pieces I've done with him. Here he is now bowling, and that's flicked off the legs by Ahmed down towards Matthew Revis, who unusually is down at long leg. Nice little tickle there. 2 runs, 183 for 3. And Rehan is on 264, I think.
Scores level now.
Yeah.
What was it, Nick? You were saying Nikesh is with us this morning again. That Nikesh started an interview with him where, before he could ask a question, your eyes were complimented, weren't they? That's sensitive. I mean, he's not wrong. You've got lovely eyes, Nikesh. I'm not saying it's just it's unusual for sports people to go down that route first up.
Who wouldn't? I'd have said.
Yeah.
Standard, probably. Nikesh's interviews, or pre-interviews. Here's Hassan Ali, full delivery, and round plays that up to Dan Moriarty, who's fielding at mid-on. They've got 2 slips a point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket Don Bess, and Matthew Revis down to our left long leg. A cloud, dark cloud in particular, just away over the scoreboard corner of the ground. Looks like it's drifting in just that little bit more. And here's Hassan again. He goes at this one, does Ahmed. He's got it away through the covers. Will Luxton's chasing it and will get there. It's a little slow outfield wise in the early part of day 2. They got through for 3. It was aerial for a moment. No serious danger of being caught, but not a million miles from Luxton's hand.
One of the greatest contributions Ali has made to this game was actually to show Leicestershire how to bat on this pitch. I think Ali came out with a far more positive approach yesterday, smacked about 25, and that told Leicestershire, I think, you have to be aggressive on this pitch. If you're poking and prodding, you're going to get out, but if you go for it, then the chances are you will be successful. And we've seen Kelly in particular do that. He went for some big shots early doors, took on Moriarty, and Ahmed has had that. Ahmed always has that approach, to be fair. He's a very positive cricketer, but he's exemplified how successful that approach can be.
Hassan comes round the wicket, driven firmly by Kelly, straight back at the bowler, who half stopped it. Moriarty completes the job. Just into the 43rd over here. So a long way to go with this ball. Have there been any ball changes, by the way, yesterday?
That's a good question.
There was one that got lost.
Yeah. Rehan Ahmed smacked it over the top of this building here and into the pub car park. I don't know whether we got the ball back, actually.
Here's Ali again. Turned to leg this time by Kelly, fielded by Luxton. No run, 188 for 3 after 43.
I'm told that got lost, that ball. Wow. So yes, 1 ball change. 43 overs gone in the innings, 2 from the start of the day, and Leicestershire have started relatively well and now have a lead with 7 wickets remaining. A reminder, Leicestershire have lost 4 county championship games in a row. They have not beaten not beaten Yorkshire here since 1986. They are becoming becoming or about to get adrift, it feels, from the rest of the teams in Division 1. And they'll hope that this is a great opportunity for a victory. White is going to bowl to the right-handed Rahan Ahmed. He's bounding in up to the wicket and bowls, and forward comes Ahmed, driving this straight down the ground, showing us his bat sponsor.
Yeah, he kind of moved into position to put that away through the leg side, didn't he? But I liked how he watched it well. As you say, straight blade.
He's a lot of discussion about him and whether he should be at the Oval right now. Leicestershire will be very glad that he isn't. That's White. Elbows jutting out, big long strides as he moves past the umpire, bowls down the leg side, and that's glanced away for 4 runs down to fine leg. That's a bit of a gimme for Ahmed, and all he needed to do was just flick his wrists on that off his pads and get 4 runs. Now 7 runs the lead, 69 Ahmed now.
He's a better cricketer than Shoaib Bashir, surely.
Yeah.
Is that a qualification for getting in the England side?
Apparently not. Bashir, of course, isn't playing, but you sort of think he should have.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. And what he would have added was balance to that team with Stokes not there, I think. As White moves in away from us now, bowls and driven for 4 through the covers. That's a lovely shot from Ahmed, and Leicestershire have carried on this morning like they started last night. It is as if the 12 hours or the 14 hours in between haven't happened. That's a lovely shot from Ahmed. Pure hand-eye coordination, 4 runs through the covers.
Yeah, just going to have to be a little bit careful. That's twice, and he didn't go through with the shot, so the skill there really was in getting into position and then just played a little jab at it, really. Had he gone through just a little bit more, might have lofted it to the hands of Revis. But he's obviously got a good feel for this pitch.
White. Up to the wicket, bowls. That's a straight delivery on a middle stump line, and Ahmed goes back and just whips it away fine behind square on the leg side. He would have added balance to that England side, I think, but if you're unsure about whether you're going to bowl a spinner, why not pick someone who can score a bunch of runs for you so that you haven't lost out? England look like they are missing that balance in that team. And you're right, he's a better cricketer than Shoaib Bashir. I think he's a better spinner than Bashir. And I think the fact that he's someone who could score hundreds for England at numbers, he could, maybe 6 might be a stretch, but certainly a 7 for England as White comes in and forward comes Kelly and drives at point, and there is no run. I'm sure if Rahan Ahmed heard me saying that he couldn't bat 6 for England, he'd take issue with that. He absolutely could.
Yeah, so what's the deal? I mean, if he was 2 foot taller, is he playing every week, you know?
I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know whether it's that if they feel he's got the control on his leg spin, but I'd say if they haven't really been watching him. He's a very controlled leg spinner. Whether he, as you say, doesn't quite have the physical attributes as Kelly drives down the pitch for no run, doesn't quite time that, but went to be aggressive. And what I say that is they have often picked people, Bashir a prime example, on their potential. You know, and another prime example of that is Josh Hull, who isn't playing today, who was picked because he's 6'7" left armour.
Yeah. Did Rehan not get picked on potential himself in the first place?
Probably.
However, you know, he's effective in the matches I've seen him playing, and I think you've got to, you know, they back people and give them extended runs, don't they? And he's maybe not had that benefit.
They gave him a chance at the in the competition. Was it can't have been the T20 World Cup, was it recently?
Yeah.
It was T20 World Cup when they brought him in against New Zealand.
I'm talking about in Red Bull.
Yeah.
But
sorry, no. But what I mean is they brought him in as a one-off thing, and he played really well. I think he got man of the match in that game, and then they just dropped him again. He has. What my point was, I appreciate what you're saying about the red ball.
Here's Hassan Ali over the wicket to Rehan, who's driven that very firmly. That is probably as good a shot as he's played so far this morning. Went straight through Will Luxton. That was just about the power to go with the timing. He's probably fortunate, Hassan Ali, that he's not conceded a boundary, because Luxton got something on it. But he struck that really well.
I suppose my point was that it's not like they even needed to stick with him and back him. He performed well whenever he's played. So it is a strange one. There must be a reason. He's played well in all three formats for them.
Here he is again. That's turned to leg this time by Ahmed and fielded by Moriarty at mid-on. No run. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the word control, and that's, time-honoured that, the leg spinners have more difficulty in doing that because of how they bowl it. Even Shane Warne bowled the odd bad one.
I mentioned this yesterday as well. There was a lot of chat whenever I've watched quite a lot of the Test match, quite a lot of and listened to a lot of national radio. As Ali bowls driven, and that goes to mid-off. Sorry, I took over there, but you look like you needed a drink there, Jonathan. And so there's a single to Ahmed, who moves on to 77. The 200 up for Leicestershire, 200 for 3. And I can't remember what I was talking about. What was I saying?
Yeah, that. Not that I'm not listening, no, but I was just other things going through the head as well. Hassan has the ball back in his hand. It'll come back to him. And Nick Kelly left-handed on strike. In comes Hassan. Bowls. It's turned to leg by Kelly. Fielded by Luxton. No run. There's been just a few spots of rain on our commentary box window between the last delivery and the one before it. And there's a few more now as well. So we might have a stoppage. The floodlights on. Can't imagine it's going to be long term if we do see them go off. But here's Hassan for the moment. Round the wicket, Kelly drives into the pitch, and then has a good look at his bat to see where exactly he hit that. Moriarty fielded at mid-off. It's a t-shirt and shorts order for many of the spectators, but they are now coming off. That rain is beginning to get heavier. 200 for 3, Kelly 31, and Rehan Ahmed on 77. A 75 run partnership unbroken for this fourth wicket so far. But we've had 16 minutes of play, and we're going to have a stoppage.
Yeah, we will rejoin you in just a second. Now the cloud looks dark grey, but is not huge, so I suggest we will be back on very shortly, but we will rejoin you once things lighten up a little bit. But Leicestershire starting very, very well. They've overtaken Yorkshire's first innings total and have a lead of 15. We will be back hopefully when the rain abates.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Away from us here in the pavilion as a full-length delivery is driven firmly, crisply by Luxton through the covers, and that might have the legs to reach the boundary. In fact, it does. 4 runs to he's 5 runs to his name from the 4 deliveries phased as he flashes at that full blade back of a length delivery, and that has reached the boundary. Back-to-back 4s over the wicket, and that one is a straight delivery, big appeal, and he's been given. It looked a good length, it looked a good line.
At Grace Road, Davey past the umpire, bowls a straighter line on leg stump this time, and it's flicked off the pads down for 4 to fine leg. He got that a bit finer than I thought he did. Get the opportunity. Davey to bowl his 4th over. They've gone for 8 so far, and he's bowling to Whiteman, and he's crunched him for 4 through the covers. It's a gorgeous shot. 2 full from Davey, whose line hasn't been quite consistent. Davey to bowl his 4th ball of the over. It's hit in the air, caught and bowled. Whiteman driving at that, but not with the intent that he needed to. In unison as Davey moves in, bowls, and that's on a leg stump line and whipped away. That'll be 4 runs through deep backward square leg.
Early stage of his innings.
It's going to be Ben Green to continue from the pavilion end. Oh, that's edged and taken. Low catch, just a thin feather.
Yorkshire in this moment. Revis on strike. Green is in, and that has edged, and Revis has gone. Outside edge. Green
bowls, edged and along the ground just past 3rd slip, and that's going to run away for 4 down to deep 3rd. Vacant.
Sun continuing to beam down here at Grace Road as Wharton driving. Not cleanly, but he's got that one away, and it may have the legs to reach the boundary rope. That is 4 runs. He's causing Yorkshire problems here, no doubt about that. Alex Green, full-length delivery. As soon as we say that, low full toss, and that's dispatched by James Wharton. That is a gimme. Shade impacts them as Alex Green continues from the Bennett end, and that's a wide delivery that's punished by Johnny Bairstow, driven backward of point as Green full length delivery this time, and that's well dug out and played by Wharton, who seems to
in the last game was doing it to Tom Scriven as well, who's a similar pace. Here is Everson in. Oh, was that a nick from Wharton? No, the way it's gone for 4. Outside edge that races away
for Bairstow, who just takes a moment to gauge the field as Patel, that's a poor delivery down the leg side, and it's just scooped around the corner down towards fine leg, and it's 4 runs for Johnny Bairstow. So a loosener from Ajaz Patel.
Everson past the umpire now, bowls, that's off the back foot, cut away for 4. Lovely shot that from Bairstow, waited for that nicely. Cox standing up to the stumps, in, bowls, he's bowled him. What a great way to finish the morning session for Leicestershire.
2 of your players might be called up to the IPL, another one might go off and play in America.
Davey in bowls, and that's driven down the ground for 4. Beautiful shot that from Hill, who's finally off the mark, over pitched by Davey. As Davey comes in bowls, and that's whipped into the leg side. There's nobody out in the deep square, in front of square, and so it goes through square leg for 4.
And he didn't rule that out. We've heard rumours about it already as Everson bowls. That's a lovely guided shot by Wharton down to deep third, past second slip, in full control of that one.
And runs in, and that's driven, and that's going to run away for 4, I think. It goes through the covers, wasn't perfectly timed, but it's going to go away. Didn't come out of the middle of the bat. Davey moves in, he bowls, and it goes through inside edge for 4.
Perspective, yes.
Contentious point, no doubt. Polarising opinion. That's a lovely shot from Wharton. Flicked off his hips, through mid-wicket, a boundary to bring up his half-century. Green running towards him, and that beats the outside edge. In fact, it's found the outside edge, taken, caught behind, and a breakthrough, a big breakthrough for Leicestershire.
A decent number 8, number 9. Oh, and the wicket's gone. He's bowled him, either played on or straight bowled Bess. 183 for 7. Patel in flatter and quicker this time, and a wicket. He's got him.
Assembled this morning. In comes Rehan, who wraps Hassan Ali on the pads. Finger goes straight up. Right, White, number 11 for Yorkshire. Round the wicket comes Rehan, hits him on the pads, and he's got 2 in 2. White gone for a first ball duck. Comes Ali running towards us, delivers, and Patel drives, gets an edge. And the ball's going to race away to deep third for 4 runs. In terms of his fitness, as Patel just defends that one again. Is going to be all, or whether there'll be more repercussions. Oh, that's a good shout, and he's given. Gums leaving one alone.
Bustling run up away from us, and that is a leg side delivery that's flicked away handsomely by Rishi Patel. Airborne.
And that was a really well executed shot.
Yeah, loose delivery from George Hill to begin this spell. That's a better line, but it's back of a length, and it's cut away this time on the back foot from Rishi Patel. And despite the best efforts of Sam Whiteman, over 50 first-class wickets, as that one is dispatched on the full, driven down the ground, 1 bounce, 4 over mid-off.
Ali into Ahmed, bowls, he flashes this through the covers, and there's rubbing salt in the wounds for Ali. He's been crunched for 4.
Breakthrough would help in sorting that, as an outside edge that I don't think Ahmed had full control of lands safely past the right of Don Bess at second slip.
The strangeness of them as Revis is in bowls, that is flashed at, and it's safely through square of the wicket on the offside and goes for 4 runs. This is what he did go after, and to be fair to Patel, he didn't time it at all.
Hill back in once more, and that's down the leg side. Patel gets a thin glance on it, and it's away for 4.
47 at the moment this season, as he drives that down the ground. That's a glorious way to bring up a 50. Pitched up by Revis, and he leant into that sublimely beautiful arc of the blade, and it races down to long on.
And he comes, and Ahmed down the track, and gets this just wide of mid-on and away for 4. Not quite off the middle of the bat, but Moriarty flights another one up, and Ahmed accepts the invitation, and bounces just short of the sight screen.
As in comes Revis, and up goes Patel, driving through towards the long off.
That kind of thing. Moriarty in, and Ahmed down the track. Well, don't run for that. That's out of the ground. It's into the pub car park behind us.
16 years ago is insane. Revis bowls. Oh, and it's dropped. Edged by Patel, and it's snuck through first slip's fingers, and it's racing away towards the boundary. Has that gone for 4 in the end?
Been successful on 3 occasions so far. That's pushed wide, and that's cut away backward of point. That's going to race away for 4. Can't bowl there. As Moriarty bowls once more. That's a flighted delivery. Patel misses it completely. Bairstow whips the bails off.
Lots of midweek games now taking place. George Hill into Lewis Hill, and on his toes he's guided that backward of point beautifully as George Hill runs towards us from the Bennett end, and Lewis Hill once again just deploying that late cut backward of point.
Whereas I sort of feel like Yorkshire just never really got a grasp of it. Here is Moriarty to bowl. Oh, and he's bowled him. Full delivery on leg stump, and I think that bounced off his pads and just went straight through. 9 not out to the England international as he waits for Hill to bowl to him, and he drives that wonderfully through the covers, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Their overseas batter waits as down the pitch she comes to Moriarty, and he's lofted that wonderfully for 4 down the ground. 1 bounce.
Shining that sun above, and that's short, wide and dispatched. 4 runs. That ball there to someone like Rayan Ahmed. Jack White is into Ahmed. Strays slightly down leg side with his line, which allows for Ahmed to flick through and across the line to James Wharton at deep square leg. And he takes the single and he moves on to 50 runs. Half century for Rayan Ahmed, coming from just 63 balls.
Moriarty in. Down the pitch comes Kelly, smacks him down the ground. He's going to get at least 4. In fact, he's going to get a massive 6. Over the side screen, right in front of us.
Hassan Ali then. Final delivery of the day, and it's cut away by Rayan Ahmed beautifully through the covers. And that's a fitting way to end what has been a brilliant day's play for Leicestershire.
Well, welcome back to live coverage of day 2 of this county championship match between Leicestershire and Yorkshire at Uptonsteel Grace Road. Leicestershire starting well in the first couple of overs that we had this morning. They took a 8-run deficit to a 15-run lead in that period. Rehan Ahmed looked very comfortable. He's moved on to 77, and Nick Kelly is 31 not out. So lunch will be taken at 1:15. The end of play scheduled at 6:30. I suspect we may go a little bit further than that. Although if we see a lot of bowling from Moriarty and Best today, we might get through the overs a little bit more quickly. It's a little bit brighter. Dare I said I can see tad bits of blue in the sky poking through the clouds in the centre of Leicester. So hopefully it's just a short, sharp shower, which means that we can, as the stream pans to massive dark clouds in the sky, so perhaps not. But hopefully we can get a full rest of the day. There's one ball left in Hassan Ali's over to Nick Kelly. It's a very strange day today. It's very hot and humid. As Nikesh is with us, I'll finish this over as in comes Hassan Ali bowling round the wicket to Kelly, who defends this off the back foot, and the ball barely gets off the cut square. That's the end of the 45th over. 200 for 3, Leicestershire are. They lead by 15 runs. Good morning, Nikesh.
Good morning, Adam. Good afternoon now. It's just
good afternoon, you're right.
Past 12 o'clock. High noon, but you can't see the sun really poking through any of these clouds up above. The floodlight's still on, although it is a lot brighter now than it was about half an hour or so ago. At least we are out there and we have some action. Leicestershire with a chance to really ram home their advantage today. They lead by 15 runs, still 7 wickets in hand. Yorkshire will be hoping for some early wickets, and the bowlers might be hoping for a bit of assistance from the conditions out there. You mentioned hot and humid, lots of cloud cover. These are usually the conditions with lots of moisture in the air, where as long as you keep the ball in pretty good nick, get it to move around. It's going to be Jack White from the pavilion end into Rehan Ahmed, who's head on the pads. Muted appeal for LBW from behind the stumps, but will look to be heading way down the leg side. He's played really well, hasn't he, Rehan Ahmed? 77 from 97 balls. Looks to be positive early on. Positive against spin last night, and has carried on in that vein really this morning. Leicestershire fans glad he's here and not at the Oval in an England shirt. White then runs in once more, bowls, and Ahmed defends only as far as mid-on, and there is no run. The car park a little bit less busy today, Adam. We noticed in the morning than it was yesterday. It was pretty much full yesterday, wasn't it? A good healthy crowd in for a Friday, but maybe some have seen the forecast today, which looks a little bit iffy. Maybe a chance of rain a little bit later on as well, and thought they might stay at home and watch the stream or listen to BBC Radio. Ahmed then facing up once more here. Oh, and that's an inside edge onto, I was going to say inner thigh pad. It looks as though it might have missed the inner thigh pad because he just gives his leg a little rub there, Rehan. It looks to be okay, though. It can be quite painful.
Yeah, I was going to say it's slightly quieter today. All the supporters again have gone over to that Gallagher stand on the far side of the field by the indoor nets to find the shade if there is need for it, which there isn't at the moment. You will be right. I'm sure that people have seen the forecast, but it was really busy yesterday. Over 650 in.
In comes White once more, and Ahmed plays and misses to an absolute beauty. A little bit of extra pace, zip and bounce off the track on that occasion. Ball flies through to Johnny Bairstow, who takes it above shoulder height. That will encourage Yorkshire here. Need a few more of those deliveries. Didn't see too many of them yesterday. All looked relatively easy after that opening spell from Hassan Ali in particular. He caused a few issues at the start, but once he was out of the attack, Leicestershire really settled down and cashed in. White, number 19, once more another beauty. Past the shoulder of the bat this time. Ahmed just looking to get on that front foot and poke his bat to defend, but he's not managing to get anywhere near it at the moment.
Cricket's a funny game, isn't it? When the conditions change and it looks like a totally different game all of a sudden. Ahmed and Kelly came out and in the first few overs of the morning looked incredibly comfortable, looked like nothing had changed from the night before, and then suddenly we've had, 5 balls back and it looks totally different.
In comes White, and that's on the pads of Ahmed. That's a flamboyant shot up and over mid-wicket and to the boundary for 4. Bit of Caribbean flair about that. 1 foot off the ground from Ahmed. Lovely wrist work and wonderful timing.
It's a lovely shot. I love the way, as you say, a sort of flamingo style shot. Beautiful flick of the wrist, and that back leg is up in the air. Such a good player, Ahmed, into the 80s.
For those of you not watching on the stream, it's a little bit like sort of half Gordon Greenwich, half MS Stoney with the helicopter. Sort of hybrid between the two. Either way, very effective from Ahmed, who moves into the 80s now, 81 not out. That was the end of the over. It's Leicestershire 204 for 3. It's going to be Kelly facing up here to Hassan Ali.
Bowling from the Bennett end, so he'll be moving in towards us. The score 204 for 3. With Nick Kelly, who's played a bit of an underrated innings. Ahmed has taken the shine off, taken the spotlight as Ali's in. Kelly defends. Ahmed's taken the spotlight, but Kelly has gone after the bowl and kept the scoreboard ticking. Looked every ounce an international, actually, has Nick Kelly, who has played well this season. In the T20s, he's their top scorer. He's played more sort of anchor roles in innings, and Ashton Turner, the more aggressive player. But he got 78 in his first innings, first proper innings for Leicestershire in the county championship, and he plays this late, playing it fine on the offside towards third man, where it's fielded by Matthew Revis on the boundary, and a single added to the total. Lead of 20 now. Kelly on to 32. If you want to get in touch with us, by the way, you can email us lesscricket at bbc.co.uk, so LEICS, first 5 letters of Leicester or Leicestershire, cricket at bbc.co.uk. As Hassan Ali comes in, bowls short and pulled around the corner. That's going to go square of the wicket to Bess, who fields.
That's a lovely looking shot for 1 from Ahmed. Rolled his wrists nicely on top of the ball. Timed it well, but straight to the fielder, as you say.
He's timing it well, Ahmed, and moves on to 82. White cloud above. It's just the floodlights are on, which at midday tells you all you need to know about the conditions. Ali, right arm round the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Kelly, who drives at Ali, who puts out a right paw and stops it. It's humid out there today. I did park run this morning, Nikesh. It was very, very hot and close. That's how it felt at Vicky Park.
Vicky Park.
Vicky.
Lovely park for those not familiar with Leicester and Leicestershire.
Have Leicestershire played there? And Leicester Tigers have played there. I bet they have. As Ali comes in, bowls, and that's short and outside off stump, half decent bounce to that, just swayed out of the way of from Nick Kelly.
Have Leicester City played there? Or Leicester Foss, as they were known when they were formed.
I'm checking that.
I'm betting
Man
that
Googles on the
at some point in time, many years ago, they all would have.
Yeah, they did. They played their home matches at Victoria Park for several seasons. Apparently Leicester City did.
Check Leicestershire County Cricket Club.
As Ali comes in, bowls. Oh, and that beats him. It came charging down the track there, Kelly. And I don't know whether that went in between bat and body. It was a good ball from Ali. He's got a big cheeky smile on his face. So yes, Leicestershire did in the 19th century. So they played quite a few by the looks of things.
Well, they hosted the legendary W.G. Grace I just saw there.
Yeah.
Nice.
There you go.
The good doctor has graced the hallowed turf at Victoria Park.
They have. They still got a cricket pitch there. They've got a fake pitch. What do you call it? I don't know what the.
Well, the old pitches that they used to have. They used to play club cricket there back in the day, and I remember Dad, after not playing for many years, got invited to play for one of his old teams in park cricket before he sort of went back to playing proper club cricket. As we see a new over here from White into Ahmed, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. And some very dodgy pitches. So he went forward to a delivery. He was batting in the middle order, going quite nicely, and it was just a normal sort of fullish delivery, and it just popped up off a length straight into the face. And that was the end of his innings. Off to hospital it was to get that sorted out. So some questionable pitches back in the day at Victoria Park. There's always some sort of sport going on there, though, at junior levels, isn't there?
Yeah.
In comes White again, and that one keeps slightly low to Ahmed, who manages to defend out to point, no run.
The senior men's football and rugby I've seen played there. You'll drive past on a Sunday afternoon or whatever, and there's men's and women's adult football and rugby. But there's a cricket pitch there. I've seen people informally play on the pitch at Victoria Park.
I'm not sure how much league cricket is still played on park pitches. I remember Western Park in where's that, near sort of Braunston area.
Yeah.
That used frequently as White's in. Another full delivery defended by Ahmed for no run.
I'm guessing Abbey Park does too, in the centre of Leicester.
Yes, Abbey Park used to host a lot. I don't know if it still does, but it certainly did for many years. I assume it probably does.
I don't think it does. I do a park run there as well.
Okay.
And where you run round where the cricket pitch would obviously have been. They've got this beautiful old pavilion that I don't think is used for anything. And there's clearly not had pitches
for a good few years. White in once more, and that's been flicked again by Ahmed out towards deep mid-wicket. It's not got the distance on it or the timing to go to the boundary, but another couple of runs to Leicestershire's number 3. And that's the kind of bit of the park back towards where the big playground is, and
yeah,
so the opposite side to the main car park. For those not from Leicester, apologies.
Well,
bit of inside talk here.
It's the fun fact about Abbey Park is that they think, but they're not sure that Cardinal Wolsey's buried there, or was buried there.
A lot of people buried in Leicester.
There are.
They keep popping up out of nowhere.
They're digging up old people all the time here, old important people.
White back in. It's a half volley, which is driven by Ahmed, but only as far as mid-on. He's on 84, Rehan Ahmed. I'll certainly be thinking about those 3 figures.
Yeah, so he was supposedly Cardinal Wolsey buried in Abbey Park, but they can't find his tomb.
Any idea which part? It's a big old park.
Well, I presume in the Abbey, because there's a big old monastery, isn't there, that's been taken apart in the middle that you can see the foundations of.
Final ball of the over from White is on the pads again of Ahmed, who flicks out to deep backward square leg. He'll take the single, he'll retain strike with Leicestershire 209 for 3. Your Saturday morning dose of the history of Leicester. Brought to you by Adam Whitty.
Yeah. Well, it's just, Leicester is not famous for a huge amount, but I suppose finding
don't put it down, Adam.
finding the graves of people from the 14th, 15th and 16th century has become a bit of a specialism for them after they found Richard III.
It's brought a lot of tourism to the city,
Yeah.
that has. As did winning the Premier League, but times have changed as well.
209 for 3. Ali bowls, and there's that flamingo shot again, this time on the offside from Rehan Ahmed. He lifts that back leg up, which is interesting because you would think that doesn't, it's not like it makes room for anything.
No, it's just a bit of a swag, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of how I like to play when I'm sort of in the park, in one of those parks, playing with a tennis ball with the kids or something. And bowling, there's nothing really in the bowling, is there? You've got your 12-year-old daughter bowling at you and you can smash them all over the place. The flamingo tends to come out.
As Ali's in, bowl short. Ali crunches that forward of square. That's beautifully timed. It's a pull shot that races past Lythe at mid-wicket and storms to the boundary rope. Quite a straight boundary that, but he was onto that in a flash. It tells you how early he was onto it, that it went so straight. And that has gone for 4. Ahmed is on to 89, 2-1-3 for 3. If he got his front leg out the way, if he was flamingoing with his front leg, it would make a bit more sense to make room to probably play off his pads. But
it's just one of those things. When you're in the groove, it's just probably a natural movement that he has. Certainly making things look very easy out there. That was a beautiful shot in front of square against somebody like Hassan Ali. Yes, the pitch doesn't have the most pace in it, but he's bowled a couple of short ones to Ahmed, who's crunched both of those deliveries so far this morning. Moves on to 89.
Ali moves in towards us now. He's up to the wicket. He bowls, struck on the pad as a strangled appeal for leg before wicket, but that was going down the leg side, and everybody knew it. So that lead now 28 for Leicestershire. On what is their best opportunity to win a game in the county championship so far. They have to exploit this lead, having bowled Yorkshire out yesterday. Ali turns and runs in, his elbows jutting out. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and Ahmed with a cross bat plays this straight back down to him. I sort of thought, actually, after that first over from White, where he got the ball to talk a huge amount, that Yorkshire might be able to get back into this with their bowling. It just seems to be a sort of one-over wonder, didn't it? They haven't found the same threat with the ball, Yorkshire, as they had before.
Yeah, certainly not. Things settling down from a Leicestershire point of view now.
Ali up to the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Ahmed, plays this to cover. There is no run. Well, in terms of the other scores around the country at the moment, Nottinghamshire won for 8 for 3. It's a very similar game, that, actually. Leicestershire doing better than Nottinghamshire in terms of their scoring, but Nottinghamshire 148 for 3 in response to Essex's 184. Glamorgan still going against Surrey, 311 for 7. They fought back there out of the Welsh region as Ali comes in, bowls to Ahmed. He's a little bit disappointed that he can't get that away, but it was a straight ball that he plays into the offside. And that is the end of the 49th over. Leicestershire are 213 for 3. Ahmed is 89 not out. Kelly 32. This partnership now worth 88. And that won't have come in a particularly long amount of time. 115 balls they've done that in. So Leicestershire going along nicely at the start of day 2. I'll run you through the other scores in Division 1-2. We're off for rain at Taunton. Warwickshire 122 for 2 in response to Somerset's 208. And it's a low-scoring game at Hove. Hampshire batting again. It's the third innings of that game. Sussex 159 all out just a few moments ago. In response to Hampshire's 191, so they've got a 32-run lead.
Here is White coming in and round the wicket, left alone by Kelly just outside off stump. Of course, the test match going on at the Oval between England and New Zealand. New Zealand currently 314 for 6. leading by 414 runs in that second innings. So England will need a world record chase if they are to win the series at the Oval and take an unassailable 2-0 lead. Other internationals going on. Australia's women going along very well against Netherlands in the Women's T20 World Cup as White is in once more, and it's a flamboyant back foot punch outside off stump, but it's off the toe end and straight to the fielder there at cover. Australia's women posting 219 for 6 from their 20 overs. Netherlands 3 for 1 in the second over in reply. And Afghanistan in the third one-day international against India in Chennai, batting first. They are 206 for 7 in the 41st over. Jack White in once more, and Kelly gets one that bounces a little bit more than he was expecting, but manages to defend. 2 short extra cover. Kelly on 32 of 67 balls. Played very well indeed in that first innings last week where he made 78. Looked a class apart really on that occasion, and looks pretty solid so far here.
Yeah, very solid batting pair. You can tell they're 2 internationals, can't you? Just by the way they've gone about things.
Yep, there's a sort of calm aura in this partnership too. White in and Kelly forward in defence. Still got the one slip in place, short extra cover, but not much more attacking going on from Yorkshire. Just a very bog standard field. Almost as if they're running out of ideas of how to get these 2 out and just hoping they'll make a mistake at some point.
Doesn't seem to be a lot of help from either the pitch or the ball. So it is a little bit difficult at the moment. You've got 2 batsmen who feel in.
Leicestershire lead 28 runs and counting. White bowls and Kelly defends into the leg side. Bit of a swagger with that defensive shot too. You can see what White's trying to do, angle the ball into the left-hander and just get it to straighten, but as you say, there's not really been that movement. Certainly not after the first over or so, after that rain interruption. We did see the ball zipping around for a few deliveries, but nothing really since. White on the cusp of a maiden, and he's going to get a maiden because Kelly leaves the ball alone outside off. Leicestershire still 213 for 3, leading by 28.
It was a maiden, but it didn't feel like a troubling maiden, did it?
No.
Kelly felt in control of that, and he just sort of didn't want to play at the balls that White was bowling at him. 23 wickets for White so far in 14 innings, best of 4 for 41. I don't know whether this is a time to turn to spin. I guess they will feel the conditions aren't right for that, considering we've had a bit of rain. Someone's car alarm's going off out there. That's Ali. Runs in now and bowls. Straight delivery. Again, that back leg of Ahmed just lifts slightly as he plays straight to mid-on. There is no run. It's a very windy day yesterday. Less windy. The trees around the ground are still, as are the flags on the flagpoles dotted around the stadium. It's very different conditions because of the overhead cover as Ali moves in towards us from the Bennett end. He's up to the wicket, bowls short and pulled to deep square leg, and that was really hit hard. Almost gave Best whiplash as he took that in. He was knocked backwards by it. His throw is taken by Bairstow, and Ahmed is into the 90s.
He is, and another crunching shot, as you say. Ali's tried to test him out on several occasions with those short deliveries, but Rehan Ahmed equal to it.
He got 5 centuries last year in Leicestershire's promotion effort. He was so good coming in at number 3. Last century, 29th of July against Kent at Canterbury. So Kelly waits, the left-hander goes after a short one now. There was a shout of catch it there, and there's an attempted run out. It's all going on out there. Nothing doing in the end apart from a bye. So he didn't hit it, Kelly, but there was a big shout of catch it, wasn't there? Possibly from Ali. It was dropped by Bairstow onto the floor. And then there was a throw at the stumps by George Hill, who's at first slip, which missed. So the end result is a bye to Leicestershire, 2-1-5 for 3. A 30-run lead now.
It's quite funny, isn't it, that even at top-level cricket, a shout of catch it comes as if you didn't know.
As Ali comes in, and that's a glorious drive from Ahmed, and it's sort of chucked back in the air. They're going to come back for a second as a result of it, and that's a quick bit of a chance for a run out. Well run by the Leicestershire batters. It was driven by Ahmed, and then who is that at mid-off there who dived on top of it, but as he sort of rolled to catch and pick the ball up, he chucked the ball another 10 metres away. So Leicestershire were able to come back for the second. It's Sam Whiteman fielding at mid-off. Ahmed on to 92, 2-1-7 for 3 as Ali comes in. Ahmed defends and the ball trickles out to the fielder at short cover, who is James Wharton. It's a very baggy top on.
Jamie was suggesting that's his trademark look, isn't it, with his sleeves rolled up.
I like it. Hassan Ali, who's not the tallest of chaps, but looks very athletic. Charges in towards us now. Bowls, and that one kept a tad low. Ahmed equal to it, defends. And that is the end of the over. So 4 runs total off the over, 3 runs off the bat. The score 2-1-7 for 3. Leicestershire lead by 32. And I will make way for the deep voice wonder that is Jonathan Doidge.
Jonathan will be alongside me in just a moment. With Leicestershire going along nicely now. Ahmed, you can see the intent is there to keep things ticking over, to get these next 8 runs at least as quickly as possible. Currently unbeaten on 92. In comes White, and that's a lovely shot from Kelly. Couple of steps down the track, hoiks it out towards cow corner. 1 bounce 4. Excellent hit. Having just maybe lined up Jack White in the previous over. He played out a maiden. It wasn't a particularly threatening maiden, but just keeping an eye on where White is bowling and kind of area he's likely to pitch the ball in. Slightly premeditated, that shimmy down the track, and then absolutely brilliant hit. Leicestershire 221 for 3. Pressure back on Jack White and Yorkshire. If you are just joining us, we did have a slight rain interruption at the start of the day. It's very grey and cloudy, overcast, and floodlights are on. Hot and humid kind of day in Leicester today, as White continues round the wicket, and that's left alone by Kelly outside off stump. Welcome back, Jonathan. Not much movement there, not much assistance for the Yorkshire bowlers, and things look relatively straightforward for Leicestershire at the moment.
Yeah, in the words of Simon Hughes, a lot of hard yakka, I think, for the bowlers out there, Nikesh.
Absolutely. We did see a sort of threat that the conditions, particularly after it had rained and we got back on, might favour the bowlers. The ball zipped around a little bit for a few deliveries, but as I say, there's been not much since then. Kelly drives, it's off the inside edge of the bat really, down towards deep backward square leg. He'll help himself to a single.
Yeah, pretty expansive for where it went, that one.
What have you made of Rehan Ahmed this morning? He's looked to be positive once again.
He has. I mean, he's, as I mentioned earlier, there's just been a couple that he's got slightly underneath, but he's just been good enough with his control not to go hard at those deliveries, and has benefited from that. But he's clearly got a really good eye, hasn't he? Watches it, takes it very late.
Here is White into Ahmed, who defends into the leg side. No run.
He's got pretty soft hands, hasn't he?
Yeah, soft hands in defence, and he's got a good bottom hand when he's looking to loft down the ground. So that brilliant shot yesterday, which went over the building just to our right into the pub car park. Jack White at the top of his run once again, running away from us from the pavilion end. As the umpire bowls, and Ahmed looks to flick the ball leg side. He does, but straight to that short mid-wicket fielder, so there is no run once more.
Yeah, these buildings to the right, whenever I think about them, probably for the rest of my life, I'll always think of Ben Mike, because he won a T20 match with a 6 off the last ball, I think it was, over there a few seasons ago. A Leicestershire win, that was. It was not his Yorkshire season.
I've seen some monster hits there over the years as in comes White. And Ahmed has a slash at one just outside off stump. Had the width there. Maybe the ball kept slightly low. It's through to Bairstow, and it's the end of the over. Leicestershire 222 for 3. I've seen Mohamed Azharuddin hit several out the ground over there when he was touring here with India one year, 96.
Player. George Hill is going to have a go by the look of things from the Bennett end. Yesterday's figures: 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 42, which is un-George-like on paper. Obviously I wasn't here to witness it, but very much a 2.5 and over man. Had a 5 for here a couple of seasons ago in red ball cricket. There's a few bunny hops. He's going to make his way in then. Round the wicket, bowling to Kelly. It's full and wide first up, and Kelly almost falls over himself, digging out a Yorker length delivery. Adam Lyth unusually in the covers does the fielding. Don Bess a lone slip at the moment. James Wharton out there at point. Dan Moriarty's giving the ball a polish on its way back to George. Hassan's moved in at mid on to the left-hander. Sam Whiteman at mid-wicket. Will Luxton's in front of square on the leg side as Hill's in once again, and that's turned to Luxton. Jack White, the only other player I've not mentioned, I think, is down at long leg at the moment. Kelly on 37 began this morning on 25. He's been happy to watch on from the other end. Faced 30 deliveries this morning for his extra 12 runs. And here's Hill. And Kelly right in behind that. One or two comments with regard to Nick Kelly along the lines of not going to die wondering.
No,
That'd
absolutely. Yeah, I think so. He's even when he's not sort of scoring, he might go through a phase in an innings where he sort of eats up a few deliveries. He played out a maiden a couple of overs ago, of course. He still looks very busy, doesn't he, at the crease? He's, moving around constantly. Even just playing a defensive shot, he'll defend it, he'll hop back towards square leg, he'll go down, have a little chat with his partner, do a bit of gardening. Takes his gloves off there.
We've got a stoppage for the moment. Umpire Ben Debenham, I think it is, at the Bennett end, has He's calling something on. Presumably it might be the case of balls, not quite sure. Or is it something else? We've got a Yorkshire player down kneeling at the moment, slightly obscured by both James Wharton and Adam Lythe. Is that Dan Moriarty? Will Luxton has just dashed off the field beneath us.
Member of the ground staff is just running on from the far end.
Is it the matting?
Yeah.
Maybe.
With the mallet, maybe, just hammering down. I don't know what it's held down with, the matting. Well, we know he's gone back off again. I think they've sorted it out. He's come on with some kind of tool, and he has to jog straight back. The Yorkshire players look to have sorted out the issue with the matting on that pitch over there.
Luxton not yet back on, but it's been an opportunity as well for both batters to have a drink. So still 3 to come in this George Hill over.
I love the different types of tools that you see in cricket grounds across the world. It's different from country to country, isn't it, in what they use to sort of fix footholes at, you know, the bowlers' landing marks and things like that. Different types of sawdust. Over in the subcontinent you get the different types of brooms to sort of sweep away the dust from both ends. That just looked like a conventional hammer, I think. You'd use for nails, doing a bit of DIY at home, but here we are back underway.
Hill and to Kelly. Turn this one to Luxton in the leg side, no run. I could have done with something a bit different yesterday morning, so I left the hotel I was staying in to go down to Royal Ascot. There was a petrol station next door, so I thought, be a good lad, look after your car, check the tyre pressures, filled up the screen wash, last thing, check the oil, took the cap off, stupidly sat it on top of something in the engine as Hill bowls, and that's wide of off stump and left by Kelly. And it was probably a little bit breezy. I can't remember. I went off to get like the plastic gloves and you know, towels or whatever, and came back and the cap is not there, nowhere to be seen. Look under the car, it's not on the. So I'm thinking, it's dropped somewhere down in the engine. Yeah. 2.5 hours later, so I drove with no cap on the oil, just literally a few yards, 7,500 yard round back to the place I'd stayed at, parked up at Hill Bowls, and that's driven at by Kelly up to mid-off, where Moriarty Fields ended at 53rd, 222.43. Thank you, Richie. So I went back into the hotel. I said to the guy there, anything you can do, I'd opened the bonnet and I could see this thing, the cap right down the bottom, but it needed a tray unscrewing and taken out, and because inevitably I'm dressed in a 3-piece suit.
Yeah.
And he went off and got his chef's tongs, but they were not quite long enough.
Dear.
Then there's a couple of maintenance guys doing some work at the hotel. One of them said to me in his broken English, "Have you got a litter picker?" Yeah, because I carry one of those around me all the time, mate. That'll get it out.
Occasion, yeah.
And it was really lucky that a man from a well-known breakdown company just happened to drive by. I gave him a real, urgent wave, if you like, and he pulled in and sorted it out.
Nice. And good day at Ascot?
There have been 4 good days this week. Yeah, very good.
New over from White, and that's past the outside edge. There's an appeal for a catch behind. White liked it. Umpire didn't. There wasn't much exuberance from behind the stumps either. Let's have a look at the replay. It's pretty close to the outside edge, but just past it, I think. A silly mid-on fielder in place at the moment as well. To Ahmed, who's on 92. A couple of hits away potentially from 100.
Adam Lythe was convinced. He's always convinced, is Adam.
It's Lythe, isn't it, at silly mid-on?
Yeah.
Not far to travel to be in the umpire's face, appealing for that one. So in comes White once more. It's a lovely drive from Ahmed, a checked drive through the covers, and helps himself to a couple more runs. Did well to thread the gap there. There is a short cover in place as well as a conventional one right in between the two of them.
Yeah, nicely played again. He's waiting really well. He's got a real handle on the pace of this pitch, which is looking like everyone was telling me it was yesterday, and that's on the slow side.
It usually is fairly slow and low here, especially as the match gets on a little bit. Ahmed guides the next ball down towards deep third. He's going to help himself to 4. He moves on to 98. It was a really well played shot. Played it late. Realised that there was a gap there. Nice soft hands.
Yeah, just guided it away nicely. Vacant area, entitled to do it.
On the cusp of first century this season for Rehan Ahmed. Comes White, that's driven, and well fielded by the bowler in his follow through. It's hit quite firmly by Ahmed. Leicestershire with 3 bonus points so far. Very much got the 250 in their sights. 228 for 3. That lead 43 runs. I think Yorkshire will be very disappointed with that 185 in the first innings. The conditions weren't all that bad. Good bowling from Leicestershire. But some poor batting too. In comes White. That's edged away by Ahmed. It's going to race away for 4 more. Down towards deep third. It's 100 number 7 of his first class career for Rehan Ahmed. His first this season. It's a standing ovation from all corners of the ground. It's been a wonderful knock. Just 128 balls it took him. Goes and does his trademark prayer. Punch of fists with Nick Kelly at the other end. And, little sort of adjustment of the gloves, and he'll know his work is not quite done here, and he'll want to carry on. But that's a fabulous knock so far.
Yeah, superb. And ironically, that was probably the most false shot he's played in the morning, at least today, playing slightly across it, whereas the boundary hit earlier was very much meant. I don't think that one was, but he certainly wouldn't begrudge him a bit of luck at this stage.
Yep, just a thick outside edge as White comes in once more, and Ahmed defends the next ball. To Adam Lyth there, he's standing in that silly mid-on position. Good to see them trying something new there. End of the over, 232 for 3. That lead now 47 runs for Leicestershire. Time for some spin, maybe?
Yep. Got what, half an hour before the delayed lunch break, in case you weren't aware, folks. 1:15 for lunch, 4 o'clock for tea. George Hill's going to continue. And usually unerring in terms of his accuracy. Asks plenty of questions. Hasn't yet taken a wicket in this innings so far, as Kelly plays forward to a delivery just back of length, and again he's checked his blade a few times this morning, Nick Kelly, in the play that we've had. Still having a look, and he's now decided that enough is enough, and he wants a different bat. And of course, like all good batters, Johnny Bairstow's gone up to inspect it. What's up with it, mate? Let's have a look. Yeah, you want to change your bat manufacturer. I know somebody who can help you out with that. Something words to that effect. I'm only kidding, bat manufacturer. No axe to grind
yesterday where Rehan Ahmed had something wrong with one of his bats. Johnny Bairstow was having a chat with him. There was also the time when Rehan hit the ball out the ground. Bairstow went and had a little play around with his bat, saying, nice piece of wood you've got there. And Ahmed had a change of bats yesterday where 3 or 4 bats got brought out. I think 4 bats got brought out to him. And usually these days I'm told by professionals that they're all pretty much the same spec. You can just pick another one up and ready to go. It's exactly the same as the one you would have been batting with. But he just sort of looked at all the bats, chucked them on the floor, sent the 12th man off to get a different one out of his bag. So they're quite spoilt, these modern cricketers, aren't they, with the amount of bats they carry in their kit bags.
Yeah.
In my day, I had the one bat, had to look after it.
Same here, yeah. Johnny's just had a chat with Rehan Ahmed as well. Maybe he's still having a chat with him now. Go on, you can't hit it. I bet you can't hit it over the top of the press box. And when you've done that, try hitting over the top of the com box.
Yeah, when the bowling's from our end, we're kind of in a long off position, aren't we, to the right hander. That would be a good hit.
He's played shots all around the ground as well for his ton. Those of you who can see the wagon wheel. But it's Kelly on strike, facing Hill. And that one played back to the bowler. So apart from the stoppage of around about 50 minutes because of the rain, it's just got one of those feels of a session that is being dragged out for one reason or another. The little incident with the matting, changes of bats, those types of things. It's got brighter though, I'm pleased to say. Floodlights are still on, of course, but generally feeling a little better than it did. And Hill round the wicket. Kelly has missed one here. There's an appeal for LBW, and it's going to be a big one from Yorkshire, you can guarantee at this stage, because they want to latch onto anything they can with a 107 run partnership on the board. But that was not out.
It was a massive appeal. Maybe slightly heading down the leg side, but it looked a good shout. Looked a very good shout on the replay.
Yeah, well worth a shout with the angle and where it's hit him. You can see the umpire not giving that. May have been clipping, I don't think probably any more than that.
Umpire's call if we had DRS, perhaps, at best.
So 232 for 3. And Hill bowling to Kelly again this time. He's able to get bat on ball. Lovely sound as he timed that one to Dan Moriarty at mid-off. The voice is hanging on. See if we can manage to get through the 25 between now and lunch.
Done very well so far. And it wasn't a heavy night last night, as some may think. Just a bit under the weather.
Certainly was not, as Hill is in, and that is turned to leg by Kelly. Didn't really time that as he wanted. Hassan Ali doing the fielding at mid-on. I was in the hotel bar the other night watching the England football match. It's the quietest I've ever known, a World Cup football match among spectators. Nobody reacted with any of the first half goals, and I decided I'd go watch the rest in the room. Not because I wanted to cheer or anything, but it was just a bit weird. Yeah, it was
well, you kind of go for the atmosphere, don't you?
Yeah. Hill in and bowling, short of length, and that's punched into the offside. Wharton with a good piece of fielding, something that he excels at.
Second half was very good though, wasn't it? With the sort of first bit of the second half, first 15, 20 minutes or so.
Yep. End of the over, 233 for 3. They got a single there, by the way. So Kelly 38, Ahmed 102, and George Hill 10 overs for 43 so far. Just that one off his over. Yeah, you go in those plays. I mean, sometimes it's too mad, but I expected a bit of something, but there was there's nothing.
Surprising, given the way England played. I thought it was a very positive performance. I'd go as far as saying that sort of 15-20 minute spell after half time, that's probably the most impressive spell of any team in this World Cup. Could have had a good few goals in that time. I guess the one criticism is that they didn't manage to finish off when they were on top. That's what Leicestershire will hope to do now. They're very much on top here and be looking to push home the advantage as White continues into Kelly. single taken just wide of mid-on. Now that Ahmed's brought up his 3 figures, we saw last season when he scored those 500s in the championship that every time he passed those 3 figures looked to be even more positive. Pretty positive enough as it is, 102 from 129, but might look to have a bit of fun now.
Yeah, still a lot of cricket left today, just under 77 overs remaining.
Here is White once more, and Ahmed flicks the ball just wide of mid-wicket. Bit of a chase on will allow batters back through for 2.
Yorkshire, I think the plan this morning was to keep things as dry as they could, so that wickets might follow, as is so often the case with those sort of spells. What have we had this morning? 23, 50, 59 added.
Jack White over the wicket bowls, and Ahmed solid in defence. See more bright sunshine now here at Greystoke. There's a dark cloud in the distance over towards our right, which tends to be where the weather does come from, but at the moment bright sunshine. The floodlights are still on. No need for them as things stand. We've got just over 20 minutes until the lunch interval. If we do get any more rain, it'd be nice to have it all during that interval, so we don't get any more delays. White at the top of his mark, takes his time, runs in now. That's the umpire, bowls, and Ahmed again solid in defence back down the pitch. So no more silly mid-on in position. Got the feeling of Yorkshire just hoping for a Leicestershire mistake now.
Yeah, I think that they were aiming to kind of keep it to 250-ish, and obviously we've got a slightly different session to what they'd imagined, but I don't think they're quite going to achieve that sort of target. Looking at the board.
White bowls, and Ahmed drives nicely, but only as far as mid-on. There is no run. He's hitting the ball very well indeed. You can hear the crunch of that sound, ball on bat.
He's got something that's reminding me of Steve Smith about his approach to playing those shots where the body comes right round. I think I said earlier, it looks like he's going to play it through the onside, but then watches it, and it's got quite an open-bodied defensive push, isn't it?
Comes White, and it's been driven to mid-off this time. Not quite as firmly, but straight to the fielder, so there's no run.
Open-chested, I think, is the expression I was looking for.
Yeah, you've got to have a very good eye to be able to make those last-minute adjustments as well. Certainly does have that. The lead now 53 runs. Comes, and again Ahmed drives to mid-on. That previous one was a no ball, hence the extra delivery and the extra couple of runs onto the Leicestershire total. So 238 for 3. 76 overs remain in the day's play. Kelly 39, Ahmed 104. With that just under 20 minutes to go until the lunch interval, I think Adam Whitty is poised to replace me.
George Hill then, from the Bennett end, bowling here to Kelly, who's driven that firmly, and 4. Lovely shot. Got it wide of the tumbling Dan Moriarty, out towards the marquee. Just a little bit too much width from George Hill on that occasion. Marginal, but it just allowed Nick Kelly to get his hands moving through it. He's on to 43 from 78 deliveries, 242 for 3. Partnership now worth 117 unbroken for this 4th wicket. As Hill's in and bowling again, that's straighter. And he's met with the respect it probably merited, I think, from the batter.
Hello, Jonathan.
Welcome back.
I was just walking back round the ground. I have a little wander during my time off the commentary, and there was a steward down there talking to a supporter who was telling him that that big grey cloud above our heads is definitely going to pour, according to his weather app, whatever that means.
Hill to Kelly again, who defends into the offside. No run. It's going to pour. Okay. I thought you were going to come back and give us the type of cloud it was then. You know, the way you were shaping up. I thought, you know, you were going to do your impression of a Sarah Keith Lucas.
Oh yeah,
Carol Kirkwood.
That's a different language to me. Oh yeah. No, I don't think nobody wants me to do my Carol Kirkwood impression.
Hill bowls. Well played by Kelly. That looked like it just held its line on him. Watched it well. Dot ball. What if you throw in words like cumulonimbus and stratocumulus and cirrus and things like that? You probably, you know, in cloud lucky dip, you might.
You are. I have never heard any of those words before in my life. Maybe the first one. Was it cumulus?
Cumulonimbus. Oh, there's cumulus, of course, as well. Here's Hill. That's turned to leg by Kelly. Fielded by Sam Whiteman at straight mid-wicket. No run.
Big grey cloud was what I was going to go for.
Yeah.
But again, the issue is it's sort of... I have a feeling they may have to come off for it. Let's hope not. But then you can see past it over towards the west of Leicestershire. And it's white cloud again. I think we may just have a few of those today.
Here's Hill. Bowls to Kelly again, who once more is watchful. And drops that into the leg side to complete the over at 242 for 3. 57 overs of this Leicestershire first innings now complete. So there's still plenty of time before a second new ball is made available, and still 15 minutes before this delayed lunch break on account of that break we had for the weather earlier in the day.
What a knock by Rehan Ahmed. You see some knocks, don't you? And we must say, to be fair, this is the first sort of innings of note from Rehan Ahmed in this season's county championship. But you just see those innings sometimes, don't you, where you think, you look comfortable out there. You look comfortable with what Yorkshire are going to throw at you. You look comfortable with, if they change the bowling, they change the line of attack, they go short, they go full, they go wide, they go straight, you will be able to deal with it. And he's looked a class act out there.
Yeah, he's, as I've said a few times now, he's got the pace of the pitch. He just looks like, I mean, I'd use the expression, in the zone.
Yeah.
Dan Moriarty's coming on at the pavilion end.
Yeah, tall left arm spinner. His figures yesterday, well, he got 2 wickets, 2 for 39 off 9 overs, but Nick Kelly really went for him. I think his first scoring shot was him charging down the track for a 1 bounce 4 from memory yesterday. Well, he's going to be bowling to Rehan Ahmed first up. He's 104 not out, 242 for 3 the score, 57 run lead with 7 wickets in hand. And Moriarty is going to bowl left arm round the wicket, and down the pitch comes Ahmed first up and slams him down the ground for 4 runs. I lost sight of the ball there, but it can't have been too many bounces, I don't think. Well lofted over the infield.
Yeah, just one.
Away for 4.
Just 1 bounce. Yeah, it's not a great start, is it, really? He's dropped it short, and really good use of feet. I mean, an absolute delight to receive that delivery if you're the batter who's already got 104 against his name at that point. Dragged it down, and immediately as the bowler, of course, you're on the back foot. The ball's disappeared. You've got a bit of thinking time to do. You just want to get to your next delivery, get through that action again, start to land it.
Yeah. They again, he sort of fought back towards the end of that 9 overs, Moriarty, yesterday, but at the start they went hard at him to try and put him under pressure. They've sent mid-off back as he bowls a fuller delivery this time, which Ahmed just comes forward to and plays to mid-wicket that's close in.
Yeah, that was more like it from Dan.
So he moves in towards us now, bowling from the pavilion end. He tosses this one up and there's a leading edge from Ahmed, who comes forward and prods. Bit of flight in that, perhaps, I think.
There was, but I mean, that's missing a leg stump by 6 inches. So the first job for Dan Moriarty to do is to try and settle in and get line and length right.
Ahmed waits, goes back, and again it's a very straight line from Moriarty.
It was still leg stumpish,
Yeah.
and he's going to have to rag that ball if he's going to bowl that line.
Does he rag it much?
I wouldn't say he's a big turner of the ball, but he does land, consistently.
This one again is too straight and too leg sidey, and Ahmed drives. He's sort of having to get his left leg out the way to bring the bat through Ahmed, which tells you about the line.
Yeah, I think he's got to work on that line here, Dan.
246 for 3 the score. Ahmed 108 not out. Moriarty, tall man, comes in. That smash, that's overcompensated wide outside off stump, and that has raced away for 4 through the covers. Ahmed in the groove, and that was hit at a ferocious pace.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very much a loosening over. It's a bit of a bag of licorice, all sorts, really, from Dan Moriarty with his first over, and he'll just have to get on it pretty quickly, because that wasn't really what the doctor ordered for Yorkshire at this stage, and that 250 that they were looking to try and, thereabouts keep Leicestershire to before the lunch break. Well, if you consider the fact that 50 minutes have been taken out, I know we're going on a little bit longer here, but they've got there pretty easily in under time, effectively.
Interesting too, the pitch was designed like this so that I'll come back to that in a sec.
Yep, Hill to Kelly, who defends.
The pitch was designed to be for spinners, and Ahmed got a little bit towards the end. Patel and Ahmed got a few wickets towards the end, sort of mopped up the tail of Yorkshire, but Moriarty and Bess haven't got a lot out of it. It's possibly a pitch that was supposed to have a bit more life in it than it actually has.
Hill turns, makes his way, and then Kelly drives, and George, good bit of feeling off his own bowling, and shapes to throw down the stumps. Of course, you've got to be careful doing that these days. You can just see, can't you, from the moisture that we had earlier on. I know the covers were on pretty quickly, but there is still a bit of some moisture out there, given the colour of the footmarks. Maybe that's something to do with the leaden skies. Here he is, gone short this time. Good to see a bit of aggression from George. Bangs it in short. Kelly up to the task of ducking underneath it, out of the way. So 250 for 3 in the 59th here. Partnership 125 invaluable runs for Leicestershire, who are building up a lead that's going to really challenge Yorkshire. They'll obviously just want to bat the once if they can. 65 runs in front with 7 first innings wickets in hand. Strong position as Hill's in. Now he's played across that one, Kelly. On him quicker than I think maybe he thought the way he played it. And he's missed with a sort of short arm jab of a pull that it looked like he was trying to play. Stifled appeal, because it certainly wasn't going to hit the stumps.
Leicestershire got their 4th point of the game, by the way. 250 for 3 now, so they've got their first batting bonus point to add to the 3 bowling bonus points that they got.
Here comes Hill again. Straighter. Played out square on the offside to James Wharton.
Yorkshire have got one bowling bonus point, haven't they? For 3 wickets. Yorkshire got most of their bonus points from their bowling, haven't they? They've got 19 bowling bonus points, 12 batting bonus points before today or this week.
Yeah, first innings runs have been an issue. Here's George Hill again, and that's defended solidly by Kelly to complete the over at 250 for 3. It's only my opinion, but I do think bowling is a more consistent strength than batting, but they got maximum points, of course, out of last week's drawn game at Scarborough against Warwickshire, 5 batting points and 3 bowling points. Dom Bess just leaving the field of play, is he? Ben Cliff's just walked off with him. No, looks like he's going back on, Dom. So early season is difficult, isn't it, for teams with the bat, but still there were some games where they clearly didn't bat as well as they can.
Well, it's interesting because it's the opposite for Leicestershire. It's been the bowling bonus points that they've struggled to get. They've got 8 bowling bonus points, 15 with the bat. They have looked far more consistent with the bat. First innings runs is where they've actually done okay. As Moriarty will bowl his second over of his spell this morning, and that's again too straight from him, but he does get a leading edge from Ahmed as the ball dribbles away into the offside. They've had players like Jake Weatherall in the first 6 weeks of the season who was a really solid last minute recruitment at the top of the order. He's not there anymore. Gone back home. Moriarty in, tosses it up forward, comes Ahmed. Again, it's that sort of leg stump line from him. Ahmed 112 not out of 143 balls. The Foxes 250 for 3. And Johnny Bairstow's just having a little word with Moriarty here.
Yeah, I mean, he's lucky really that Round's not got the sweep out a couple of times already. With the line he's bowling, it'd be a pretty safe shot because he's missing.
And there's nobody out there protecting that shot. Mid-wicket's quite...
Yeah.
Mid-wicket is relatively square, but not square enough for a sweep, and you've got fine leg up. So, I'm surprised he hasn't utilised it yet. Watch him play it now. Moriarty in. Back goes Ahmed and goes down the pitch and drives it. It's fielded by James Wharton at long on. Got a long off and long on. He wasn't heading off the pitch. He's getting to long off base. I thought that he was heading off the pitch as well. He came off. He was walking off with someone, wasn't he? But there's a deep cover as well.
It's entirely possible he spent an over off the field with Ben Cliff on for him, and we didn't pick it up because you can't see everything from here, can you?
Moriarty's going to come over the wicket, bowling left arm to the left-handed Kelly, and Kelly defends this one. Full delivery. That's a better length and line to him. So to the left-handed Kelly, got a deep mid-wicket, deep cover point, I suppose. That probably is maybe an orthodox deep cover, actually. Nobody, though, behind square on the boundary as Moriarty. Quite a long run up for a spinner and bouncy bowls, and Kelly comes forward and defends. And that trickles into the offside where Sam Whiteman fields. Rubs the ball on his right thigh a couple of times. And Moriarty moves in, flights this, and it's left alone by Kelly, and that's the end of the over. Just the one run off it, 2 for 48 Moriarty's figures, and Leicestershire 251 for 3. As we get close to the lunch break, there will be time for one more over. We had a brief delay this morning after a shower, but I think that cloud above us, that supporter was wrong, Jonathan. I'll blame him rather than the fact that I mentioned it on the radio.
Adam, you're getting into murky waters, telling supporters that they're wrong. Very murky waters.
I didn't name him.
Johnny Bairstow is having a lengthy discussion with Dan Moriarty come the end of that over, and he's not really offered a threat in the little spell he's had so far from this pavilion end. This, I think, is beyond doubt going to be the final over of this morning session. And it's George Hill bowling it over the wicket to Rehan Ahmed, who's played that out into the offside, fielded by Whiteman in the covers. No run. Yorkshire are at some point going to get a second chance to bat on this, and they're going to need to bat very well. It looks like it's offering no evils at this stage, nor has it during the morning, really. Nikesh mentioned just after the rain break, just a handful of deliveries nipped around. There's been not much else as Hill is in again. Rehan tries to flick this one away into the leg side and then hobbles away. There was a fairly enthusiastic appeal. Not out is the decision by Ben Debenham.
Not sure if there's a replay of that. I presume that was leg side.
Yeah, I was watching it live rather than off screen, so hard to tell from where we are. About 7 or 8 strips to the leg side. That's a good delivery by George Hill, and for once this morning Ahmed beaten as he comes forward to try and play that, and then shapes as if he's going to play reverse something or other.
Yeah, flicked the bat, didn't he? Just did a little helicopter in front. Turned and walked away. Such a busy cricketer, sort of constantly fidgeting and fiddling. When that beat him, he just turned immediately.
3 to come in the over. Hill bowls, flick this one to leg again. He's taken enough pace off it that it's not gone to hand. It was aerial for a while on its way towards James Wharton, who couldn't reel it in clean. And so they've taken a single. Nick Kelly, who had the gloves off at the non-striking end, would probably have been hoping that was it for the morning session for him. He's had to put him back on again for 2 balls, or maybe 1, depending upon what happens from this delivery. Sets his feet, got quite an open stance. Here's Hill round the wicket to him, watched it well, dropped that into the pitch, and he will get to face the final ball of the morning, because 1:15 has clicked over. It's been Leicestershire's morning again. 177 for 3, 8 runs behind when they took to the field this morning. Rehan on 62 and Kelly 25, and now 114 and 43 respectively. Partnership worth 127, and here's George Hill trying to break it with the final ball of the morning, but can't do so. Kelly will have strike when they come back out after lunch, because he's turned that into the leg side for a single. 253 for 3 at lunch, the Foxes.
Well, a very good session for Leicestershire, as you say. Well, it's that 76 runs added in the morning session with a brief rain delay, and Kelly and Ahmed looking very comfortable out there. Not a huge amount for Yorkshire in the pitch. There doesn't seem to be a huge amount doing in the ball, with the ball. Not a lot of movement, not a lot of help for them. They look a tad devoid of ideas, do Yorkshire, but Leicestershire look very comfortable indeed. And Rehan Ahmed is showing England exactly what they are missing: a sublime century. That is 7th of his career, his first in Division 1 for Leicestershire. And he walks off the field with Nick Kelly. Kelly punching the bat as he does so. It's been a morning of toil for Yorkshire's bowlers. The Foxes well on top this morning. They have a 68-run lead going into the afternoon session. They are 253 for 3, with Kelly 44 not out, Rehan Ahmed 114 not out, and we still have 71 overs left in the day. We'll be back for the afternoon session, what I presume just before 2 o'clock. Goodbye. Ali into Ahmed. Bowls, he flashes this through the covers, and there's rubbing salt in the wounds for Ali. He's been crunched for 4. It's just 1 from that previous delivery. Apologies, the scoreboard hadn't caught up, and I saw it was Patel the batter, so I presume they got 2, but Ahmed was the striker, crunched it away for 4. 43 for 1.
Breakthrough would help in sorting that as an outside edge that I don't think Ahmed had full control of. Lands safely past the right of Don Bessett's second slip.
And he comes, and Ahmed down the track and gets this just wide of mid-on and away for 4. Not quite off the middle of the bat, but hit powerfully enough to find the boundary.
See, it's interesting this, isn't it, that Ahmed and Patel have decided to go after.
Moriarty flights another one up, and Ahmed accepts the invitation, and bounces just short of the sight screen, just inside the rope. 1 bounce 4. Brilliant shot by Ahmed.
Really clever batting, because he's putting Moriarty on the back foot and
that kind of thing. Moriarty in, and Ahmed down the track. Well, don't run for that. That's out of the ground. It's into the pub car park behind us. That is emphatic from Rehan Ahmed. Leicestershire on to 9. Been successful on 3 occasions so far. That's pushed wide, and that's cut away backward of point. That's going to race away for 4. Can't bowl there. Really short, really wide. Big open gap behind point. No deep third in place, and easy pickings for Rehan Ahmed.
9 not out to the England international as he waits for Hill to bowl to him, and he drives that wonderfully through the covers, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Lent into that wonderfully, full outside off stump, and he's crunched that away for 4. It's been a lovely day at Grace Road, really healthy crowd in, about 650 people we understand.
Shining that sun above, and that's short, wide and dispatched. 4 runs. Don't bowl there to someone like Rehan Ahmed in the form that he's in and what he's shown so far in this innings. That is meat and drink for a player of his quality, and despite the best efforts, Jack White is into Ahmed, strays slightly down leg side with his line, which allows for Ahmed to flick through and across the line to James Wharton at deep square leg, and he takes the single and he moves on to 50 runs. Half century for Rehan Ahmed, coming from just 63 balls.
Last in 2021. Tosses this up. Ahmed does go for that, and it's a good job he does. He perfectly executes that. Drive through extra cover for 4 runs. It was on the half volley. He did really well, Ahmed, to just get his feet out the way, move out the way of the ball, and drive it perfectly through the gap in the infield. 172.
Hassan Ali then. Final delivery of the day, and it's cut away by Rehan Ahmed beautifully through the covers, and that's a fitting way to end what has been a brilliant day's play for Leicestershire as a whole. 4 runs. He moves on to 62. Leicestershire, well, they are looking in a very strong position. They close the day on 177 for 3. They
big long strides. He moves past the umpire, bowls down the leg side, and that's glanced away for 4 runs down to fine leg. That's a bit of a gimme for Ahmed, and all he needed to do was just flick his wrists on that off his pads and get 4 runs. 7 runs the lead. 69 Ahmed now.
He's a better cricketer.
Moves in away from us now, bowls and driven for 4 through the covers. That's a lovely shot from Ahmed, and Leicestershire have carried on this morning like they started last night. It is as if the 12 hours or the 14 hours in between haven't happened. That's a lovely shot from Ahmed. Pure hand-eye coordination, 4 runs through the covers.
Here comes White, and that's on the pads of Ahmed. That's a flamboyant shot up and over mid-wicket and to the boundary for 4. Bit of Caribbean flair about that. 1 foot off the ground from Ahmed. Lovely wrist work. And wonderful timing.
It's a lovely shot. I love the way, as you say,
tends to come out.
As Ali's in. Bowl short. Ali crunches that forward of square. That's beautifully timed. It's a pull shot that races past Lythe at mid-wicket and storms to the boundary rope. Quite a straight boundary that. But he was onto that in a flash. It tells you how early he was onto it.
Some poor batting too. In comes White. That's edged away by Ahmed. It's going to race away for 4 more. Down towards deep third. It's 100 number 7. Adjustment of the gloves, and he'll know his work is not quite done here. And he'll want to carry on, but that's a fabulous knock so far.
Yeah, superb.
Moving in towards us, and he bowls to Kelly, moves right across his stumps to get LBW out of the way and defend. The pitch didn't really do that much. There was a lot of chat about it in the build-up. Perhaps the mullet himself there comes in, bowls, that's driven handsomely down the ground. That's 4 runs for Kelly. Lovely start to the day, lifted his back leg up. Big long strides as he moves past the umpire, bowls down the leg side, and that's glanced away for 4 runs down to fine leg. That's a bit of a gimme for Ahmed, and all he needed to do was just flick his wrists on that. Moves in away from us now, bowls and driven for 4 through the covers. That's a lovely shot from Ahmed, and Leicestershire have carried on this morning like they started.
Comes White, and that's on the pads of Ahmed. That's a flamboyant shot up and over mid-wicket and to the boundary for 4. Bit of Caribbean flair about that. Tends to come out.
As Ali's in, bowl short. Ali crunches that forward of square. That's beautifully timed. It's a pull shot that races past Lyde at mid-wicket.
In comes White, and oh, that's a lovely shot from Kelly. Couple of steps down the track, hoiks it.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport? The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
moving in towards us, and he bowls to Kelly, moves right across his stumps to get LBW out of the way and defend. The pitch didn't really do that much. There was a lot of chat about it in the build-up. Perhaps the mullet himself there comes in, bowls. That's driven handsomely down the ground. That's 4 runs for Kelly. Lovely start to the day. Lifted his back leg up. Big long strides as he moves past the umpire, bowls down the leg side, and that's glanced away for 4 runs down to fine leg. That's a bit of a gimme for Ahmed, and all he needed to do was just flick his wrists on that. Moves in away from us now, bowls and driven for 4 through the covers. That's a lovely shot from Ahmed, and Leicestershire have carried on this morning like they started.
Here comes White, and that's on the pads of Ahmed. That's a flamboyant shot up and over mid-wicket and to the boundary for 4. Bit of Caribbean flair about that. Tends to come out.
As Ali's in, bowl short. Ali crunches that forward of square. That's beautifully timed. It's a pull shot that races past Lythe at mid-wicket.
In comes White, and that's a lovely shot from Kelly. Couple of steps down the track, hoiks it out towards cow corner. 1 bounce 4. Some poor batting too. In comes White. That's edged away by Ahmed. It's going to race away for 4 more down towards deep third. It's 100 number 7.
On the Bennett end, bowling it to Kelly, who's driven that firmly, and 4. Lovely shot. Got it wide of the tumbling Dan Moriarty.
It's going to bowl left arm round the wicket, and down the pitch comes Ahmed first up and slams him down the ground for 4 runs. I lost sight of the ball there. Moriarty, tall man, comes in. That smash, that's overcompensated wide outside off stump, and that has raced away for 4 through the covers. Ahmed in the groove.
127, and here's George Hill trying to break it with the final ball of the morning, but can't do so. Kelly will have strike when they come back out after lunch, because he's turned that into the leg side for a single. 253 for 3.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Welcome back to the afternoon session of day 2 of this county championship match between Leicestershire and Yorkshire. Leicestershire start the session on 253 for 3. They lead by 68 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Rehan Ahmed is unbeaten on 114. Nick Kelly 44 not out. It was Leicestershire's morning session, no doubt about that. They didn't lose a wicket. They went from a slender deficit to a healthy advantage and remained 7 wickets in hand. The weather has cleared up over the lunch break. It is much bluer skies above, much higher white clouds, so we hopefully are in for a pleasant afternoon of cricket. Jonathan Doidge from BBC Radio Leeds is with me. Hello.
Hello.
And I suppose from a Yorkshire perspective, this is about getting the early breakthrough, isn't it, Jonathan?
Yeah, they need quite a lot of wickets and fast. Otherwise, they're going to just have to bat for a long, long time for, well, whatever purposes that they may need to be doing that for at the time that they have to bat. Let's just not get too much speculation in there too soon.
Moriarty to get us underway. And his first delivery is defended by the left-handed Nick Kelly. Moriarty bowling left arm over the wicket from the pavilion end. Tall, fair-haired chap with a high release point. He moves past the umpire now and bowls. Back goes Kelly and pushes to cover. There is no run. Ahmed bringing up his 7th first-class century in the morning session. But it is Kelly who bends his knees as he waits for Moriarty and plays forward at this, pushing it down the track where Moriarty fields. And for Moriarty, I guess it was just improving the line. He's been slightly better to the left-handers, hasn't he, that line, but he was too straight to the right-handers.
It was all over the place, ready to Ahmed this morning.
Kelly waits, goes back and plays it straight back to Moriarty. He was trying to work that away on the leg side, but cramped him for room, did Moriarty. Slightly quicker ball, I think, from the former Surrey man. 21 on his back. The sun just poking through the clouds. The floodlights on as Moriarty's in, and again that pushes Kelly back. And he defends. This is a better over for Moriarty. That's the return after the lunch break. That lead remains 68. Kelly just about to face his 100th ball. This will be his 99th. He started very, very quickly, but has sort of dug in and let Ahmed do the scoring at the other end. Moriarty in, tosses this up, and it's left outside off stump, the tempting line. That is the end of the over. The score is 253 for 3, as it was at the start of the over. That was a maiden for Moriarty. It's Leicestershire lead by 68. It's a great knock by Rehan Ahmed. A vital century. A few people talking about him with England selection. He was in the squad for the second test but wasn't picked. And he's shown England exactly what they were missing.
Yeah, we're going to have a change of bowling here. Matthew Revis is warming up, so we'll get some more pace. Probably Hassan aside, he'd be the quickest bowler in the Yorkshire ranks when he lets it go. See how he goes today. Generally gets used at this sort of point to bang the ball in, but on a benign pitch like this.
He's a big boy, and he came up to chat to Jamie yesterday, because I hear he's a big Bradford City fan. So
yes.
I think he wanted a Bantam's chat, and I just thought it was a giant at the door. He's such broad-shouldered, tall chap, isn't he? What are you, 6'4", 5", something like that?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure what the actual measurements are, but he's taller than you and I. And he's in now to bowl to Rehan Ahmed, who's turning that one in front of square on the leg side for a single. He's a capable bowler on his day. Not sure how it went yesterday for him.
Yeah, okay. I mean, going at 5 and over sort of tells its story, doesn't it? Couldn't quite find any sort of potency to his bowling. But that's been the story of everybody, really. You could say that about everybody.
Yeah, it's been a fairly flat performance so far. And in comes Ravis, round the wicket. Kelly has to just bend at the knee to get over the top of that. Sam Whiteman does the fielding. .254 for 3. Kelly 44 now then, as Adam says, just past the 100 ball mark. One slip in place at the moment, George Hill. Will Matthew Revis be able to give him an opportunity? Not with that delivery, which is played up to mid-on. Moriarty doing the fielding. 62.5 overs into this Leicestershire first innings. A lot of hard work for the visitors to do here to pick up these wickets. 69 run lead at this stage. Ravison and bowling. Kelly drives firmly. Good shot between Adam Lyth at short extra cover and Jack White at mid-off, and 4 runs is the result. Kelly on 48, 258 for 3. I think Yorkshire ideally would have felt if they bowled well this morning, they bowled dry, as I was suggesting that they wanted to do, and that resulted in Leicestershire playing a few shots that weren't on, that they might get them out for sort of the 300 mark. 115 behind, batting again. Not an impossible position, obviously a tough one, but it's not looking anything like that at this stage as Kelly drives firmly to this latest Revis delivery. Well fielded, one-handed off his own bowling there.
Sorry, go on, Jonathan.
As I say, well, I've got 69.1 overs remaining in the day. Still, the game could be well out of Yorkshire's reach. And in favour of the Foxes, if they can continue batting in similar vein as Kelly plays this one to Moriarty at mid-on to complete that over at 258 for 3. Fire away.
I was just going to say, we saw Rehan Ahmed sort of casually walking over to his car at the lunch break, didn't we? I haven't seen that before. We were in the press box on the far side of the field. The pavilion's below us at the moment, and there he was sauntering over. It's sort of highlighted just how much of a relaxed cricketer he is. Plays for the enjoyment of the game, sort of popping over with his pads on. Don't know whether he was missing something. Forgot to put his phone in there. He's got a very nice Porsche, Rehan Ahmed. I saw it yesterday. 258 for 3, the score. Rehan Ahmed is on strike, and Moriarty is going to bowl left arm round the wicket to him.
You mean you don't drive a Porsche? I thought it was standard for all commentators on the BBC.
No, I'm a Lamborghini man.
County cricket circuit.
I'm a Lamborghini man.
Oh.
I've got 3 of them, but it's just not for me, a Porsche, I don't think.
No.
Moriarty. 2 for 48 from 12 overs. In he comes, bowls. There's a scoop from Ahmed, and I don't know if he connected with that. It's gone through and bounced off Bairstow, the wicket keeper, I think. And byes given. So I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Are you railing against the Porsche because you just can't deal with people who buy things for the effect of the label?
No, I'm not railing against it at all. I was complimenting, if you are on an England Central contract, I'm sure I'd be at about 22. I think I'd be buying a nice car. Just my Nissan Micra doesn't quite compare in the same way. Moriarty bowling to the left-handed Kelly. Back he goes and drives at this. It's fielded by Whiteman in the covers, but they'll get a single.
I was thinking this season's choice of car. I've not changed it yet this year, Adam. As you know, you do so many miles, you've got to change it.
Yeah.
I was thinking Aston Martin, but
really,
yeah, I've put the house on the market and I've asked for an extra 250 grand mortgage, and we'll see if we can get somewhere near it.
Moriarty is in. Back goes Ahmed and cuts this. There's a fielder out in the deep who will stop it. That is Matthew Revis, who will launch it in. I was actually more of a Bentley man, actually.
That'll be second hand, of course.
Yeah. You can see, I'm sure you've seen it in the car park down to our left at Grace Road. There's most of them have got number plates that make it recognisable exactly whose car it is, as Moriarty bowls and Kelly goes back and defends. No run. All much nicer cars than mine. And we have to park in the Povo parking on the far side and walk round anyway. They're all able to park right in front of the pavilion. I suppose that's fair enough. Kelly, 49 not out, one shot away from a second 50 of the campaign, and he's got it. Driving down the ground to long on. It's taken him 108 balls, Nick Kelly. And he's looked every ounce the international. Really interesting innings, actually. 7 fours and a 6. He came in yesterday and swatted the ball to all corners. Really went after Moriarty. But today he's been a lot more slow. He's been the anchor innings. And he was going to run a ball, I think, this morning. But he's sucked up a lot of balls throughout day 2. Ahmed is the more aggressive batter, and he's cut the next ball for Moriarty out for a single out to deep cover, and he gets a single. Flatter, quicker ball from Moriarty, and that's the end of the over. 5 off it if you include the bye, and the score 2-6-3 for 3, 78 the lead.
I do admire you though for the Nissan Micra, because as the sports editor, BBC and austerity and all that.
Yeah.
Just setting the trend, really, I think.
I am, yeah.
That's the way it should be.
Oh, yeah. I'm not really a car man. It just doesn't bother me. But, yeah, I like to set the example that everyone should look impoverished in their car if you work for the BBC and you're in the public sector.
Matthew Revis from the Bennett end, bowling to Rehan Ahmed, and that is played out to Sam Whiteman in the covers, and there is no run. .263 for 3. Ahmed on 117 then from 153 deliveries. Add another one to that as he plays that ball along the deck to Jack White. Gives it a polish. Those darker marks on the pitch, maybe not quite as dark as they looked. That's at each end, of course. We've got that patchy green space in between. Everything playing fine at the moment, just a little bit on the slow side. Around Ahmed just getting underneath one there. The ball that popped on him from Matthew Revis. Dropped into no man's land on the leg side, and Wharton picks it up. Smattering of Saturday spectators in. Don't know how you find things down here, Adam, but generally speaking, games at Headingley, Scarborough seem to be less well attended on Saturdays. I don't know if that's just the eye rather than the facts. Lots of league cricket on, people doing other things, Saturdays in particular. So Ahmed turns that to mid-on. Again, it was in the air for a while. It wouldn't entirely surprise you if one of these ends up going to hand. There's been probably 6 or 7 today that have just looped slightly on their way. He's obviously been playing very well. No doubt about that.
It tells you what you just said, doesn't it? That the pitch is a little slow. So you're right, just the slightest of miscues could lead to that.
Revis in, he tries to get his hand through this. Takes one hand off the bat in the end as it makes its way through to Bairstow. Maybe just a little bit of extra zip from Matthew Revis there.
But on the attendance point, certainly it was very good attendance yesterday for Friday. I mean, the weather was slightly nicer, and you could depend on it being sunny all day. But it is quiet on a Saturday. Yeah, you'd suspect people are just doing things with their family, as you say, league cricket.
Speaking of which, I better check how number 1 Sun's going on. As Revis makes his way in. Ooh, again, he's waited a long time for that and still played it a little bit too soon, but it dropped 5 yards short of Sam Whiteman in the covers. No run to complete the over at 263 for 3.
Who's he playing for, your son?
Plays for Rawdon, which is a club in the Airedale and Wharfdale League back home. Yorkshire parking being provided as the cake of the day, apparently.
What was that, Yorkshire?
Yorkshire parking.
Is that a cake?
You never had parking before?
No. I thought he was talking about parking
You know what you're
your
missing.
car. Hold on. I've never heard of that before. They do have a great job, the Friends of Grace Road, of creating a great selection of cakes and treats for everybody. 66th over the innings. Moriarty's going to bowl outside off stump, and Kelly comes forward and defends. Parkin, I presume. Here we go. Oh, I love a ginger cake. Clearly I am uncultured in the ways of the Yorkshireman. Moriarty bowling left arm over the wicket. Kelly goes back and drives the ball back at Moriarty. This is a much better line for Moriarty, who's found that consistency.
Yeah, the big news is, held the back page, they're 126 for 2 after 28 overs.
Is he a batter bowler?
Batter.
So is he in yet? Moriarty in. Cut by Kelly, and just dropped his length a little bit there, Moriarty, and Kelly crunches it away for a single out to deep point. Was he in yet?
Nope.
Where does he bat?
Oh, it varies really. He's a skipper in, so he's kind of moves himself up and down to suit, but he's not batted loads this season, I've got to say. According to the team sheet, he's down at 7 today. My brother, his uncle, also plays.
Moriarty comes in, that's 2 straight from the left arm spinner. No run as it's driven to mid-on.
And he's down to about 6, which would be a bit out of the ordinary these days. Maybe when he was younger.
As Moriarty to bowl the penultimate ball of the over. It's right in the slot, and Ahmed has smacked it through the covers for 4. Just a couple of bounces, but he lifted his head, lifted the blade at that one. It was too full, and he moved his legs right out of the way. Ahmed went inside to out and launched it through the gap between the 2 fielders on the offside. 4 runs, 268 for 3. Ahmed on to 121. They don't play, do they play for the same team yet, brother?
Yeah.
And you said, really? That's nice.
Yeah, my brother's obviously knocking on. He's ancient these days.
Moriarty in for the final ball of the over, and there's a scoop from Ahmed, and that's going to race away for 4 more. Premeditated shot and wonderfully executed from Rahan Ahmed. It has raced away very fine for 4, so an expensive over in the end. 272-43 is the score. Ahmed on 225, back-to-back boundaries. Kelly on 51. This partnership 147 now, and it's pushing Leicestershire well clear of Yorkshire's first innings total. Have you ever played with your son and your brother?
Yes. Not loads, but a few games, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's fantastic.
It's a while since I stopped playing on a regular basis because of this. You can't really do that on this job.
Well, I find that I play for a village team in North Leicestershire, Quorn. It's really difficult actually, because I don't want to play 4 games a year because I'm rubbish. I contribute nothing to the team. I feel totally out of practice. I just feel like I'm using somebody else's spot, really. So it is. It's one of the difficult bits of the job. Actually, is giving up actually playing.
Yeah.
That third 11 desperately misses me, Jonathan.
Well, look, it doesn't matter, does it? I don't care what level people play at, really. It's just having the fun of playing. As Revis is in, that's pushed into the offside by Kelly, and Adam Lyth fields no run. That's we're here in the first place because we love cricket. And everybody's got their own level, and that's fine. But it's just fun, isn't it? And it's the friendships you make and the camaraderie and all the rest of it. And you can kind of play in the same team as your teammate for just a season or 2 and see them 25 years later, and you just drop back on it just like you were in the dressing room again. As that's a ball short of length by Revis, and Kelly drops that into the pitch in front of him, no run. So I've got the majority of people, if you like, that I know in my life have probably come through cricket somehow or other. Cricket and school, isn't it, really, and other and places that you work at.
Yeah, bit of uni.
Revis bowls, driven by Kelly. Didn't really get the full Monty on that, but Dan Moriarty has made a real mess of the fielding of it and has given them a run.
Johnny Best, they slapped his gloves on his side there in frustration at that misfield.
Yeah, I mean, because ultimately it's kind of only a run, and that's not to be disparaging to Matthew Revis's bowling or anybody else, but it doesn't look good, does it? It just does not look good, especially at professional level. That's just a routine pickup at mid-on. Revis bowls are round, stretching forward for this one. Plays it to Moriarty, who kind of lingers with a long barrier as he picks it up. And he's got the double teapot on, I think, after what happened to the ball before. They got a single again. This time without a misfield. Will Luxton has just gone to deep backward square leg to Kelly, which might suggest Matthew Revis is going to bowl this short. Let's see. No, he bowls it just back of length, and it's punched away square on the offside, where he didn't have a fielder for 4.
Just straying in terms of the line there and punished. That is what Kelly's innings has turned into, actually. It's to sort of punish the bad ball innings, whereas he started, as I've already mentioned, sort of trying to put the fielders on the back foot, but he's slowly building a really important knock alongside Ahmed. That was wonderfully timed, wasn't it? It was onto it quickly, but it was too wide outside off stump. It's one of those shots that you can throw your hands at, particularly given the field, just one slip and you'll get away with it probably.
Yeah, nicely played. Revis this time goes short and is pulled through mid-wicket for 4. So I think that it was maybe a comment on the pace of the pitch, because if Matthew Revis lets one go, then for him to be pulled in front of square would suggest that it's every bit as slow as we're making out. And he'd also set the man back, hadn't he? Will Luxton at deep backward square leg, so couldn't get the ball through quick enough to make the shot pull the ball around in that direction. He was on it much earlier and got it away through straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, he was onto it extremely quickly there, Kelly. I didn't know whether he must have read that the bouncer was coming or predicted it. He was almost ready for the shot before the ball was bowled. But the lead approaching 100 now, 97 it is, 282 for 3 at the end of the over. Kelly on to 60. It's Rahan Ahmed he's going to face. He's 126 not out. Well, as Moriarty comes in past the umpire, bowling from the pavilion end, and Ahmed comes forward. There was a man who got 200 here last week who ended up in the England cricket team the following week. And I wonder if Rahan Ahmed has got his eye on that target, certainly just to send a message to the England selectors. Back goes Ahmed and defends a fuller, straighter ball from Moriarty. Jordan Cox got a brilliant double century for Essex here last week. Magnificent innings as Moriarty comes in, cut by Ahmed, and that is cut off by a fielder at backward point.
Yeah, Adam Lyth is positioned out there.
As Moriarty comes in, he bowls and Ahmed drives down the ground. He'll get a single too long off. Just going back to our previous discussion, I didn't have family who played cricket. My dad would come and bowl at in the nets with me, but he'd never played a game. I don't have a brother, so the closest thing I ever got was my mate, who we always used to play in the garden together. He was my next door neighbour when we moved to the place I grew up in. So I've known him for 30 years or whatever. Moriarty in, back goes Kelly and punches this off the back foot to deep cover. He'll pick up another single. He'll move on to 61, 284 for 3. But we opened the batting together for the town that we grew up. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Just a couple of years ago in our early 30s. As Moriarty comes in, bowls, and back goes Ahmed and drives down the ground, and Bess will field. And that's not backed up properly. It sort of went over Bairstow's head and then landed in front of the fielder backing up. Fortunately, there was another fielder behind him, otherwise that would have gone for 4. 285 for 3 is the score at the end of the 68th over. Kelly is 61 and Rehan Ahmed is 128. The lead 100 as a result of that that single at the end of the over. 3 runs off it.
12 overs until another new ball can be taken still. And Yorkshire looking at this moment in time, if you were to take a snapshot of the game from just day 2, not looking like they're going to pick up a wicket during those 12 overs. But as we know, cricket being cricket, strange things can happen. One can often bring 2 or 3. Here's Ravis bowling to Rehan. There you go. There is one. He's hit it straight to Sam Whiteman. I think I've been suggesting that for all he's played well, and he's certainly played superbly for his 128, that he might just get under one too many. And there you go. Even a man who's reading the pace of the pitch really well found that difficult to resist, and Revis gets Rehan out. So 285 for 4, a 100-run lead is still big, with 6 first innings wickets in hand for the Foxes. But somebody else has got to come in and start, Adam.
Yeah, a few things there, I think. Number one was he didn't really move his feet to that, did he, Ahmed? He flashed at it outside off stump. I suspect if he had another go at it, he might have moved his feet a lot. It was a shot of a man very confident on 128 not out as he wanders off the field for a sublime century. Number 2, as you say, it tells you quite a lot about the pitch and how it's playing. But he was through that shot too early and hitting the ball up in the air. That perhaps shows you where this match is going. It's going to be about the pace of the pitch slowing up. It'll be intriguing to see how... I mean, in a sense, if you're a Leicestershire bowler watching that, maybe even Rehan Ahmed himself, as the spinner in him, might be interested in seeing how that pitch was playing, and might give him hope for what comes next. But that's a fantastic partnership for Leicestershire that has ended there. 160 run partnership, 233 balls, but Ahmed's 128, 19 fours and a 6. One of his best first class score was 136, so it was one of his best ever knocks. His first in Division 1, and one that will certainly have gathered a bit of attention around the country, I think, particularly given what's happening at the Oval. With New Zealand 362 all out, they've collapsed a little bit there, so England need 463 to win.
Just the 463.
Just the 463. It'd just be a record chase.
Yeah, cracking knock by Rehan Ahmed. 168 deliveries, 19 fours and a 6, 256 minutes of batting, and the fact that he scored it in Division 1, you know, don't underestimate that. Here is Revis bowling, and there's a big appeal for LBW not given by Ben Debenham. Now he fell over that. Did Cox? Absolutely fell over it. It was pretty full. It's hard to see with my shades on the replay. Any thoughts, Adam?
Yeah, I can't quite work that out. I guess down leg side is probably what he was thinking. But I always think it's difficult as well if you fall over. It's difficult for the umpire to sort of picture what's happened. You get a snapshot very close.
Yeah, here's Revis again over the wicket. Ooh, now then that one goes past the outside edge on the rise. He's played it with that slightly angled bat that can get you into trouble. And in a heartbeat, as I was saying, really, sometimes, you know, one wicket with somebody having to start again, or start, period, it suddenly can look a little bit more tricky than it is.
Pitch has probably changed in that long partnership.
There's Revis again. That's better from Cox, who turns it to mid-on this time. Jack Whitefields, no run.
40 over partnership together, and sort of face of the the innings can change. Face of the pitch, so how it's playing.
Alright, just go open the back of the combox door after I've done this over. I don't know about you, but
I've just opened
I'm
the
glowing
window.
slightly. It's a bit greenhousey in here at the moment. Cox first 3 balls yet to score, make that 4 now, but this time he's playing a much more confident forward defensive push into the leg side for Jack White to field. So remember that the day began with Leicestershire 177 for 3. There were 8 runs behind Yorkshire's 185 that they were rolled for yesterday, and they've made good progress again today. The hosts in search of a first championship win. Back in Div 1, there's Ravis. Nicely played square drive this time by Cox, who won't quite see it bobble over the boundary rope because Will Luxton has got across to reel that one in. They've got back for 287 for the loss of 4 wickets. Cox off the mark with a couple. Kelly on 61. That's one thing that has been noticeable today, Adam, that the ball has held up a little bit towards the boundaries. And Moriarty is going to continue at this pavilion end. Not much bowling so far in this match for Don Bess, who got through plenty of work at Scarborough last weekend in Yorkshire's drawn match against the Bears.
Kelly, I wonder whether he will attack a little bit more now. Is that a bit better, a bit less?
Yeah.
I was going to get a shiny head there if it was that hot. In comes Moriarty, bowls, and that's whacked to cover. There's no run. Whiteman fields on the half volley. Whether Kelly opens up a bit here. Releases the anchor, so to speak, which he dropped while Ahmed was batting. Moriarty's bowling from the pavilion end, left arm round over the wicket, I should say. Oh, and he's stuck on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. It's a good shout. Moriarty is down on one knee.
Yeah, well bowled.
And it's not given out. We will watch the replay here, because Kelly's batting right in front of his stumps and probably just got outside the line. I reckon just. Otherwise, that's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I think that's probably why it's not been given.
Again, that's if you think about your setup, if you think about what the umpire's thinking, he's thinking Nick Kelly is batting right. His bat is outside off stump as he's facing Moriarty now, and he drives that down the ground, having just survived a very close call, and we'll get a single to long on. Don Bess is fielding. Then you're already thinking, as the umpire, he started in such an unusual position that if you strike him anywhere close to what looks like outside off stump. But that was a very close shout.
Yeah, Moriarty's he's got a way of going down on one knee for his appeals. It's a regular thing, it's not just a one-off.
Proposing 5 times a game. Moriarty waits. He's going to go round the wicket to the right-handed Cox, and he's up to the wicket now. Bowls forward comes Cox and plays it down the ground. I suppose we haven't seen more of Don Bess?
Yeah. Not sure if they both want the same end or something like that.
Maybe. Got the hill here at Grace Road. Moriarty bowls, tosses this one up. Defended by Cox, no run. So maybe the pacemen want to come down the hill, which is from the Bennett end. And Yorkshire want the spinner to hold up the other end. But here is Moriarty. He's got a long run up for his spinner, and he's up to the wicket now. Wide of the crease, swept by Cox, and he's going to get 4, I think, over towards the covers at long leg. And it bounces over the rope. And there's Cox's first boundary. Didn't get the best contact on it, but he placed it well enough to beat short fine leg. And 292 for 4 is the score. It's a 107 run lead for Leicestershire. They've got 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, poor old Jack White. I don't think he should be doing any goalkeeper trials after that dive if he gets an opportunity.
And Cox has had a very good season, actually. Ben Cox. 499 runs, so he's over 500 runs for the season now. Season's best at, or career best, I should say, at Surrey, which was a marvellous innings. Got 7,000 first-class runs while he was there too. That's the end of the over. I'll swap with Nikesh. 292 for 4.
See Matthew Revis continue at the Bennett end, bowling to Kelly. 62 for Nick Kelly. Still just the one slip in place, Ringfield, plus a man out on the square leg boundary. Hassan Ali. Revis round the wicket. Kelly opens the face, runs it out to point, where Wharton does the fielding. No run. Adam mentioned the shiny head in the greenhouse atmosphere here in the commentary box. It reminded me of his. Were you March, Mr. March, or Mr. April in the topless BBC commentator's calendar?
March. When it wasn't so sweaty.
You know, where they drizzled baby oil on your chest to make it look like you're sweaty. As Kelly plays out this next delivery to mid-off and there's no run.
Was that a thing? Is that a real thing? Blimey. I had to say it. Never come across that. No. Thankfully.
I think there might, if there was ever one copy made, it would be at the bottom of a pile of second-hand bookstore stuff. As that's turned off the legs by Kelly, down to long leg. Will Luxton in off the boundary to do the fielding. So the sun's shining. We've got the same sort of contrast as we've had quite a bit today. Pitch level, the sun is shining, but there's lots of cloud around, and a fair percentage of that, well over 50%, is grey tinged on the underside. So quite dramatic clouds actually. Way to our right.
Been lucky, haven't we?
Yeah, we've been lucky to miss,
not hit the ground.
Miss more rain, yeah. Cox on strike then. High backlift, steps into that Revis delivery and just strokes it along the deck, fielded at mid-off. 293 for 4. Cox a half dozen to his name, just the early moments, of course, of his knock. Bit of jollification in the crowd beneath us. Good to hear as Revis bowls, and Cox gets that, I think, towards the inside of the bat, really. Right near the bottom as well. No power about it. Trickled away towards the wicket ends at the bowler's end. So relatively quiet over so far. Still 293 for 4 and just one Revis delivery to come. 9 overs after this ball before a second new ball can be taken, and you can pretty much guarantee they'll want to get their hands on that as soon as they can. Revis in, short of length, nicely worked off the hip by Cox. Into the leg side, Whitefields, end of the over. 294 for 4. Welcome back, Nikesh.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, certainly in need of sun cream. Some of those supporters that we can hear on the effects mic now. Beautiful, bright, sunny afternoon here at Grace Road. Still some supporters on the far side of the ground in the one real shady spot over towards the Bennett end. A couple of people in the pizza pods that we see to our left, usually only in use for T20 matches. Quite good value from what I'm told. You get to watch the game from a comfortable viewing spot.
Yeah, you'd want
served to you.
You want a bit of shade, wouldn't you? It'd be nice to be served there, yeah. But just a bit of shade at the moment. Walking around the ground at lunch, back from the press room, it was catching me on the back of the neck. It's pretty strong, isn't it, when it's out?
Certainly is. It'll be a hot week ahead, by all accounts. As Moriarty continues from the pavilion end, left arm round the wicket into Cox, who defends back down the track. Cox unbeaten on 7, Kelly 63. Rehan Ahmed, top scorer in the innings with 128, last man to fall. Moriarty bowls, floats one up a little bit fuller, but Cox not interested, just puts his bat down, defends. Not sure if you and Adam have given out the test score recently, but England in a bit of trouble as Moriarty runs in bowls and Cox drives slightly aerially, but away from that fielder at extra cover, and it's going to run away for 4. Timed pretty well in the end. He was stretching for it just a little bit, was Cox. Didn't get quite to the pitch of the ball, but hit it away safely enough. England set a mammoth target by New Zealand, 463, world record chase in progress. And, well, we're off to a wicketless start, 12 without loss in the 3rd over. So we'll keep you posted on that throughout the day. How does Moriarty respond? Does he pull back his length? Well, no, he goes for a different line. It's down the leg side, and it's been slapped away with a firm sweep shot by Cox. Poor delivery, really. Got what it deserved.
Yeah. He's not yet really settled, has he, either side of lunch, Dan Moriarty, this second day. He's not going for lots and lots of runs, but not also asking, he's not asked any serious questions yet. I don't think, maybe just that one good appeal in the previous over.
300 up for Leicestershire with that as well. 302 for 4, and it will remain that as Cox drives to mid-off, and there is no run, so another bonus point notched up by Leicestershire. 5 for the match so far. Moriarty, I was going to say, completes the over. He runs in, almost goes through his action, doesn't release the ball. Saw that a couple of times yesterday, actually, particularly when he was bowling to Rehan Ahmed. In he comes, delivers, and Cox defends off an inside edge into the leg side. No run, so 8 runs from the over, a couple of boundaries for Ben Cox. He moves on to 15. Leicestershire now 302 for 4, leading by 117. I guess from a Leicestershire point of view, just bat and bat.
Yeah, just sorry, I'm just preoccupied with watching Dan Moriarty's body language at the end of the over. He threw his arms up in the air, Nikesh, after the penultimate delivery, and there's something going on there as he has made his way off to his mark, and it just sort of adds to that. If you're not playing that well, you know, the opposition are in control of the game now, 117 ahead. There's a bit of frustration out there. That's not going to help you with your bowling, I don't think, either. You just got to try and relax, try and forget the board and go through your own skills. Matthew Revis is trying to do that round the wicket here. Kelly gets that towards the inside of the bat. I don't think he's really playing it in the direction he's gone, which is back at a square leg, but either way, he's picked up a single. Will Luxton doing the fielding. There's going to be some pressure on for him to come up with some runs again, and not just him, of course, but the team, whenever they get their opportunity. Played superbly last week for his 167. First class 169 in the second innings. So he backed it up straight away. Obviously unable to do that yesterday here. 2 slips in now. Hill at first, Lyth at second. Cox already onto 15 from 17 deliveries, but leaves this Revis ball that was bowled from over the wicket. Would have been nice, lads, wouldn't it, to have some Sarnies left when we went round to the press room, but the what should we call them, to be kind?
Scribes.
Yeah, the scribes. I was thinking more. No, I was thinking of other things. The scribes were in there fully before we got round as Revis bowls, and Cox plays to mid-off. No run. Gannett might have been a kind way of other things I was thinking, but they were in there, and it was a case of, right lads, that's what you've got left. And then Adam ate all those. And Nikesh and I never got on.
Has he brought any over? No. There were no spares.
Revis bowls. Oh, he's got underneath this one and he's going to get away with it, Ben Cox, because that has looped up in the air and dropped in no man's land. When things are going your way.
Right between the bowler, Revis, and mid-wicket, mid-on, all in pursuit. And it's right in between all three of them.
Yeah, Revis's follow through just took him a couple of strides beyond turn to try and get there, but the ball was on always. Gravity was always going to win that race. 303 for 4, 2 to come in Revis's 12th over then, 1 for 49 against his name, and he bowls here, and there's a bit more venom about that delivery, maybe out of frustration. It was pretty quickly through to Johnny Bairstow, who's talked on a few occasions about the pace that Matthew Revis possesses, and I think one of the factors involved in him being looked at by the Lions on that wider England radar after the runs he scored last year. They've not come quite so much this year, halfway through the season. In bowls again. Cox solidly in behind to complete the over then at 303 for 4 with Cox 15 and Kelly 64.
This partnership just sticking along now with 18 runs between Kelly and Cox. Hope to build another one of note here, Leicestershire, just to put themselves in an absolutely commanding position. Already going along strongly as it is, leading by 118, 6 wickets still in hand, plenty of batting to come. It's one of those pitches, it's always been one of those surfaces really here at Grace Road, where once you're in, you're properly in, but it can just take you a little bit of time as a batter to get used to the nature of the track. Quite slow and low, occasionally variable bounce. And it's going to be Dan Moriarty to continue. Coming over the wicket here to the left-handed Kelly, who's forward in defence. Played very well for his 64. Been patient when necessary, but has attacked when the ball has been in his arc. Moriarty bowls and Kelly again fully behind this one. Shouts of "Come on, Mozza" from the Yorkshire balcony just beneath us. Good to hear that encouragement as Moriarty skims one through a bit quicker, and Kelly will get a single down towards long on. Moriarty bowling with the shades on. See a lot of spinners doing that, even with full cloud cover these days. Simon Harmer was doing it here last week.
Yeah.
Got to keep the sponsors happy, don't you? Moriarty runs in bowls, and Cox is forward in defence. Big long stride down the track, showing the maker's name. One off the over so far. Bowls and slightly pulls back his length, but Cox equal to it, defends. Deep cover goes back out onto the rope for the final ball of the over. Moriarty bowls, and Cox not interested in doing anything but defending that delivery. So 1 from the over, 304 for 4, that lead creeping up to 119. Jamie Rayner, who of course was with us yesterday, told us he got a late call up to his club side.
Oh really?
Friday afternoon, Friday lunchtime I think he got the call, or the WhatsApp message. He's in. I wonder how he's getting on. We'll try and get an update from Jamie at some point. I might send him a message.
Yeah, give us a live, couldn't he?
Yeah. put his earpiece in, put his earpods in while he's batting or something.
I'll be interested in that. I can't remember the name of the club that he plays for now. Somewhere in the Pontefract area. You can imagine the update, can't you? 378 for 4, a magnificent 215 not out from Jamie Rayner, including 15 sixes and 22 fours. Here's Revis in and bowling to Kelly, who turns that round the corner. It's looped up again on this slow pitch, but no fielder anywhere near it. 1 run.
The way he was describing his batting, I'm not sure that would be the case, but maybe he was just being modest.
There were a few of us one year. Went along to Headingley. I can't remember if Jamie was one of them. Richard Stead, one of the presenters. There were probably 3 or 4 of us, and we got unleashed in nets with the bat. Revis bowls, that's turned off the legs of Cox. The rapid James Wharton chases it down, good sliding stop. Going to keep him to 2. Yeah, Matt Pillans was bowling. He wasn't slow. He just kept hitting the net over shoulder height at the back of the nets. And that was, I think, before he started to properly let them go. He was pretty quick.
As long as he wasn't hitting too many batters.
No, I don't think anybody managed to take a blow. Ooh. Revis to Cox. Did he play that into his pad? Hard to tell from behind, but the ball dribbled out towards Will Luxton, who's out of point. So, still 307 for 4. Revis into his 13th over, 1 for 52. Dan Moriarty at this pavilion end is just beginning to show signs of looking like a more controlled left-arm spinner. It's been hard for him to find any rhythm, really. I know he picked up 2 wickets yesterday. Obviously I wasn't here for those. Revis bowls, and off the legs this time. Nicely played flick down to Dom Bess. Fine leg for a single. Takes Cox to 18, 308 for 4. You'd have been a top order batter and opening bowler, Nikesh, when you were playing on the academy here?
I was actually picked as a bowler. I used to not really enjoy my bowling, but I was a seam bowler, sort of first change. But yeah, I used to like batting 1, 2 or 3 in the order, top order bat. Didn't really do that as much here in the academy, but certainly in club cricket.
Revis round the wicket. Nicely played by Kelly. A full length delivery, and Jack White again can't quite manage to get down to that. And they've got 2. Kelly was keen for a 3rd and probably would have got there actually if Cox would have fancied it, but he didn't. So he's 10 for 4. So swashbuckling 1, 2 or 3, or were you in the old-fashioned traditional?
No, I was T20
stoic
before T20 existed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I used to love it. Just anything in my arc, and it would have to go. Well, you know,
you're an entertainer then. You're an
conditions
entertainer.
Dependent, though. I think probably the knock that I rate the highest was completely the opposite. Actually, it was at Kibworth Cricket Club, just down the road from here.
Revis to Kelly, turns it to leg. Final ball of the over was a dot.
It was 50 off about sort of 80 or 90 balls, and had to get stuck in at the top there. Went in at number 3. We were losing wickets early on, with 4 or 5 down quite early against a very, very good side. It's a lovely ground there, and they've always been a top side, Kibworth. Had some serious bowlers playing that day, so minor counties players. It was overcast, it was swinging around. There was a lot of defending going on early on, and then when the spinners came on, I managed to just sort of cut loose a little bit and get to the 50.
Sounds good.
I think
Thousands
former Leicestershire player.
Thousands of paying spectators there.
Well, I don't know about that. Former Leicestershire player Virender Sehwag, of course, Indian legend. He was kind of batter that I looked to emulate there at the top of the order. See ball, hit ball kind of thing.
Not a bad player to emulate. He could play, couldn't he?
Done best then into the attack. replacing Dan Moriarty, so it is going to be spinners bowling from the pavilion end by the looks of it. Allowing the seamers to rotate from the Bennett end where they'll be running downhill. Yes, he's only bowled 3 overs so far, none for 13. Surprised he's only bowled 3 overs?
Yeah, I'm at this stage, 75 overs in. I might have had more than that. I mean, I get the reasons why they wanted to try and challenge the outside edge of the right-hander's bat with 2 righties in yesterday when Dan came on.
There is Bess, and first delivery pretty much on the money, just in and around that off-stump area, defended away by Cox. Bess with number 2 on his back. Running away from us, down the leg side. He's hit on the back leg, is Cox. There's a shout for LBW, but he's going down leg. Not even hit outside leg. Umpire not interested. He's only 28 years old still. Don Bess. Runs in, bowls short of a length. Cox is back and defending this one. 14 tests for England, 36 wickets, decent sort of healthy average of 33 in his test career. Here he is once more. That one keeps low and Cox has to adjust his shot, flicks it away out towards deep mid-wicket. There is a sweeper out there, but he's got some work to do, so Hassan Ali jogs around to his left, collects it, and they get through for a comfortable 2.
You should have seen him at Scarborough last week. I've not seen a modern player do it like back in the day when the ball would be disappearing towards the boundary and a fielder would give it a good chase for 20 yards and then just drop off his chase.
Bess corrects his line there, and that's defended by Cox.
And he was doing it in front of the more or less the main horde of spectators by the pavilion, and he just gave up on one that everybody felt sure he could have got. I think they're right.
Bess in, and another defensive shot to finish off the over from Cox. Just a couple from it then. Cox onto 20. Leicestershire 312 for 4, leading by 127. He's a fit guy, isn't he, though? As well, Hassan Ali. He's physically in good shape, can run in all day and bowl you a long spell. Usually quite athletic in the field, but maybe he just doesn't fancy it.
Yeah. I describe him so far in the few weeks he's been playing for Yorkshire as a kind of what's not to like cricketer. He's a character. He can give it a thrape with the bat, which the Speckies love, don't they, from a tail ender. Yep. And he's a very skillful bowler, so I don't know what the potential is for looking at him as a longer term signing, but a player in this day and age, Nikesh, who plays white ball cricket and can make a fortune around the world doing that, but wants to play red ball. He's already sort of gone on the record since he arrived at Yorkshire saying he loves playing red ball. I mean, those are the sort of players that are difficult to get these days as you're overseas, who want to play more than one format.
Yep, certainly a very, very skillful cricketer indeed. And looks as though there's a change of ends here for Moriarty.
Yeah. See how this goes then. He was starting to land it a little more consistently, which is what really has been his calling card in the few seasons he's played at Yorkshire and the few matches he's been afforded. He was Yorkshire's preferred spinner, at least for one season under Otis Gibson's tenure as head coach. First ball is short of length, and Kelly rocks back and really does cream that one away through the covers. Ben Cliff looks like he's out there as the substitute fielder at the moment, patrolling the covers, so not quite sure who's gone off. We'll try and identify that person. Could it be Jack White? Might be getting his bowling boots back on, maybe. No, Jack's backwards square leg actually at the moment, so I'll try and pick him out for you in a sec because Moriarty's in and bowling. Kelly defends. James Wharton's out at long on. Will Luxton? No, he's there as well. Short extra cover. Moriarty bowls. And Kelly just drags that into the pitch a little bit on its way back to the bowler. Matthew Revis, yeah, he's the man who's missing for the Mo. Was bowling, of course, at the Bennett end, and Moriarty's doing that now, and Kelly again gets on the back foot. He's able to drill that one away to Cliff, who is the man who's missed out in this match. For Moriarty to play. Ben played at Scarborough last week. 2 to come in the over, 3:15 for 4. Those couple of singles. Kelly 71 now, and Cox, well, he lobbed one up in the air and could have been caught by one of 3 players if it had just hung around a little bit longer above the eye line. But he survived that, and he's pretty quickly through onto 20. Moriarty bowling again. Turned off the legs this time by Cox. No run, so still 55 overs and 1 ball to go in the day. We're not quite even halfway through the actual playing hours in that respect. Moriarty in again round the wicket. Tickled off the legs by Kelly. Tumbling stopped by Best. They've got through for 1, 316 for 4 at the end of the over. You were talking about Don Bessett when you were calling the last over from this end. I think this season, having watched him all the time, for several years, has been the most consistent he's bowled. He's tried to bowl it a little bit slower this year, give it a bit more air. There's fairly obvious signs of that sometimes with the up and down. Still has quite a good side arm delivery that he slings in now and again, but I think there's been a move to sort of not try and bowl too many variations. Keep it stock, and then use your variations as a bit of something different. I think his holding role has been better. He's had a couple of really good days in the wickets column as well. And in English conditions in the first third of a season, half of a season, it's not that easy, is it, for dogs' dinners, as the lads call them.
Here he is once more. On to Cox, who is forward with a big stride, defends. With the weather we're due over the next week or so, and hopefully throughout the rest of the summer, maybe at the back end we get some wickets that assist him, as well as again on that off-stump line, defended away by Cox.
Because we're at the height of summer, and this is the last championship game until the end of August.
Yes. A lot of white ball stuff between now and then. Unless, of course, you watch England. Got some test matches as it's flicked away by Cox, only as far as mid-wicket. Yeah, school holidays not too far away. Here comes Bess, and that spins hammered over his head. Not quite gone all the way. 1 bounce 4 into the sight screen below us. It's a lovely shot from Cox, just using his feet.
Yeah, mentioned he's trying to bowl it a bit slower, but you've got to get it in the right area, haven't you, as well? And he's just dragged that one down a bit, and Cox was straight onto it. Good use of feet.
Cox on to 25. Bess under a little bit of pressure now. He's going to come round the wicket. Perhaps just trying to bowl it into the pads of Cox, or angle the ball across him. And he comes, and Cox, well, he uses the angle beautifully. It was sort of angled in from around the wicket, just outside off. It kept on going, and he's just opened himself up there, Cox. Smashed it over, extra cover, and that's another beautiful 4. Held the pose nicely as well.
Again, really good use of feet. So he's getting into good positions to play the shots he's playing. Don Bess has got to think long and hard here about what he's trying to do. That's probably not gone through an area you'd want as an off spinner.
Shows you there might not be a great deal of turnout there. That's better, just cramping Cox for room. The ball's defended away. 8 off the over though, those 2 boundaries. 324 for 4. That lead creeping up now. 139 it's worth. Run rate very good too. Over 4 runs and over. You mentioned Scarborough there, Yorkshire's last match. Do you remember when Virat Kohli was due to play for Surrey at Scarborough? He was due to sign for Surrey for a short stint in 2018 before the Test series between England and India. I think he quickly realised that none of his matches were going to be at the Oval. None of the 3 matches. There was one at Beckenham, one at Scarborough, and one somewhere else, another outground. And well, they sort of advertised it, didn't they, on billboards across London. Welcome Virat Kohli, and pulled out.
Yeah, here's Moriarty over the wicket to the left-handed Kelly, who turns it to leg, no run.
Did all right on that tour. They scored 600 runs in the series, and didn't harm him too much not having that sort of acclimatisation to English conditions.
Moriarty with that walk and skip, and then bowls it now. Quite flat this delivery, and worked away to best backward a point, no run. I can't speak for Beckenham because I've never been to the ground. Actually, Yorkshire have only ever played at Canterbury since I've been covering them. But at Scarborough, I mean, all the greats have turned up and played there. If it was good enough for Bradman, then it certainly should have been good enough for Virat.
I'm not sure that was the reason, but it was quite a funny thing when it came about that actually he signed for Surrey, but he's not going to play any matches at any county's proper ground, and also none at the Oval.
Yeah. Nicely played single by Kelly there to that latest Moriarty delivery. Down to Wharton at mid-on. And now the right-handed Cox on strike on 29, and Moriarty comes round the wicket to him, opens the face, guides it nicely out backward of point. Hassan is round from forward of point to do the fielding, and they get a single. Yeah, probably wouldn't have been a great look, would it, if he'd said, I'm not doing outground. No,
I think
I'm
maybe
not
initially
doing
when he
outground.
signed, he thought, look, we've got a Test series against England, we've been playing at these Test grounds, I get to play at the Oval, I get to play at Headingley, Yorkshire away, might be a good opportunity.
Yes, Moriarty in, nicely played by Kelly off the back foot. He's got a good, lovely, easy way of rocking back and playing those shots. Cliff does the fielding, 1 run.
That sort of level of player in county cricket, you get the odd one, Steve Smith and people like that popping in for short stints, but you don't see much of that these days.
Not anymore, no. And that was Moriarty in again, and Cox defending to complete over number 79 at 327 for 4. They've been ticking off these overs down towards a second new ball. There's 1 to come, and I can't imagine why they wouldn't want to take it straight away if they're looking for wickets, or if they're looking to take time out of the game. Maybe they carry on for a bit longer and just let the ball get pushed around. But 53 overs today plus 2 more days is a lot of time for Leicestershire to see this one through to their advantage. 142 runs this lead, and still 6 first innings wickets in hand.
Yeah, the plan will be clear now from Leicestershire. Just do everything you can to build this league as big as possible as Bess is in, and that one surprises Kelly with the extra bounce. Plays it quite late, one hand comes off the bat, but manages to keep it out. Ideally they'd be looking to bat big and bat once, but even if they do have to bat again, they won't want to be chasing too many. An hour left until tea, just under an hour. Lead can creep up to in the region of 200. They'll be very pleased, Leicestershire. Another full delivery from Bess there, kept out by Kelly. Jonathan off to take a short break. Adam Whitty poised to jump back in alongside me. time being taken between deliveries as deep mid-wicket comes into backward square leg position. Bess bowls. Oh, he's hit on the pads there. Good shout for LBW. Bess is pleading with the umpire, but he's unmoved. Let's take another look at this on the replay. Bess from around the wicket. Sort of pitches on middle and sort of off stump and hits him around middle stump on the back leg, quite high up. Ball didn't have all that far to travel, but umpire perhaps thinking just a touch too high. He's not a big man, Nick Kelly. Bess still wicketless then. Continues round the wicket. Big shot from Kelly, booming drive, but well stopped there at short extra cover. There is no run. Adam Lyth in that position there. Just rubs his wrist. I think he maybe didn't get that one too cleanly as Kelly guides the next ball to short third. Straight to the fielder though. Kelly on to 73 now from 143 balls.
Hi Nikesh.
Welcome back, Adam. Final ball of Bess is over. It's a quicker one. Again, hit on the pads, Kelly, but don't think that one was as good a shout for LBW as the previous one. Sliding down the leg side with the angle. Umpire agrees. Leicestershire remain on 327 for 4, maiden over. And, what's going on here? Change of gloves or something?
See the quality in Kelly's placement. That's always what strikes me. It's just that difference in international level. International level cricketers, if he gets the bad ball, they just don't. He's just not hitting them to the fielder. It's the same with Ahmed. Gets the timing but the placement too, and he has just opened up a bit since Ahmed was dismissed, hasn't he, which was the right thing to do. He's the senior batter. Cox have been impressed by, nearly went first ball and then I think he nearly went second ball as well, didn't he? But since then he's played with some real sort of vibrancy in the way that he's batted. It's raced to a 42 run partnership.
Well, second new ball has been taken, and it is going to be Hassan Ali from the Bennett end to have first use of it.
This is Yorkshire's final roll of the dice, I think, really, isn't it? They've got to take some quick wickets here, and if they can whittle Leicestershire down and get them out quickly for what, 380? Between 380, 400, that sort of region, then they may feel they're back in the game in some way. But if Leicestershire are able to see this off, then they will be completely dominant. So it will be Hassan Ali to bowl from the Bennett end. The Pakistan international with a long run up. It's going to run in towards us now with the score 3-2-7 for 4. Cox it is who waits and leaves it outside off stump. I didn't see a huge amount of movement there, but I'll keep an eye out for that. I don't know whether you did, Nikesh. That's going to be the key, isn't it?
A little bit of swing, I think, the way Bairstow moved to collect that ball. Just a sighter for Cox, who left it well alone. So now he's just playing around with the footmarks there where he lands. Helping the umpire out actually by sort of remarking the popping crease with his finger. Some of that paint must have rubbed off.
Cox waits, bangs the bat on the turf twice. Ali in, bowls, and that's outside off stump, so there must be a little bit of shape there, and left alone by Cox again.
Yeah, just looking at the screen, just a hint.
Which is worrying, isn't it, from a Yorkshire perspective. Pitch just seems to not be doing anything. Slow is the one thing in the fielding side's favour. And you saw the Rehan Ahmed's shot where it sort of stuck in the pitch a little bit.
But once you're in and used to those conditions, slow pitches can be very easy to cash in on.
So it is Ali who turns and runs in Mornay Morkel style runs in on the turn, and that's played in the air. That was slow again. Cox was through the shot. There's a quick single attempt. They missed the shy at the stumps from mid off, and Cox scampers through for a single. He moves on to 31, 3-2-8 for 4. A lot going on there, but I think we probably saw, rather than the ball zipping through, we saw the fact that it's a relatively slow pitch there. The lead 1-4-3.
Yeah, as you say, just slightly early on that shot, Cox. Of course, they would have been used to the older, softer ball, and that's usually with a newer ball you kind of try and get through your shots a little bit early because it can skid on, but didn't quite have the pace on it that Cox was expecting.
Hassan Ali past the umpire bowls, and Kelly goes back and gets a single to mid-on, and Bairstow turns his back, very frustrated there, but Kelly placing that nicely and adding one more to the total. He's on to 74, 3-2-9 for 4. Just looking at the other scores around the country. Nottinghamshire recovered well, or started well actually, in response to Essex's 184. They're 293 for 6. Glamorgan was a fascinating game down at Sophia Gardens. He's bowled him. Cox has bowled. His middle stump has been pegged back, and Hassan Ali has the breakthrough that Yorkshire supporters would have desperately wanted, and the Yorkshire players. Just looked like a straight ball to me. We're going to watch the replay. It just held its line, didn't it? Just moved in. There was a gap between bat and pad. Tiny bit of a waist swing, but it just held the line really, and Cox has to go for a quick 31, and Leicestershire lose their 5th wicket. They're 3-2-9 for 5. They lead by 144.
Yeah, just played down the wrong line, did Cox. Nice little knock for 31, but he'll be disappointed with that. Maybe just playing for that extra bit of swing which wasn't there. He went past the inside edge of the bat onto the stumps. Slightly low-key celebration from Hassan Ali by his standards.
Yeah.
Just ran straight through, staring at the stumps, a few high fives with his teammates. I guess the position they're in, they'll need a few more of those before they can start celebrating properly. Yorkshire, Leicestershire still leading by 144 runs. Joey Everson coming out at number 7, 33 on his back.
Didn't have a great game last week. 1 and 9 he got with the bat. He played much better with the ball in this game on the opening day. Kept it really tight, lines and lengths. Cox standing up to him. He's got a big job to do here. Leicestershire will have that 400 target. I think my understanding from both teams is that they think this is about a 250 par. I think it's a bit better than that.
I think so.
I think Leicestershire are probably about par now, I reckon.
Yeah.
So
250 par, you'd say it's not a good wicket.
yeah,
That is not a good wicket for first class cricket if 250 is your first innings par total. I think it's better than that. Yes, it's a little bit slow and low. Odd bit of variable bounce, but nothing too exaggerated. And, it's one of those pitches, like I say, where once you're in and used to the slowness of it, there's not a lot else that it's doing. It's not taking much turn, not seeing a lot of swing on offer.
Ali moves in, bowls, and that's a good lead from Everson. Just moved slightly away from him outside his off stump, but it was a tempting line and length. That is the end of the over, and Yorkshire have the breakthrough they would have wanted. 3-2-9 for 5. And I don't think it's really a surprise that Hassan Ali, who's been the pick of the bowlers probably in the 81 overs we've had so far, has got the wicket. 2 for 45, his figures from 14 overs. I mentioned the games elsewhere. Glamorgan were bowled out for 358. They recovered from 79 for 6 for that. huge 7th wicket stand, and Surrey 38 for 5 in response. So that would be a bit of a shock if Glamorgan promoted like Leicestershire last season. Warwickshire 195 for 4 against Somerset, who were 208 all out in their first innings. And then it's been a breathless game at Hove. Hampshire 71 for 6 in their second innings against Sussex. Hampshire won 9-1 in their first innings. Sussex 159 all out in reply. And then Hampshire 71 for 6. It's just a 103 run lead with 4 wickets remaining. Judging by that game, that might be enough.
Right, changing bowling as well with this second new ball. So Jack White in at the pavilion end. 2 slips in place. Round the wicket he comes to Kelly, and that one does keep a little bit low. Kelly defends it out. There's a black headband on Jack White. Getting those long locks out of his face as he runs in.
Is that a new addition? I don't think he had that earlier, did he? Or did he?
Didn't notice it. He may well have done, but he's got quite dark coloured hair, hasn't he? So kind of blends in. Not that easy to spot with the naked eye from this distance. In comes White. That's a shot aerially played, but it sounded really good off the bat. I was kind of looking towards the boundary already, and it just held up, didn't it? Didn't quite get his timing right there, Kelly. Chipped it just out of the reach of mid-on and away for 4. Let's have another look at this. Just off the toe end of the bat.
I think he was trying to go offside, wasn't he? I think.
Or maybe a little bit straighter, just sort of behind the bowler. But more sort of towards mid-on. Yeah, just off the toe of the bat. Sounded like it came from closer to the middle. Here's White once more. He's hit on the pads, Kelly, and umpire says no. I think he's indicating that it may well have hit outside the line of the off stump, which you can do as an umpire when there's no DRS. You can tell the side exactly what you're thinking, and just outside.
It's a good shout. But again, I mentioned this earlier. It was another close shout. I think it must have been with Kelly again. If you are starting with your guard where it is,
as White is in and Kelly is back defending for no run,
which is almost outside off stump. His bat is outside off stump when he's batting, moving across. That the umpire is just, his starting position is going to be that he's outside the line, whether he is or not, and that movement back in is going to drag that front pad back towards the stumps. But even then, I just think in the umpire's mind, when you are going to give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman, that's always going to be a starting point.
It's that trigger movement, isn't it, from Kelly, where he moves over to the offside as guides this one just backward a point. They sneak through for a quick single. That's good running. It's Everson at the non-strikers end who called Kelly through for that. His guard's on about middle, and his feet are sort of more leg side than that, but it's that trigger movement back and across which takes him over to that off stump.
England 2 down, Nikesh. 25 for 2. 30 for 2.
Could be over today.
Sorry, I made it sound bad.
And the 433 runs needed. In comes White, and that's defended away into the covers. No run. That would be the ultimate Bazball, wouldn't it, if they can win from this situation now. Somebody just comes out and plays a worldie. Ben Duckett and Joe Root are still there, though.
End of the over, 3-3-4 for 5 the score. The lead 149. You're listening to live coverage, ball by ball commentary of Leicestershire against Yorkshire in Division 1 of the County Championship. It's day 2. Leicestershire well on top. And it's been a strange day weather-wise. We've had a bit of blue sky, mostly cloudy. We've had some dark grey cloud. We've had a brief stoppage for rain. We've had some ominous looking clouds that have passed us by. As Hassan Ali comes in, he bowls, defended by Kelly. It's a straight one, quick and full from Hassan Ali. At the moment, very high white and light grey cloud. Still very hot out there and humid. That's a nice atmosphere building down there, isn't there? You can hear some supporters, probably on both sides, having a bit of a chuckle. Ali moving in towards us, bowling right arm over the wicket, and that hits the inside edge of Kelly and squirts away to mid-on. That wasn't exactly what he meant. Just played down the wrong line of that, I think, a bit, Kelly. He moves on to 80. And Everson, who's just faced 2 balls, yet to get off the mark. This is a key part of the game. If I was a Yorkshire supporter, I'd be thinking this is the opportunity to get back into this game. New ball doesn't seem to have done a lot, but it's done enough to make things a bit more interesting. Leicestershire were coasting before that. Everson waits and plays forward to a full delivery. Good line and length from Ali, isn't he? He's on the money straight away.
He certainly is, yeah. It was a little bit disappointing in his previous spell. First up this morning, Rehan Ahmed took a liking particularly to his shorter deliveries. This is him back at his best. Figure's still very respectable, 2 for 46 into his 15th over.
And he's going to run down the hill, moving in towards us from the Bennett end. He's past the umpire, bowls. Forward defensive shot from Everson, fielded by Whiteman at mid-off. Ground staff in the hut towards the back of the indoor school there, sat out on their deck chairs enjoying the game. I did a little loop of the ground while you and Jonathan were commentating, Nickes. Nice atmosphere out there. They were laughing and joking. Got to be on guard today though, as Ali's in. Again off stump line, and forward comes Everson and defends. He's still yet to get off the mark. It's a nice sedate Saturday afternoon.
The weather staying dry for the best part today. It's that little interruption earlier on. So if you are in and around the Leicester area, why not pop in? The side is well on top.
Ali in, bowls, and there's a strangled appeal for low before wicket. The slip cordon like that, Hassan Ali didn't one bit. So that's the end of the over. Just a single off it to Kelly. Everson still on 0. 3-3-5 for 5 is the score. Leicestershire lead by 150. But I'm just going to look at when they took the new ball. Since then, it's that sort of streaky 4 from Kelly. But since the new ball, in the 3 overs, we've had 8 runs, which has stopped the scoring rate a little bit. As the Foxes try and build up a very handy lead. It's now 150.
I won't mind this too much with the second new ball. Just respect it. Try and see off the shine a little bit. And then look to cash in once more. Sort of a mini restart to the innings, this. Everson yet to get off the mark, but it's Kelly on strike here. Start of a new over from Jack White, round the wicket. In, and that's been driven aerially, but much more powerfully this time, straight back over the bowler's head for 4. It's a beautiful shot from Nick Kelly. Somehow left-handers just seem to make these types of shots look so much more elegant. Had a touch of the Saurav Ganguly about it, that one.
He's driven so well down the ground throughout the whole innings, Kelly.
He's quickly moved on to 84 then. Comes White, that's down the leg side, and Kelly will be disappointed not to get anything on it. Tried to heave it down towards long leg.
Don't think it
Might have been
bounced
better
as
off
much.
just flicking it.
Yeah.
It wasn't all that short. You're right.
I don't think it bounced as much as he was thinking.
There is a fielder down there at deep fine leg, so maybe you don't want to be hitting it aerially in that area of the ground. White tries once more, and it's driven by Kelly, only as far as mid-off. So we've got 2 slips in place. Short mid-wicket, mid-on the leg side, as well as a fine leg. Deep third, point, cover, mid-off. Pretty conventional field here, despite the new ball. Only the 2 slips for Nick Kelly. So that one's guided away, but straight to point. It's always good to see from a sort of batting perspective when the fielding side just goes for bog standard conventional fields, and they're running out of ideas really, but not trying anything funky, not resorting to short ball tactics or anything like that.
Well, I guess when you've got the new ball, that's the opportunity to try the more regulation stuff.
Here is White, and that's driven, but only as far as mid-on this time by Kelly.
It's a lovely crunch off the bat whenever Kelly plays shots. Feels like it's coming right out of the middle.
Plenty of chatter in the stands, but not as much chatter out in the field at the moment. Pretty quiet from the Yorkshire players. White turns, runs in away from us. Bowls, and Kelly is back defending this one with a straight bat. So 4 runs off the over. Leicestershire 339 for 5. That lead 154 runs now. 48 overs remaining in the day. These are probably the kinds of days where we talked about Johnny Bairstow and keeping wickets yesterday. I was asking Jamie the question about, he's such a legend of the game. England Test cricketer, back playing county cricket. He's captain. Would he still want to keep wicket week in, week out? But he obviously loves it. But this might be the type of day where he kind of thinks, well, do I really want to be bending down for this many overs?
It's funny, I saw the discussion as Hassan Ali bowls a new over, and I forgot to talk about it. His first ball, fortunately, is outside the off stump and is left alone by Everson. I saw this discussion yesterday, or last night, discussed because of James Rew's performance. I think he's been harshly criticised for his performance behind the stumps, but I didn't think it was his best, and it's a sort of sharp awakening to Test match cricket, isn't it? But Hassan Ali moves in towards us now. He's starting the 85th over, and it's played by Everson calmly and controlled out to Whiteman at mid-off, which is that why don't you swap your wicket keepers from time to time? If people are, not that Johnny Bairstow is having an off day at all, but if someone is having an off day, or someone just thinks, I'm not sure I can stomach 96 overs of this, that why don't players swap between sessions as wicket keepers? As Hassan Ali charges in, right arm over the wicket. Everson defends, no run, because Whiteman of course is a wicket keeper batting captain, isn't he, down in Australia for Western Australia, so he could do it.
It's such a specialist position though, and a lot of prep work goes into it through the course of a season. And if you know you're not going to be keeping for the season, as Whiteman, backup keeper at best, wouldn't necessarily be in the groove, in build-up.
Ali in, bowls back, goes Everson, and again no run. He's still yet to get off the mark. No, you're right, but that wouldn't be White. That wouldn't be the case for Whiteman, would it? Who's an experienced wicket-keeper. Wouldn't be the case with Cox, for example. Jordan Cox, that is.
Jordan Cox did it here last week,
Yeah.
didn't he? So he is in practice.
As Everson waits penultimate ball of the over and leaves one outside. He's being very watchful, is Joey Everson.
It's a big knock to someone's confidence, though, isn't it? Just taking the gloves off
Yeah.
them halfway through, saying, "No, I don't think things are going well for you at the moment, mate."
That's true, although it gets so. Yeah, because it happens so rarely in the culture is that doesn't happen to wicket keepers. You're absolutely right, but we don't have a problem saying that with bowlers, and we don't have a problem really. I mean, we've seen this come into the game more and more, haven't we? Where I'll finish this point in a second. As Ali's going to bowl the final ball of the over in, and that's flashed up by Everson. He's going to get 4 runs for it. I don't think he exactly meant that. But I think it was a thick outside edge that raced through the slip cordon and runs away for 4 runs. He's off the mark with a streaky boundary. 3-4, 3-for-5 is the score. Leicestershire lead by 158. We've even seen, haven't we, in T20 franchise cricket, that captains and coaches have got no problem saying, you're not going quickly enough, I'm going to pull you off.
Yeah.
So I agree with what you're saying. I just think if you are having a bad day, or if you feel like you don't fancy it for 80 overs, I suspect though what wicket keepers love is they love the fact that they are involved every ball. There's a reason to be fully concentrated every ball. You're right in the heart of the action.
My entry into adult cricket was as a wicket keeper, as a 14-year-old. Second team cricket, captain comes up and says, I was knocking on the door anyway to get into that team as a batter, and said, can you keep wickets? I said, well, never really done it before, but let's give it a go. Had a little practice session. He said, oh, yeah, great stuff, yeah, you're in Saturday, and that was it. I just kept wicket for a season or so and did really well. Enjoyed it, but just sort of learnt on the job, I guess.
I've never done it. I don't think I've even worn wicketkeeper gloves, you know.
Can be quite uncomfortable when it's a boiling hot day, though, as White is in, start of a new over. Kelly defends into the offside, no run. I say I enjoyed it. I mean, it's good fun being involved in the game, and when you take catches, you affect stumpings and things like that. You're constantly on it. You can't dip in concentration, but I did used to enjoy sort of mimicking Jonty Rhodes and people like that in the covers and at backward point.
Yeah.
Those were my sort of 2 favourite positions, really, and always felt involved in the game there. Bairstow clearly enjoys his work with the gloves, as White is in and Kelly is forward in defence.
I've always preferred sticking me out on the boundary.
Whereabouts?
I don't mind a fine leg. I'm absolutely fine with. I don't mind deep mid wicket. I don't mind deep catches in the deep, and I don't mind chasing the ball out in the deep either. That's just where I much prefer to be out there. Trying to make the fact that I'm avoiding doing any fielding sound
Signing all
like
your autographs on the boundary edge.
Getting the crowd involved.
White is in. Oh, what a shot that is from Kelly. Just hammers it across the line. One bounce out to the cow corner boundary. The T20 shot, really, from Nick Kelly. Moves on to 88 with a swagger.
You're right, that was a T20 shot. I think that was just a sign that there'd been quite a few dots in a row there, and Yorkshire were building a bit of pressure, and that there was a fear that they were going to get on top of Leicestershire a bit. And so that was a premeditated shot, wasn't it? It wasn't as if he caught it on the half volley and could see it coming, got it on the up, but wonderful shot and low risk really. There's nobody out there.
Right, helmet coming out onto the field. Is that an indication that Bairstow will be standing up to the stumps? It looks like it. He's taken his cap off. So just one shimmy down the track from Nick Kelly, enough for Bairstow to come and stand up to the stumps. This is one bit I didn't enjoy, when the seamers are bowling and they say, can you stand up to the stumps? I don't really fancy that. Here he comes, White, and Kelly back in his crease, flicking the ball round the corner for a single.
It's fine when you sort of, you saw Joey Everson yesterday, didn't you? Who I think is, late 70s, early 80s bowler. But I mean, forgive me, I don't actually know how fast White is bowling out there, but I doubt it is early 80s.
He's getting it through, but Bairstow, an excellent keeper. He's gone back now with Everson on strike. I just think as well, you've got to allow somebody like a Nick Kelly, if you want to come out your crease, do it at your own risk. You don't necessarily need to stand at the stumps with the new ball, as this one's left alone by Everson outside off stump, because there is a little bit of movement out there, not a lot, a little bit, and you've got to allow yourself as a keeper to give yourself the best possible opportunity of getting those edges. Yeah, he's certainly backing himself, standing up to the stumps, Bairstow, but your percentage chance of taking a shot on there reduces with you right up to the stumps. Everson bowls again down the leg side, taken by Bairstow pretty comfortably. And that's the end of the over. Leicestershire 348 for 5, leading by 163 runs.
He hasn't looked entirely comfortable out there, Everson, so far. 14 balls eaten up, 4 runs from them. I was just looking at Nick Kelly's stats. This would be his 14th first-class century. Played 6 one-dayers, 7 T20s for New Zealand, and was on the most recent tour of Bangladesh, I think, wasn't it? I think. Yeah. He's got a decent conversion rate when it comes to getting centuries. And he waits 89 not out as Ali's into him. Full ball, and that's going to be 93 not out because he's glided that beautifully off his ankles. 3 mid-wicket for 4. Just over pitched by Hassan Ali, who's equal to it, and that is where you see the benefits of a new ball for a batsman. If you get that timed, it's going to race away for 4. 3-5-2 for 5, and another batting bonus point for the Foxes. They lead by 167.
The ball has been retrieved from underneath those roll-on covers, which I always find amusing. Reminds me of playing club cricket.
Yeah.
3 people searching for a ball underneath some covers.
I hear in the background the lovely tones of the Ice Cream Man. Kelly waits, 93 not out. Mid-wicket is coming closer and straighter, and that is outside off stump and doesn't bounce to Kelly as he watches that outside is off stump. He did sort of dangle his bat at that, Kelly. But it's a half-hearted poke from him. He's faced 164 balls now. This would be his first century for Leicestershire. He's done well in the T20s, has Kelly. And actually, he got 44 here when the last time the two teams met in the T20, as Ali's in, bowls, and Kelly's interested in a single, but he's sent back by Everson, no run. Just clip the ball into the leg side. They've come off the pad, actually. 6 points then for Leicestershire so far. Yorkshire with just the 1. Still humid afternoon in the centre of Leicester, as Ali thunders in now. The Pakistan international bowls edge and through the gap for 4. Kelly puts his head to the sky because he knows how close he was there. He got Ali got him poking at one, and he has got away. It just flew between the wicketkeeper and first slip, and he is a lucky boy there. They both left it to each other, didn't they?
Well, it's kind of what happens when you start playing around with your slip cordon and you take one of your slips out and then you put your first slip a little bit wider. That can happen. Usually you'd expect the keeper to be diving away towards his left there. He's the man with the gloves. There's no movement from either
97 for Kelly then. He is one shot away. And he glides that away off his pads. It's racing away for 4. And Nick Kelly gets his first Leicestershire 100. It's been a wonderful knock. Came out all guns blazing at the start, but settled into a decent rhythm throughout this morning and this afternoon. But back-to-back boundaries for the New Zealander. And he is piling on the misery for Yorkshire at the moment. Beautiful whip off the hips from Nick Kelly to get him to his 14th first-class century. His first for the Foxes, and Leicestershire 360 for 5. They lead by 175.
Brilliant innings from Kelly there, and some batters, once they get into sort of the late 80s, into the 90s, they try and just knock it around, the nerves kick in, but very positive throughout and just got the job done.
Ali in bowls, back goes Kelly and defends. I think it's the New Zealand psyche, isn't it, to never be bothered by anything, really. He's got that. I've interviewed him, spoke to him a couple of times, as have colleagues on Radio Leicester, and he is the most chilled, relaxed, sort of gentle man you would possibly hope to meet. Very pleasant chap. End of the over, 360 for 5, 175 is the lead after 87 overs.
I'm sure there are some nasty people in New Zealand, but I've never met one.
Yeah, same.
All just so very nice. Jeremy Coney, a colleague of ours on the BBC, of course, former New Zealand Test captain, spent a lot of time with him, and whenever you speak to any New Zealand cricketers, or I'm sure in your case rugby players and things like that, just such lovely people.
15 fours and a 6 for Nick Kelly, and you're absolutely right, they are. But they have that sort of unruffled vibe about them everywhere they go, don't they? It's sort of like there's no stress in the way that they speak and go about things.
With Australians, there's a lot of intensity, isn't there? And there can be that stress. As in comes White, start of a new over, left alone by Everson outside off stump. But with New Zealanders, they're very chilled out, but still, when it comes to sport, very, very competitive, and steel running through their veins as well. They don't get ruffled by much when they're out there in the middle. That's certainly been the case for Nick Kelly so far in this innings and in his stint with Leicestershire. 15 fours and 1 6 through the course of his 100. Partnership worth 31. Everson's only got 4 of them. He's in 2 Everson here, White, and that's driven, half fielded by the bowler. And the ball trickles away to Hassan Ali, who's fielding at mid-off. Sunglasses on the back of his head.
And, you look at his contribution so far, that's 78 in the first innings, was so vital against Essex, wasn't it, from stopping Leicestershire being completely humbled. And this has really enforced their dominant position.
White into Everson, that's a nice delivery. Whizzes past the outside edge through to Bairstow. Just after that previous delivery from White, saw Hassan Ali signal to the Yorkshire balcony and sort of make the change sign as if to say, yep, get me off. He's obviously been told by Bairstow, take a breather.
I'll have a go on the massage table, gents.
It's a good life, isn't it? Just bowl your spell and off you go for a full body massage. Comes White. It's flicked away by Everson, just wide of mid-on. He'll get through for a single.
Well, he got the wicket, didn't he, Hassan Ali, but then didn't really look like taking a second one. That was the problem. And that last over, he conceded 12 from Kelly. But this is
one
the
of them
issue.
Streaky, though. One of those boundaries streaky through the slips.
That's true, that's fair.
So still testing.
He's looked the most likely.
Maybe he has got a slight niggle or something. He's going a little bit straighter here in his mid-on position. There was a silly mid-on in place too. In comes White to Kelly, who slashes hard at this one. Doesn't get all of it. Ball's headed out towards the cover boundary, and it's going to make it just out towards the Uptonsteel stand. Big open gap once you beat the infield.
Slightly strange. He sort of shovelled it, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he was looking to go a lot straighter than that, and the bat might have turned in his hands. Well, they say fortune favours the brave.
Yeah.
He's certainly playing with that level of fearlessness at the moment. He's on to 105. Bairstow up to the stumps. Takes this well because it was a shortish delivery. And to take it above his head in the end, Bairstow does it well. 5 from the over. Leicestershire 365 for 5. They lead by 180.
So Leicestershire fully dominant at the moment. Kelly doing a lot of the stroke play. Everson sort of sitting there absorbing the pressure while Kelly's hitting out. 105 from 170 he is. And that 180 lead is building with no sign of slowing down at the moment. Sort of a game that's confounded expectations, really, I'd say. Certainly in the form table, Leicestershire very rarely beat Yorkshire. They had lost 4 in a row. Yorkshire came into this feeling probably a bit buoyed by a decent run of form, but it has been the Foxes who have dominated. Pitch hasn't quite played as we expected.
Nope. Hope our colleague Jonathan's alright. He wasn't feeling too well earlier on.
That's Hill is in to start a new over from the Bennett end. He's moving in towards us. His first delivery is played to mid-wicket. There is no run. Everson 5 from 19 balls. And we're just seeing a swap in the field. Dom Bess jogging to a cover position. He swapped with Jack White, who goes to mid-on as Hill is in bowls. And that's nicely guided. It's wonderfully guided actually by Everson. Just played that very late, tilted the bat face. And it runs down through third man for 2. Everson on to 7. Everson on a 2-game loan for the Foxes because they've got such a bad injury crisis in their batting. With Eskenazi, Budinger, Tattersall, Holland, all sort of frontline batters away. Josh Hull is away too in the bowling department. He's an all-rounder, of course. Best of 109. He's got 1 first-class century, 15 50s. 367 for 5 is the score. And Hill, curtained brown hair, bowls a straight delivery which Everson defends and drives up to mid-on where White fields.
England 3 down now. Ben Duckett, the last man out there, 54 for 3. Still 409 runs required. More likely, still 7 wickets required for New Zealand.
Hill in bowls full and Everson defends. No run out, plays it out into the offside. It's a handy guy playing for Durham, Ben Stokes. 73 not out. Don't know if you've heard of him. He's 73 not out for Durham. Came in with them 30 for 3 and is playing wonderfully well. Gus Atkinson's not done too badly either for Surrey, has he?
They'll be off the naughty step soon enough.
Yeah, you'd imagine so.
It's tea there at the Oval.
As Hill is in bowls and back goes Everson. Clips this to mid-wicket, no run. That new ball hasn't done what Yorkshire would have hoped, has it? We've had 8 overs of it. A little bit of nibble in the first couple of overs, but since then it looks like the slow, dry pitch.
Could do with somebody like a Nick Kelly smashing one out the ground, losing the ball,
Yeah.
and replacing it, and that might
you
help.
I totally agree with you. Here is Hill in bowls, and that's left outside off stump. I think we're of the opinion that they didn't get the ball back, did they? The one that Rehan Ahmed smashed out of the ground. It's so funny, isn't it, that can happen. The ball can be doing quite a bit, and then something like that happens. You have to change the ball, and then suddenly you feel like you're bowling with a marble or something. It is the end of the over. 367 for 5. Everson on 7. Kelly for 105. Crazy thing about cricket, isn't it? You can make an identical ball in exactly the same way, using exactly the same materials, and one hoops round corners and one.
Well, the thing about the Duke's balls is, and I've been to the Duke's factory in Walthamstow as well, they're all handmade, hand-stitched, so everyone is going to be slightly different, isn't it? Even though the sort of skilled labourers who put these balls together are so good at what they do, there's going to be the odd one which is slightly different in some way, shape or form. In comes Jack White rather, around the wicket, and it's been defended away by Kelly, who's 105 not out. So England struggling at the Oval. Australia's women beating Netherlands very, very comfortably indeed by 98 runs in the Women's T20 World Cup. India thrashing Afghanistan in the third ODI by 9 wickets. As White is in, and Kelly launches this high and handsome out towards deep extra cover. It's gone all the way for 6. Beautiful shot. Lovely follow through as well from Kelly, and he held the pose.
He's played those sort of aerial shots really well, and he's played them regularly and seemingly risk-free. You would think you're taking a bit of a gamble playing those kind of shots, but he seems to be timing those shots, if anything, better than any others, which probably highlights his sort of white ball credentials, doesn't it, actually, that playing with that comfort.
White back in, and Kelly defends to mid-on. He seems to be picking the right deliveries as well to play those big shots too. Isn't getting carried away. Still been watchful when required. 111 from 173 balls. Leicestershire's lead now 188. Here's White once more. And, keeps slightly low. Kelly manages to turn his wrists on it, defend it into the leg side. The way things are going here, Yorkshire could well be 300 behind by the end of the day.
Yeah. I guess the first thing for Leicestershire will get to be to get to 450, won't it, and get the maximum bonus points.
Not all that far away, especially if Kelly's still out there for a while. Here is Kelly defending once more. Partnership 44 between Kelly and Everson.
Everson's only got 7 of them.
Yeah. He's got the best seat in the house at the moment, at the non-striker's end.
If you look at the partnerships that Leicestershire have had, they have had regular strong partnerships. So despite Gumsfeld has got 17 for 1, but then partnership of 96 between Patel and Ahmed.
White bowls, and another tight line delivery there, defended by Kelly. End of the over, 6 from it. White's figures, none for 85 from his 20. Exactly 90 overs gone in the innings. Leicestershire 373 for 5.
And then 160 between Ahmed and Kelly. 44 between Cox and Kelly, and now this one again 44 between Kelly and Everson. The difference, of course, being actually Cox got 31 of 44, whereas probably Kelly's the one who's got 30 of 44 this time, or around that. Hill to bowl. Quick turnaround for Yorkshire there, and Everson goes back and defends. 7 of 25 deliveries for him so far.
Hassan Ali's back on the field. Looked as though, I think Jack White went off at the end of that previous over. Hassan, it might have just been a comfort break or something like that.
188 the lead. And Hill comes in now, bowls, and forward comes Everson, and there's no run, just drives that to mid-on. 6 for 59 Hill took in the last meeting between these two. A game that Yorkshire won comfortably by an innings and 72 runs, actually. Back in 2024. He moves in now, bowls. That's driven by Everson. Doesn't time it, but he will get at least one. It's misfielded at mid-off. It's been a feature, you know, of Yorkshire's innings today. There's been regular misfields, and Johnny Bairstow will be a grumpy chap behind the stumps as the captain. There's just been a few there. It didn't cost them anything on that occasion, Yorkshire, but it could have done. September 24, the last time the teams met. Yorkshire got 379. Tattersall now at Leicestershire with a century, and then Leicestershire bowled up for 98. Ben Cox got 51 of those, and then 209 Ahmed with a 50, but it was Hill who won it with 6 for, and he's in now bowling right arm round the wicket, and that's a good bouncer. That it means that Kelly has to shoulder arms, raise his bat high into the sky, and Bairstow does well running round to his right to gather the ball. Just one win for Leicestershire against Yorkshire in the county championship since 1996, and that was at Headingley, and that game in 1996 was at Bradford. They'd never win here against Yorkshire.
It's probably the best chance they've had in a very long time.
It's the best chance they've had in a long time for any kind of win, as Hill comes in, driven by Kelly, but gets a thick inside edge and it goes down the ground. Yeah, 1986 the last time they won here against Yorkshire.
The Aggers have been playing in those days.
Probably. Is that a Gower? Gower and Agnew together?
Yes, yeah. Not sure if Andy Roberts was still here then. Towards the back end of his career.
Hill, bouncy run up, comes in, back goes Kelly and guides this away on the leg side through mid-wicket. There's nobody on the infield in that position, and so it races out to Whiteman, who's on the mid-wicket boundary. That's the end of the over, just the 2 singles off it. 375 for 5. Leicestershire lead by 190, and is T at 4?
It is at 4, so
we'll get one more over in.
It'll probably be 4-0. Or something like that by the time this over's done. Or are we going to see a quick one here? It's Dom Bess, who's got ball in hand.
40 overs in the final session, so we are looking at a relatively late finish. It'll be heading probably towards 7 o'clock, as it was yesterday.
Right, here is Bess, ball in hand. Kelly on strike, unbeaten on 112. Still got the slip in place. Don't think Kelly's going to want to take too many risks in this over. He's forward and defending at the first ball. So he almost planted his front foot before that was delivered.
Yeah, you can. It's the interest of both teams to zip through this, isn't it, and get off for tee.
Bess flights one up. Oh, he does take a risk there. Hits it aerially. Does Kelly into a gap just beyond extra cover. And helps himself to a couple of runs. He was just stretching for that a touch.
Well, I didn't expect that.
I guess it's in the nature of an attacking player. When he sees a delivery like that, just floated up outside off stump. The eyes light up and your instinct tells you need to hit that. Oh, next ball is past the outside edge. Bairstow whips the bails off, but Kelly was still inside his crease.
Wasn't expecting such an eventful last over.
Best bowls and Kelly forward in defence. 2 balls remaining before tea then.
Leicestershire's session again. What, 2 wickets fell?
Another forward defensive from Kelly. Just the 2 wickets. Plenty of runs. That lead 192 now. And that is it. With that leave outside off stump, Leicestershire going to tea on 377 for 5. Nick Kelly with a brilliant 114 not out. Joey Everson with him at the other end, still on 8. That lead, as I mentioned, 192 runs, Adam, and Leicestershire absolutely bossing things.
Yeah, totally dominant. 124 runs in that session at a loss of just 2 wickets. Nick Kelly guiding the Foxes to a very high total. They will aim for that 5th batting bonus point to get to 450 and then look to push on and exert their dominance even further beyond that, and hopefully only have to bat the once. Kelly finishes on 114 not out, as you say, Nikesh, at the end of the session. The Foxes in total control against Yorkshire as they look for their first win here against them in 40 years. We will be back very shortly for the evening session. It'll be a bit of a long one, 40 overs, so do join us for that as this game continues. And if you're a Leicestershire fan, you'll be enjoying this very much indeed. 3775, the Foxes at tea. We'll see you shortly. Shot, and it's gone away for 4 runs through extra cover. Kelly's been really aggressive today. It's not been his normal style. He's more small, perhaps with a mullet himself. There comes in, bowls, that's driven handsomely down the ground. That's 4 runs for Kelly. Lovely start to the day. Lifted his back leg up as he drove through the line of the ball there. And that's a glorious start to the day. It's a 4-run deficit now for Leicestershire.
In comes White, and oh, that's a lovely shot from Kelly. Couple of steps down the track, hoiks it out towards Cow Corner. 1 bounce 4. Excellent hit. having just maybe lined up Jack White in the previous over. He played out a maiden. It wasn't
On the Bennett end, bowling here to Kelly, who driven that firmly and 4. Lovely shot. Got it wide of the tumbling Dan Moriarty out towards the marquee. Just a little bit too much width from Ravison and bowling. Kelly drives firmly. Good shot between Adam Lyth at short extra cover and Jack White at mid-off, and 4 runs. Here's the result. Kelly on 48, 258 for 3. I think Yorkshire ideally would have felt if they bowled well this morning, they bowled dry, as I was suggesting that they wanted to do. Avis is going to bowl this short, let's see. No, he bowls it just back of length, and it's punched away square on the offside, where he didn't have a fielder for 4.
Just straying in terms of the line there and punished. That is what Kelly's innings has...
Yeah, nicely played. Ravis this time goes short and is pulled through mid-wicket for 4. So I think that it was maybe a comment on the pace of the pitch, because if Matthew Ravis lets one go, then for him to be pulled in front of square would suggest that it's every bit as slow as where...
comes White. That's a shot aerially played, but it sounded really good off the bat. I was kind of looking towards the boundary already, and it just held up, didn't it? Didn't quite get his timing right there, Kelly. Chipped it just out of the reach of mid-on and away for 4. So another look at this. Just off the toe end of the bat. Is in. Oh, what a shot that is from Kelly. Just hammers it across the line. One bounce out to the cow corner boundary. The T20 shot, really. Twagger.
You're right, that was a T20 shot. I think that was just a sign that there'd been quite a few dots in a row there, and Yorkshire were building a bit of pressure, and that there was a fear that they were going to get on top of Leicestershire a bit. And so that was a premeditated shot, wasn't it? It wasn't as if he caught it on the half volley and could see it coming, got it on the up, but wonderful shot and low risk, really. There's nobody out there. And he waits. 89 not out as Ali's into him. Full ball, and that's going to be 93 not out, because he's glided that beautifully off his ankles. 3 mid-wicket for 4. Just over pitched by Hassan Ali, who's equal to it. And that is where you see the benefits of a new ball for a batsman. If you get that timed, it thunders in now. The Pakistan international bowls edge and through the gap for 4. Kelly puts his head to the sky because he knows how close he was there. He got Ali got him poking at one, and he has got away. It just flew between the wicketkeeper and first slip, and he is a luck. 97 for Kelly then. He is 1 shot away, and he glides that away off his pads. It's racing away for 4, and Nick Kelly gets his first Leicestershire 100 plus century, his first for the Foxes, and Leicestershire 360 for 5. They Well, hello and welcome back to the live coverage of day 2 of this county championship match between Leicestershire and Yorkshire at Uptonsteel Grace Road. You join us on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Leeds, on the BBC Sport website and app, and the Leicestershire YouTube stream. The score then, Leicestershire 377-5. They lead by 192 over Yorkshire, and what looks like a very under par first innings total of 185. Nick Kelly has looked imperious on 114 not out. He's played some wonderful drives. He's hit the ball firmly and crisply. Joey Everson has soaked up pressure really at the other end. He is 8 not out from 27. This partnership 48. And Leicestershire will look to bat out the remaining 40 overs of the day. I suspect get close to, if not achieve, make Yorkshire bat again. Hill will bowl from the Bennett end, and there's a streaky drive first up from Everson, but he'll get 4 runs through third man for it. Full outside off stump, worth driving, but Everson, who hasn't really timed the ball well so far, gets away with it. I very rudely haven't introduced Jonathan Doidge from Radio Leeds. Jonathan, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Was that an impression of me?
No.
No, it wasn't. I'm taking it. I know it wasn't. I'm much posher than that. Tough session for Yorkshire.
Yep, you could say that.
The lead approaching 200, 196 now. As Hill comes in, right arm over the wicket, forward comes Everson and defends. Down it goes to mid-off.
It was a tough session, but if you've got your pretensions to winning titles, then you've got to be able to handle them.
It just looked like the pitch didn't do a lot. The new ball didn't help them a huge amount. It just felt like they were 2 or 3 tricky overs maybe with the new ball, but since then it has been as you were, as Hill comes in, bowls, as appeal for leg before wicket, big appeal, celeb appeal from Hill, but the umpire remains unmoved. Everson struck on the pad, and there are Yorkshire players down on their knees after that one, genuinely bemused and confused. Let's watch the replay. It was Hill in, and that's going down the leg side. That was jagged right back in, I think. Big appeal though. Not out the call. 381 for 5. Don't know what your review has been of the sort of bowling performance overall from Yorkshire, Jonathan. It's not quite been potent enough. Here is Hill, he bowls, and that doesn't bounce a huge amount. And in fact, they're going to get byes for it because it's gone underneath Bairstow's legs. Don Best charges after it towards the boundary, and they come back for 2 byes. 383 the score now for 5. The lead 198.
Yeah, I think I don't think they've been as on it as has been the case for much of the season. They've had an odd session like that, but clearly in this match it's been more like 2 or 3. And when you come, to a team who have obviously been struggling for First Division points, who knows what it is, Adam? Yeah. I'd hate to use the word complacency.
Hill moves in towards us now. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and that gets a bit of bounce. Has dropped his length back a little bit to Everson there, Hill, and that zipped off the surface. That might have even hit the lip between the 2 tones of the pitch.
Yeah. As I said, I'd hate to use the word complacency. I don't think it is, because I just don't think they're a set of lads that are like that. They don't turn up and expect to perform. They know they've got to work. But sometimes in matches you just get into a flat mode, don't you? You find it harder in some games to raise your game than in others.
Hill bowls, and forward comes Everson and defends.
And that is not me making excuses for them at all. I'm not suggesting that we should all accept that. They're professional players and they've got a job to do, but that's just life, isn't it? Sometimes you try as you might, that little X factor that you're looking for on any given day. A bit like me with commentary today. It's just, it's definitely not there. The voice is not there.
Because you would have thought, the opposite side to that coin is, of course, that Yorkshire surely came here thinking this is a game we have to win. We have to go after Leicestershire. They're the worst performing team in the division. They are yet to win. They've lost 4 in a row. They've got missing a bunch of their players. This is a game that if we attack it properly, if we really play our best cricket, we should win this. And they haven't played like that.
Here's Bess, right arm round. Bowling to the left-handed Kelly, who drills that one straight back along the deck to him. No run. Yeah, you'd think that. All those things. As Bess turns. Bowls it now. Kelly defends this one square on the offside. No run. Back within a sec.
It's just that momentum, isn't it? It's that motivation, rather. It's that motivation to go and it's there and clear.
Here's Bess. Kelly lofts that one slightly between Bess and Luxton, who's on the wicket end at short extra cover. 1 run. Yeah, motivation. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to put your finger on it, but you just have to turn up, don't you?
Yeah.
Ultimately. And go through your disciplines and all of that. And once you've got off to a poor start, sometimes it's harder to drag it back. That's the opposition, might play well, which makes it difficult for you to drag it back. The pitch might not play how you want it to drag it back. That was a dot ball defended by Everson. Best bowls now. Everson turns that one in front of square on the leg side. Picks up a single to fielding Adam Lythe. Hope it's not catching.
3 sneezes in a row.
Here's Best around the wicket, lobs that one up. Kelly waited nicely for it and stroked it down to long off where Wharton fields. 1 run. End of the over then, 386 for 5. The lead now 201 runs.
And if you think about it, you go back to sort of where Leicestershire were last week, where the follow-on was set with 214 runs. They batted really, really well in their second innings, and yet Essex were able to sort of blow away 180 with relative ease. That just shows you how important these runs will be. I think Leicestershire will only hope to bat once. If they can get up towards 450, they will fancy their chances of doing that. That will have given them a 270, 280 lead. Though the pitch doesn't seem to have too many demons in it. Hill will bowl his 17th over from the Bennett end. 0 for 57 his figures. He's bowled 4 maidens. We've got 1 slip. We've got a point. 3rd man. Deep cover. And it is that deep cover who's going to be brought into play as Kelly rocks back on his heels and punches it out to cover. Mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket. Although this is going to change now. A left-hand, right-hand combination, but also B, 2 batters in completely different situations. Everson 13 off 35. Partnership 58. Very calm afternoon in the centre of Leicester. We've got 37 overs left after this, and it is Hill who chugs in, bowls, and there's a thick inside edge from Everson, who plays a forward defence at that. To see the scorer's head poking through the manual scoreboard there. There's a trusty source off to our left-hand side. So to Everson, 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket that's close in to the cut strip. And then a more orthodox mid-wicket and a long leg. In comes Hill, bowls, forward comes Everson and guides this on the leg side, square of the wicket. He'll get a single to square leg. 388 for 5. Everson on to 14. You look at how tight the table is, Jonathan. You look at how important wins will be for what is a 7-8 team chasing pack. of which Yorkshire were bottom at the start of the weekend, but they are not out of touch. And this would be a real setback for them. Here is Hill bowling to the left-handed Kelly, who plays this very late and drives out into the offside. He will get a single for his trouble. 388 for 5. 389 for 5, sorry.
Yeah, it would be a setback, no doubt about that. You know, they beat Somerset, completely off it against Warwickshire and get hammered. Then beat Surrey. You're beating two sides who take a bit of beating. One of them away. And then you get the better of Warwickshire in a drawn game. Don't quite manage to finish it off, but were the better side. No doubt about that.
Hill down the hill, and forward comes Everson. And drives at this. There is no run.
Yeah, so going into last week's match, into the first of these two mid-season games, having beaten Surrey in your most recent championship match, you know, you're thinking positively, aren't you? You think, well, yeah, okay, if they can turn Warwickshire over after what happened to them at Edgbaston, great. At worst, you know, if they get a draw and plenty of points out of it, and then come here and win, then they're not a million miles away on the right end of the table.
Hill bowls defended by Everson.
With still those block of games to come at the end of the season, but this changes. If they lose this match, having drawn last week, then mathematically, of course, it won't be impossible. And of course, you know, we've got a season as well this year where teams seem to be beating each other more so than in some years. But you'd think that they would be too far off the pace to have a serious go if they lose this.
This might be the week where the league sort of splits. If you look at the results too, you've got Surrey losing to Glamorgan. Well, sorry, they are behind the game against Glamorgan. They are 8 down for nothing. 79 for 8 against Glamorgan. As
best bowls, and Kelly just gets under it slightly with an open face. Jack White. He's had one or two comedy bits of fielding today. That was another one. He's okay. He's got away with it. And here's Bess again. Passes umpire Warren. Work down the ground. The Moriarty, who's coming in from long on. And they get a single. Fielded Mozart, shouts one of the Yorkshire players.
They're quite chirpy out there. I've done a few laps of the ground, and there's clearly a bit of banter out there. They enjoy each other's company.
Pass over the wicket, flick to leg by Everson, straight along the deck to Luxton. Dot ball, floodlights still on. Doesn't feel as threatening right now, even though it is still cloudy all round. Bess lobs this one up, and Everson lobs it away into the stand for 6 runs. Over long on, there was a moment where I lost it, and you're thinking, has it got the legs? But it seemed to pick it up clean, and that is very much the case when you see the replay.
Yeah, I lost that too, but it sounded great, didn't it? And it was right in the slot on a half volley length. Oh, with the nuclear codes are coming out again for a change of balls. So I don't know, have we lost that again? Or is it that the ball's been damaged? It's gone over towards the meat down to our right hand side. Well, we discussed this earlier, whether that happening might be a good thing, so that they get a change of ball, which might do something a little bit different. But it's a bit of a severe case, I always think, that for spare balls.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, but it happens during this season across all the games that are played. There will be a percentage, won't there, of balls that are changed, and from not a lot happening, something does. And when you've just been put out of the ground for 6 with one, as Don Bess has, then I'm sure he's thinking, yeah, go on then, let me try a different one.
Just to go back to the table, so if we take the momentum of games at the moment, which would be Glamorgan were to beat Surrey, Yorkshire were to lose this game, Leicestershire would get closer to it would be Yorkshire, and Surrey, it would be Yorkshire and Surrey 7th and 8th. Glamorgan would leapfrog them, depending on what happens with Hampshire, who are 1-2-9 for 6 against Sussex. Low scoring game there.
Bess over the wicket, defended by Everson. No run.
There's a very good chance Hampshire could win that game though, and then both teams might feel they are back in with a shot of survival. I think a loss here would have been terminal for Leicestershire.
Yep, there's Bess, tosses this one up. Everson once more just plays forward to it. He's on 20. Kelly 119, 396 for 5. Yeah, Leicestershire, the pressure at some point is going to be on them to decide, unless they're obviously all out by natural progression. Otherwise, at some point they might have to make a decision, but it's a long way off yet. Still 36 overs to go today, plus 2 days, and they're already 211 runs in front. If you look at the table from Yorkshire's point of view, if they do lose this match, and they've already lost to Hampshire, who are obviously struggling, then that plus the 2 wins against Somerset and Surrey just show you how that inconsistency we're talking about can be.
As Hill comes in, bowls at wide outside the off stump, and Kelly flashes at it but misses it, and Bairstow takes.
No bounce was there really, it didn't bounce properly as expected.
96 overs in the innings, so we've got 35 remaining in the day after this. The lead 211, and Hill turns and he's bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Kelly, who drives at this off the back foot, and we'll get a single to deep cover. There's the distinct possibility if Yorkshire were to lose this game, just coming away with 1 point. We've got 1 bowling bonus point at the moment. If they don't get a wicket in the next 14 overs, then they ain't getting any more bonus points. Hill charges in towards us now. He's come back over the wicket, and Everson goes back and defends. He's 20 not out of 43. This partnership's 68. But the latest scores around the grounds in Division 1, Nottinghamshire doing really well. 403 for 7 in response to Essex's 184 all out. That'd be a big result for Notts, having lost last week. Surrey 83 for 8 in pursuit of Glamorgan's 358 in their first innings. As Hill is in, bowls forward comes Everson, and it's played out into the offside. There is no run. Warwickshire 249 for 5 against Somerset, who were 208 all out. So we've seen in most of the games the second innings response to be better than the first across the country in Division 1. And then Hampshire won 30 for 6, so they lead by 162 with 4 wickets remaining in a very low scoring game. That'll probably be over, well, certainly by this time tomorrow, you would think. Hill, 5th ball of the over, driven by Everson to mid-off. Full ball from Hill, nothing doing. Then Lancashire in their second innings in Division 2, 57 for 3. They trail Derbyshire by 146 with 7 wickets remaining. Durham 184 for 4 in response to Northamptonshire's 450 all out. And guess who's got out for 95? Hill in, bowls, defended by Everson, no run.
Pray tell.
The England captain is out for 95. Ben Stokes, there's still 265 runs behind. Middlesex 190 for 6 in response to 416 all out by Kent. And then Worcestershire 147 for 3. with Gloucestershire's first innings total 289, well, that's 142 behind with 7 wickets remaining. End of the over. Just the one off it from Hill. His figures, none for 61 off 18 overs. 397 for 5, the score. Kelly 120. Everson, who's had a lot of the strikes since we have returned from the tea break, is on 20. And it's a 212 run lead. Leicestershire 3 away from a 7th bonus point of the game.
Well, he'll be okay on 95, won't he? Because nothing to celebrate there.
Yes.
So they're checking the ball again here. Johnny, when he received it before the start of the last over, he had a really good long look at it before he lobbed it to his bowler. He's just made his feelings known, whatever they may be. Meanwhile, he's also donning the helmet because he's going to stand up to Don Bess here. Best then from this pavilion end. Round the wicket. First ball. There is evidence of some turn away from the left-hander. Slow turn. He's got 2 straight men out. Moriarty's just down beneath our commentary position. Long on to the left-hander and Wharton at long off. And Best throws that one up wide of off stump. Kelly happy to leave. Out there for nigh on 200 deliveries now, Nick Kelly. Bess throws another one up, driven firmly wide of Wharton. He's managed to cover the ground well as usual though, James. Picks it up in the distance, wide of long off, and a lovely flat throw back to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. Bess switches the ball over the wicket to the right-handed Everson, who turns that one to leg, and Luxton does the fielding. Joey Everson, sometimes players, they all merge into one when you've seen so many of them. I'm sure I've seen him whack the ball out of the park a time or two in the past. Those best bowls, and Everson not whacking the ball out of the park with that delivery, just defending it.
That was slow, wasn't it? Took the pace right off that, Bess.
And he's fired a few in earlier today. Again, just holds that one back a little. And Everson strokes it down to Wharton at long on to complete the over with a single. So 399 for 5 means the Foxes lead by 214 runs and are in control here.
That run rate just over 4. They've gone at a decent lick, have Leicestershire, throughout this innings. As we approach the 100th over. It's going to be Hill to continue from the Bennett end. Tall chap, mousy brown hair, curtained. There's some lively folk down below us as Hill bowls, and it is defended by Everson. No run.
Is that unusual in these parts?
You don't hear as much laughter normally, I would say. That sounds like I'm being harsh to the folk of Leicestershire. There's some jollity going on down there, clearly. Everson on 21. Seems to have just sort of got himself in the last few overs as he bowls, and I was certain he was going to get out then. Defended. Out into the offside. There is no run.
I think DT last week at Scarborough said Johnny was looking like he was nailed on for 100 when he was on 51, and it was pretty similar to Rehan's dismissal early on. He just lobbed it straight to short extra cover. Next ball. These things happen.
They do. Curse the commentator. Hill storms in down the hill. He bowls, and Everson edges for 4. Along the floor, I don't think it even carried, but it. Bess is standing in a second slip position. It went through third or fourth slip. There's probably there's Adam Lyth's at gully. But the 400 is up for Leicestershire. That is their 7th point of the game, and they are 403 for 5 and coasting along here. Even though there's been a few streaky shots from Everson, he's got away with them all.
Yeah, you'd be thinking, with it being so slow, maybe about your slips standing a little bit closer. Maybe Don Bess already has done that. Hard to be precise, but he's not so far behind Johnny Bairstow, is he, at first slip?
Hill bowls, and Everson plays away from his body. Didn't bounce as much as he thought, I think, and the ball escapes out into the offside where Whiteman fields. I wonder, we've talked about the slowness of the pitch, whether that means that Nicks and Tickles aren't going to make it. It's hard work out there at the moment for Yorkshire. 403 for 5. It's not going their way. Lead 218. It's Everson, 25 not out, who waits, goes back and drives off the back foot to Whiteman at cover. Barely seen any of Nick Kelly. It's been all Everson on strike for the last 3 overs. Just see how many balls he's faced since we came back for tea.
We've been out there for nearly half an hour.
Seven in 5 overs. Here comes Hill bowls, and that's forward by Everson to defend, and that is the end of the over. So he will face a ball. Next up will Kelly. Everson 25 not out of 56 deliveries. Kelly is 121 off 198. 403 for 5 is the score. That lead 218. And Hill's figures 19 overs, none for 65. And you look through the rest of the Yorkshire bowling lineup. 2 for 62 from Ali. He's gone at 3.5. White's gone at 4.5, none for 85. Hill's gone at 3.5, none for 65. Revis 1 for 55. Moriarty 2 for 85.
Here's Bess bowling to Kelly, and he has got him. Yep, straight on with the arm by the looks of things. Certainly from this angle it looked that way, and he's managed to get one through. And Kelly's gone for 121 LBW. Russell Warren this time raising their finger in the affirmative. Well, no, there was a little bit of tweak about it, but more drift than anything, wasn't it? And it did look. It's hit him in front of middle and off probably, and he's hitting middle and leg on the angle, that sort of target area. So 121 off 199 deliveries. Superb effort from Nick Kelly yesterday. Obviously came out and took his chances today. He was much more patient, wasn't it, for a long time, with Rehan going so well at the other end. But then he took it by the scruff of the neck himself. That is an excellent effort. And out in the 100th over for 121.
Yeah, wonderful knock. I think what's epitomised it really is the way that he's come down the track and hit the ball so cleanly, which you don't often see with a red ball quite as much. It was the big hitting of a one-day knock mixed with the discipline of a red ball knock. It has put Leicestershire in an utterly dominant position. His first Leicestershire century, and he's battered wonderfully. And now Green is a very good number 8, but they are into the tail now. And that Leicestershire aim will be to get the extra 47 to get maximum batting bonus points, get it to 450. Means Yorkshire have got a second bowling bonus point as a result of that 6th wicket. They've just got to be careful, Leicestershire, that they don't have a late order collapse.
Do you think it'd cost them? Well, I suppose the extra point, but
the extra point I don't think will be too much of a stress.
Here's Bess, and Ben Green going back foot. Plays this one away into the onside where Lythe does the fielding.
Been watching Leicestershire for long enough, you never feel comfortable. It's a bit like a team who, you see football fans who'll go even 3-0 up, they don't feel comfortable.
Here's Bess, and Green defends again.
So this is probably between 3 and 4-0 up in a football game, I'd suggest. But they will be wary of a big innings from Yorkshire's second time round.
Yeah, Bess in again, and Green defends once more. 16 fours and 2 sixes, by the way. 284 minutes at the crease, Nick Kelly. That, ladies and gents, is putting together an innings. 403 for sixes. Green opens the face on this one, runs it down through third man, picks up a couple. Gets him off the mark. 405 for 6. That most recent partnership was 74. Bit of a bat twiddle from Green as he waits for Best to bowl the last ball of this over, and not dissimilar to the first one he faced actually. Waits for it, plays it into the leg side. Whiteman fields, end of the over then. Well, there was something in it, at least, for the Yorkies. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39, Dom Best, because he got the wicket of Nick Kelly.
Yeah, I think Kelly, you mentioned how to build an innings. He sort of played different roles throughout it. He was the big hitter when he first came in, added impetus with Ahmed at the crease after Leicestershire had just lost Rishi Patel. But then he sort of dropped anchor and played slowly and watchfully and let Ahmed do a lot of the big scoring. But was absorbing pressure and slowly building through the middle part of his innings. And then when Ahmed was dismissed, pushed on again and started to play more aggressively. It's a great knock. And you need that from your overseas batsmen. They got it in Weatherald for so long. He played really well in the first 6 matches, did Weatherald. And you need your overseas batsman to do that for you. Problem is their overseas bowler isn't doing it for them. 405 for 6. And it's going to be Revis. 13 overs, 1 for 55 so far. And he's bowling down the hill from the Bennett end. And he comes. Bowls, edged for. And again a nick from Everson doesn't carry and races away to the boundary rope. He moves on to 29. Leicestershire move on to 409. I think that's probably 4 or 5 edges that we've had through that slip cordon over his innings, which is 57 balls old.
Yep, Adam Lythe can't believe it. There's a bit of drama going on at second slip. But, I mean, yeah, to my mind, if he's not carrying, then you can do a little bit about that by moving yourself in closer, but you've obviously got to be far enough back that you can react.
As Revis comes in, bowls right arm over the wicket straight, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket. Everson must be moving right across the stumps. That looked lead side to me. Nothing doing. Well, yeah, you're right. So you either move your slip fielders in, but if it's not carrying, put a guy down at third man so that you're not conceding 4 runs at least every time. Sort of neither here nor there at the moment. Pitch beginning to slow up by the looks of things as Revis turns. Kicks up his heels, bowls, and forward comes Everson straight bat to Hassan Ali, who signals in his characterful way that the ball had a nice bit of flight and movement through the air. 31 overs after this today. 2-2-4 the lead. Revis bowls to the right-handed Everson, who's driving outside off stump. That was there to be hit, but he finds the fielder Whiteman at cover. He's been in the game a lot from this end. Partnership just worth 6 at the moment. Green hasn't really got a knock with the bat for Leicestershire, as Everson waits, drives down the ground to mid-off. That's a dot ball. He's got a best of 77, but I don't think he's... Yeah, just 180 runs in 12 innings. He's got a 43 not out, but he hasn't been particularly prolific for them as the number 8. Everson has got 250s this season, but for Kent in Division 2. 2 slips, a gully. Bend down as Everson clips this into the leg side to backward square leg. And they'll get a single for that. It's fielded by Will Luxton.
Who gets the teapot from Johnny. Had to make a tumbling dramatic stop. About 10 yards from the stumps. So maybe he's got the right to do that. He's continuing his little tete-a-tete with Will. Going to see more from Don Best then at this pavilion end. Floodlights remain on. The cloud is far less threatening than it has been for lengthy periods today. There's still plenty of it, but it's higher. Generally, the light, you would say, is good. And here is Bess bowling to Everson. Defence back to the bowler. Set up is he's got a backward square leg. A sweeper at squarish mid-wicket, a straighter mid-wicket, Adam Lyth. Will Luxton's on a catch into the leg side and will come into play here, not catching, but with a flick along the deck by Everson. James Wharton at long on. Dan Moriarty's been brought off the long off boundary and he's at mid-off. Lots of offs there. As Best bowls, and Everson plays into the off side, where Matthew Revis fills at cover. And Hassan Ali is going through a few stretching exercises, doing a bit of loosening up. He's at point. Best tosses this one up. Lovely shot. Drilled down the ground by Everson, just beyond the bowler's outstretched left hand. No chance of Moriarty getting across for that from mid-off. And 4 runs. Everson 34 now from 66. And Leicestershire 414 for 6. That's a lead of 229 runs. Still got 2 to come in the over. Nikesh is back. And Bess lobs one up again. Everson defends. And here's Bess again. Once more giving it a little bit of air, and Everson happy to block it. So 102 overs now complete, 22 theoretically with the second new ball. Obviously they've had a ball changed recently. Green, Ben that is, on 2. Everson 34, 414 for 6, a lead of 229. Welcome back, young man.
Oh, good to be back, and good to see Leicestershire continuing to build this lead despite the loss of Nick Kelly. Joey Everson growing in confidence, it looks like, out there. 34 from 68. Ben Green with him. The obvious target next, with Leicestershire 414 for 6, being that 450 for the extra and final batting bonus point. Leicestershire currently have 7 bonus points throughout the course of this match. So we see Revis coming into bowl once more, and Ben Green just driving away gently to mid-off. Run rate still healthy as well for Leicestershire, just a touch over 4 runs and over. Plenty of sort of greyish looking cloud up above, but it looks quite high, and we might well get away with it for the rest of the day as Revis is in once more, and it's a good hard length delivery, left alone by Green, just outside off. Lots of encouragement for the bowler from behind the stumps. Usually when you get into sort of numbers 8 and beyond, Sides just sense that opportunity of being able to clean up the tail end, but Leicestershire certainly do bat a little bit deeper than most. It's a full delivery, well driven by Green, and driven away for 4. Thought for a moment Hassan Ali might have pulled out a dive there towards his left, but it's hit powerfully enough by Ben Green.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's of a mind to do too much diving around, Nikesh. I think that might be viewed as other people's jobs.
Sort of gently jogged towards it and then jogged to the boundary to retrieve it. .418 for 6 now, as Green leaves the next ball alone outside off. Better length that from Revis. Just short of a good length. Green not interested in playing at it. Scoreboard on the stream just taking a moment to update, but it is 418 for 6 with that boundary. Two slips still in place as Revis runs in bowls. Another leave by Green outside off. They know they've got plenty of time here, Leicestershire. 2 days remaining after this. Lead of 233. No need to take any risks here, just bat time, accumulate runs, slowly build this lead to as much as they possibly can, and then try and bowl Yorkshire out without the need of having to bat again. Green leaves the final ball of the over alone, outside off. So on the whole, a decent over there from Revis, just that one slightly full delivery which was put away for 4. 418 for 6 Leicestershire, that lead 233.
Yeah, putting his back into it, Matthew Revis. He's certainly worked up a sweat, showing signs of a bit of frustration. And that loosening a few minutes ago by Hassan Ali was all because of this. He's coming back into the attack at this pavilion end to replace Dom Bess. 17 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 62 for Hassan so far.
Half century for Harry Brook over at the Oval, 54 not out, with another Yorkshireman, Joe Root, at the other end on 54 as well. England 130 for 3, still needing 333 runs.
Here's Hassan, bowling to Everson, who gets a delivery short of length, tucks it away backward of square off the hip. Jack White gets round to field, they get 2.
Wouldn't mind Root and Brook in the second innings here, Yorkshire.
That would be handy, although it doesn't always work out as that comment might suggest, Nikesh, when they play. I can't imagine there's many sides who curl their noses up at that prospect. Here's Hassan, falling to Everson. Punches into the offside and Revis fields. Yorkshire had the pair of them earlier in the season. Joe playing 3 matches in this championship campaign, and Harry a couple. Or was it just 1? He played at Warwickshire. Here comes Hassan in again, and that's played out square on the offside by Everson. No run.
He's had a bit of bad press, hasn't he, Harry Brook, over the last few months, that incident in New Zealand and various other things about his attitude. I mean, I've interviewed him on a couple of occasions after England games, and he just strikes me as a young lad, very enthusiastic about playing cricket, just loves playing cricket. Maybe just, he's young and he's learning life, I guess. Doesn't strike me as a bad egg in any way.
No, Hassan in and bowling, and timed very nicely by Everson. He opened the face and is running away down through third man. Finlay Beans out there, substitute fielding, and has managed to flick it back in to save 1. they've got through 4-3. Just to clarify my own lack of short-term memory, they did play in the same match in the win against Surrey at Headingley as well. So Harry played 2 and Joe played 3 earlier this year. But yeah, on Harry, I'd probably put myself up there in biggest fan category since I first watched him play, really. He's a great player to watch. And definitely not a bad lad. But I think some journalists at other levels sometimes like to paint pictures, don't they? Here's Hassan and Ben Green laying into the offside. Moriarty feels no run. I mean, what I would say is when you're in that position, you know before you start, or you should do, that you have to be careful about how you go about your business.
Yeah, that is one thing, and I guess that's part of growing up. When you're young, you sometimes learn these lessons a little bit too late, but...
Here's Ali again, turned to leg by Green, fielded by Whiteman. No run. So yeah,
wonderful player, and for me, every time I've come across him, just seems to have a great attitude about wanting to play cricket and just do his best. He just reminds me of, kids taking up the game and just wanting to be out there until the sun sets playing cricket. That seems as though the attitude that he's got about the game.
Yeah, they've both got, haven't they? Joe as well, his self-confessed cricket badger. Harry probably is, but in a slightly different way. But yeah, they're both great lads. When I listen to Harry's interviews now, he's had to learn how to be interviewed in a way, over the years since he started. Joe, he's been there and done it as England captain before. There's a certain way with him.
Knocked him over there, Revis. Sorry, I forgot it was my over there. It's a brilliant delivery from Revis. Yorker length. Everson knocked off his feet. Big shout for LBW. Sounded a little bit woody as well, so I'm not sure if it might have hit the boot, and that might have been the sound. Maybe some bat involved, I'm not sure, but very enthusiastic appeal there from Revis. Umpire says no. We'll wait and see if we do get a replay on our screen. Certainly a very good delivery from Matthew Revis. Runs in once more, goes for that Yorker length again. This time it's a full toss, which is unexpected and defended away by Everson to mid-on.
Yeah, I think Rev just raising his hand there to Joey Everson. It was a bit close to the waistline, saying sorry, didn't really mean to bowl it there.
Good thinking there, just to mix it up and try and get those Yorkers in to surprise the batter. Here comes Revis once more, and that's been nicely played. A flick of the wrists. And the ball racing away towards the square leg boundary. It gets there. Good shot there from Everson. Didn't try and overhit it, just used his wrists to place that ball. More timing than anything else.
Yeah, superb timing. Just slanted in towards him, and he just used the angle of the ball, hasn't he, to help it on its way. Really nicely played.
I remember doing a piece with Joe Root a good few years back. He had made his England debut as Revis is in once more, and that's been driven gently to mid-on, no run. And Neil Fairbrother, his manager, was there with him and did the interview with him for the BBC, and we're doing a social media video as well, as was the trend back then and has very much become a trend now. And I thought, ask him some quick fire questions, this or that kind of thing. So I think one of the questions was Vindaloo or Korma or something like that, as this one whizzes past the outside edge of Everson and through to Bairstow. He said Vindaloo, he likes it hot apparently. Prefers Al Pacino to Robert De Niro. Asked him why. He said, well, he's the Godfather, isn't he? I said, well, actually, if you watch Godfather Part 2, Robert De Niro is also a young Vito Corleone in that. But it was good fun, but you could see then that he was very nervous about doing these types of things and doing the interview, and over the years has sort of really come out of his shell, has been media trained, of course, and I guess that comes with just experience of doing lots of interviews and these types of things. Anderson works the ball to mid-wicket, who's sort of 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, so it's an easy single. Maybe they're in a catching position more than anything else. End of the over, Leicestershire 428 for 6. They lead by 243.
Yeah, George Hill, who'd left the field, has just come back on. Finlay Bean looks like he's going to step over the rope. Yeah, I think, Joe obviously was well established by the time I started to follow Yorkshire around doing paid work. And, yeah, he'd learned all of that by then. I think he's a great person to interview now, almost in a way that he understands your job as well as you do. So he tries to give you everything that he thinks you're going to ask before you ask it. So his answers can often be minutes and minutes long, trying to get everything in that he thinks you're going to ask him. And I'll still always go back and ask him one more question just because I feel like I have to. Here's Hassan Ali bowling to Evison, pushed into the offside and fielded by Moriarty. So there was one last year when he played a couple of matches, I can remember it at Headingley, and I think his first answer was 6 minutes long.
Wow.
And I just thought, well, I can't just ask him one question. No, so I asked him one more just for the sake of it, really, and it went on for another 2 minutes. An 8-minute interview from only 2 questions. So, great in that respect. As Hassan's in, and Evison pushes into the offside no run. And even, what I like about Joe is that there are many different types of us who do this job with varying experiences and understanding of our subject, as you'll know, Nikesh. Yeah. And sometimes maybe somebody asks a question in a way that, had they asked it to a different character, they might get a rebuke or a sharp response, a curt remark. And Joe never sort of comes back with that. He'll always try and see the good in it and give you a respectful answer. And I like that. As Evison plays into the offside Walton Fields, because we've probably all done that at some point. We've asked to and realised we could have framed that in a slightly different way. So I like that. Yeah.
You can often go the other way. It reminds me of him answering all your questions or all the subjects he thinks you want covered in one answer. I remember interviewing Shea Hope at Cardiff after a match. Harry Brook was captain of England and they'd just beaten the West Indies.
Hassan, he's got his hands through that one, and that is 4 runs square on the offside. And it's James Wharton, is it? He was at point waiting for him. No, it's Don Bess, who's been a gun fielder at point over the years. If he can't get down to it, then it's a decent shot, and he's timed that really well, Evison, for 4.
And he just sort of I kind of asked him how he saw the match and the areas in which they think they lost it, what went wrong kind of thing. He just paused for a split second as if he was thinking. So I kind of jumped in and said, well, you were all set for 300 plus score, then kind of fell away towards the end there, just unable to accelerate. What do you think happened? He said, well, I think you've just answered the question for me, which I kind of did, I guess.
Yeah, here's Hassan. Oh, that's not bounced at all on Evison, just outside the outside edge.
But he made a joke of it and he came back and he still gave me an answer, which is, I guess, what you're saying about Joe Root is these are professionals. They know your job and they know that sometimes, we might get things slightly wrong, but they'll still give you a good solid answer. And as journalists, we respect that as well. He's got a job to do with the bat today, though. Joe Root. He's doing it well at the moment. 57 not out. Harry Brook 58. England 137 for 3. Still a long way off.
Yeah, here's Hassan bowling. Evison opens to the face and runs it down towards third man. And the 2 that he gets from that will bring him a half century. 50 from 84 deliveries for Joey Evison. And he's just kept on ticking away, hasn't he, for the Foxes, with those 2 centuries to draw upon as well. A really good effort for him. It's a 16th first-class half-century to go with 1 first-class stunt, 7 fours and a 6 included in this one.
Yep, decent start to his career as a young man, just 24 years old. What he will want to do, though, now, having got a start is to kick on. Yes, only 4 wickets in hand and sort of comes in at number 7, so doesn't often get the opportunity to bat for longer periods like some of the top order batters, but he'll be conscious of that conversion rate. A little bit like Joe Root early on in his Test career, wasn't it, where lots of 50s, which is not a bad thing, but then you want, as a batter, doesn't matter where you're batting, you want to try and convert some of those into hundreds.
Yeah.
Start of a new over then. Matthew Revis from the Bennett end in short, and that's pulled away well, but only as far as Hassan Ali there at deep fine leg. He just has a little bit of work to do running round to his left. Thankfully not too much work.
Aside from the interviewing techniques, Joe is just an education to watch bat, isn't he? You know.
He is, and especially when things are getting quite tricky out there, the bowling side is applying pressure, he just finds that way of accumulating runs, doesn't he? That guide down to third man, which he loves so much, and just those little nurdles into the leg side, finding the gaps, never allowing bowlers to settle and just bowl at him without at least trying to score runs. That doesn't mean you have to go all out and try and score boundaries and go counter-attacking. It's just, you know, it will often be sort of 30 not out before you know it. 435 for 6 here. Leicestershire's Revis is in, and Everson guides the ball to backward point. No run. 250 exactly the lead now for Leicestershire. This day certainly has gone as well as they could have hoped. As for Yorkshire, they would have been coming into the day hoping for 3 or 4 quick wickets and skittling out Leicestershire for somewhere in the region of 250, 270. So good hard length delivery next up from Revis, left alone by Everson.
I mean, that obviously they'll know that they've got to bat extremely well here. I think the way that the pitch is playing, unless you're unfortunate to get one of those ones that keeps low with your name on it, it's playing well enough. And both of you have said to me that it gets better as it goes on here.
Revis bowls slightly full on the pads, flicked away well by Everson, but only as far as mid-on. No run. It does usually tend to get a little bit better, although not had as much sunshine beating down on the pitch today to dry it out, although it's not really offered too much to the seamers either. Looks pretty flat and low out there. It's tucked away off the hip by Everson. Help himself to another single. He's got the feel of, I guess, a pitch in the subcontinent minus the spin, which hasn't really been on offer either.
Yeah.
And a test pitch I'm talking about, not the roads that they play on in the IPL.
Yeah.
As though they shaved both ends of the pitch to try and give something to the spinners, but haven't really seen too much turn on offer. As Ben Green defends the final ball of the over. 2 from it. 436 for 6 Leicestershire, leading by 251.
Yeah, very dominant here. As I say, the Yorkies, well, they'll know they'll have to bat well, and if they can, they've obviously got some capable players in the ranks. Not that we saw anything like enough of that in the first innings, but they'll just know they've got to bat long, and if they're good enough, they'll do it. 2 slips, third man, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg as Hassan Ali makes his way in from this pavilion end. First delivery to Everson is left, short and wide of off stump. I think we can sometimes be guilty in long form cricket of calling a result way before, you know, the end of play. You see a lot of wickets go down on day one and suddenly that's it, it's going to be done in 3 days, and a number of times it doesn't work out that way.
Last week, Leicestershire against Essex here, being a prime example, looked as though it's going to be over in sort of 2.5 days. Ended up going 4.
Here's Hassan. That's chopped into the deck by Everson out to point, best fields.
Leicestershire with rearguard action in the second innings. Wonderful century from Lewis Hill. Wasn't enough in the end to force a positive result for Leicestershire, but it's good to see fight, and you do expect that from sides in Division 1 in particular. You expect that fight. There's enough quality in there that even if you have a poor first innings, you can turn it around second time.
Here's Hassan again. Everson defends. Yeah, see, Lewis Hill announced this week, didn't he, that he's
retiring at the end of the season.
hanging up his boots. Been a very good servant to the club.
Go off and become a coach, director of cricket at a school. So best of luck to him, but he's got still the rest of the season to enjoy in Leicestershire colours.
How many years has he played?
It's 15.
12.
Has he not been here since 2011? No, okay. Adam tells me no.
Somewhere between 12 and 15 years, we'll go with that one.
Decent
As
service,
Hassan's in, it's played out into the offside by Everson for a single. Yeah, really good servant. So I saw that there's a sponsored walk, is that right? Towards his benefit. So it posted inside the clubhouse, yeah. To Trent Bridge on the day of your T20 fixture.
Fancy it, Adam? Adam doesn't do walks, he'll run there. Up the A46.
2 to come in the over. Hassan making his way in now. Short, pulled and fielded on the boundary edge out at mid-wicket by Sam Whiteman. Single to Ben Green. There's a bit of shadowing from the floodlights now out there on field. Even though there's sun in the distance, we've got little pockets of blue in view for the first time for a while. Not suggesting the light's bad, but it's the first time I've noticed the shadowing caused by the floodlights on the players, as that ball short of length is left by Everson wide of off stump. End of the over. 108 now bowled in this Leicestershire first innings, and they're 438 for 6, 253 runs ahead.
Yeah, that's usually where the weather comes in from, over to our right. Looks a lot brighter over there at the moment than it has done for quite some time, so should be set fair for the rest of the day. I think we've gotten away with it, to be honest. The forecast didn't look very good coming into the ground this morning, and then almost immediately we were greeted with a rain delay. Thought it was going to be one of those days on and off perhaps, but thankfully we've had plenty of play. Leicestershire making the most of the time out in the middle. It's going to be Ben Green here to face up as Revis bowls. Green edges and just past slip. That's going to go all the way for 4 as well. It's what happens, isn't it, when you're up against it as a bowling side and you sort of spread your field just a touch. You have that one slip in place, you gamble by placing him at sort of a second slip, and it goes perhaps where a third slip would have been.
Yeah, Adam Lyth obviously has been standing there a long time, and he's not that long since moved out of second slip. And had he been there, I'd have fancied him to get a hand on it at least, whether or not he'd have reeled it in. Not sure, but look at him now at mid-wicket there, just hands on his face, looking up at the heavens. He's really frustrated. I'm getting the impression Yorkshire are really frustrated here.
Revis back in, another fish outside off stump there from Green. Doesn't manage to get contact. Through to Bairstow, and there's no run. You've
got to be careful with that frustration sometimes, haven't you? You you know, you are frustrated in the moment, but if you get into that mode of nothing's going right for us, you know, you wouldn't want it to have a negative effect on your performance.
No, you've got to be positive about taking these final 4 wickets as quickly as possible. As Benz is back there, it's a good short delivery, but well played by Green, who just sways back and away from that short ball. So what's the situation like at Yorkshire now? I mean, the Sunrisers have come in and bought the 100 franchise, so lots of money being pumped into the club recently. Debt's been cleared, and
debts have been cleared.
Everything hunky-dory again.
Well, apart from the spectre of no Test cricket for a couple of years.
Short of length delivery, punched off the back foot by Green out towards deep point for a single.
So, you know, Colin Graves, Sanjay Patel, when that money came in, said that, you know, the plan was to use it wisely. And they've been saying recently 15 million of the 100 million is left. So
after clearing debts.
Yeah, debts have been cleared. Money's been squirreled away, if you like, as well. I think, in part to mitigate against the loss of 2 years of Test cricket.
Another short delivery. That's very, very short indeed, and it's signalled wide. It was way over the head of Joey Everson. Really bent his bat there. There was a grunt from Revis. Bairstow did well to take it. Head height. Going down the leg side as well.
Yeah, that was fairly quick. Would have been an uncomfortable experience had it been under the chin.
Any idea how much a ground like Headingley would make from a Test match?
No, I will have heard that figure before, but I'm terrible at retaining information.
Here comes again Revis, and that's been comfortably defended back down the pitch. And, well, he thinks it's the end of the over, but he's been swiftly reminded that the wide means there's an extra delivery.
A lot.
Be a significant amount,
yeah,
wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Be a vast amount, really, by comparison to, well, losing money every time you stage a 4-day championship game there, for example.
Yeah. Final ball of the over is a good short one. It's a much better length there from Everson. And it's well played by Revis rather, that ball, and Everson plays it well. Just leans back, drops his hands. Hit the gloves hard there of Bairstow. So just going and having a chat with Hassan Ali here ahead of the start of the next over.
They've also announced plans recently in terms of the venue as a stadium, with the idea of making improvements so that they do retain Test cricket in the long-term future, because it doesn't take long, does it, Nikesh, for a ground to look out of date. You think, oh yeah, it's all been done. It feels like, to me, the Western Terrace, for example, was like yesterday almost when it was redone. I'm not saying that particular part of the ground is the issue, but there are things on the periphery at Headingley. The hotel, for example, I think is owned by Leeds Rhinos, but that's on the cricket side of the ground.
Yeah.
And money's got to come from somewhere if you want to take control of that geographical area in full. As Hassan bowls, and that's turned to leg by Green.
Did I see that some of the rooms in that hotel have been named after famous cricketers of Yorkshire's past?
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a Sachin Tendulkar room, isn't there?
Good question. I've never been into any of the rooms.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that on the internet somewhere, a video of it. Somebody opening up that room and the view from it.
Here's Hassan bowling to Ben Green. Watched it well, played into the offside for a single.
And the hotel at Old Trafford has done a similar thing, that former Lancashire players, so wouldn't be surprised if that is the case at Yorkshire.
And I think that kind of thing that they've done at Old Trafford is what's in mind at Headingley. So putting something on there that would be more commercially viable for them as a club.
Yeah. Similar to what the Oval have done recently.
Yeah.
With the new sort of event space.
That's Hassan bowls. That's again well watched by Evison this time. Played it nicely into the deck, backward of square for 2. Yeah, and so that's, you know, Surrey is kind of the dream, isn't it? That's the 21st century model of how you'd have thought in a perfect world 18 county clubs would want to be. Striving towards that sort of...
They are in the heart of London, though, as well.
Yeah,
so
well,
they can,
listen, I get all that.
There's a lot more demand for those sorts of things.
Yeah, but if you don't have the idea of what you might want to do in the first place, you're probably never going to get there. Here's Hassan in again. That's wide of off stump and a flat bat of a waft by Joey Evison. Can't have been too far from being a wide the way he played it. But Russ Warren looking casual when he's back to us. When I mention Russ Warren, I always mention that I got him a couple of tickets for Cheltenham Festival one year. He did promise that he'd give loads of LBWs for Yorkshire at that point, but he's not seen it yet, Russ. Ow. Just banged my knee on the desk. That's not great, Jonathan. That's down the leg side from Hassan, who's been a little bit two sides of the wicket then in this over by his standards, but he's got away with that. So Everson 54, Green 14, partnership now worth 44, which has been accumulated since the 100th over when Nick Kelly went LBW to Don Bess for 121. That's 45 minutes ago.
Big Pakistani community in West Yorkshire. Do you see lots of them turning out because of Hassan Ali?
Again, when you're at the ground, you kind of not really, you know, you concentrate on doing your own job, aren't you? So I'm not sure that's come through yet, but if somebody like him was playing on a very regular basis, then you'd like to think so, wouldn't you? And that's all obviously been, you know, post what happened a few years ago.
Yeah.
As that is wide of off stump and flat batted down to long off by Everson for a single. 448 for 6 at the end of that 110th over. So Yorkshire will finish with 2 bowling bonus points and might only get 2 points out of the game, depending upon how this goes over the next couple of days. We shall see. I'll just go quiet for a little while and leave you two guys to it.
Thanks, Jonathan. Right, so we've got a change in bowling here. Looks like it'll be Don Bess with ball in hand at the far end. Is indeed. Lots of changes to the field being made from the previous over. Lots of finger pointing and arms waving. Yorkshire in desperate need of another breakthrough here. Leicestershire's lead now 263 runs. 4 wickets still remaining in this first innings. Adam Whitty back in alongside.
Hello, Nikesh. The question I have, is there a Jonathan Doidge room in there? In the Headingley Hotel? Yeah, there should be.
Give it a few years, you never know.
As Bess bowls from the Bennett end. Oh, and there's confusion for a run out here. The throw comes in, it's a direct hit and it's out. It's a great throw from square leg. It was you could hear the shouting and screaming, couldn't you? And it's Benjamin Cliff who's on the field as a substitute fielder with a right arm throw at the non-striker's end. It was a direct hit. Probably would have just made it, Everson, had he not. But the ball just dribbled out into the leg side. Direct hit from Cliff. And Yorkshire have a wicket from nowhere. 4-4-8 for 7. And Everson, who's played brilliantly, has to depart for 55.
It was Green who called him through from the non-striker's end, but sort of reluctantly called him through. He wasn't sprinting through for the single himself. And yeah, just a mix-up between the two. Initial shout, loud shout of no, but it was, I guess, the skipper who's calling you through for a single. Sometimes that puts a bit of extra pressure on. And, well, it's the well-set Everson. He's on his way back for 55. Josh Davey, the new batter at the crease, and that's a very good breakthrough for Yorkshire. Maybe you'd argue too little too late, but they'll fancy their chances now of maybe trying to rattle through the Leicestershire lineup.
Well, you'd hope so. The issue is they've probably thought that about 3 or 4 times today, haven't they? And Leicestershire have been able to build partnerships. It has been a sort of feature of their season, probably a feature of the last decade for Leicestershire, that they do sort of have these sessions and spells where they collapse, but I haven't seen any evidence of that today.
A bit like England over the years.
Yeah.
Talking of England, Harry Brook has been dismissed for 58. James Rue, the new batter, joining Joe Root. They're 150 for 4, 313 runs more required.
Ben Green's face as Best comes in. He comes down the track and edges that, and that's well stopped at backward point. It's a wonderful stop, that. There's another replacement fielder on the field there. Forgive me, I can't quite work out who that is.
Lots of comfort breaks being taken.
So Best comes in, bowls. His follow-up is played to Green. He gets his single this time, rocking back and glancing it to Hassan Ali at deep mid-wicket. So the score moves on to 449 for 7. Finley Bean, who's wearing the 33 shirt. Do you reckon he's got that because that's the amount of county championship wins? Probably not.
Probably not.
It's out of date quite quickly. In theory, out of date quite quickly. As Best comes in, and there's an appeal for stumping, not out, says the umpire. And Leicestershire 1 run away from maximum batting bonus points, 449 for 7. Their lead 264. If they get close to 300, which is probably a little bit more difficult now Everson has gone, they will be very, very happy indeed. Bess in, defended by Davey, who, as we were reminded last week against Essex, I had forgotten, used to open for Somerset and is now the number 9 for Leicestershire. Bess bowls down the pitch, comes Davey, hits this high up in the air. He's going to be caught at mid-on, and is. That's a little bit of a silly shot from Davey. I'm not quite sure why he was charging down the track like that, but he has been dismissed for a 3-ball duck, and Leicestershire have lost their 8th wicket. And what did I say at the start of the over? There's no sign that Leicestershire will lose a couple of wickets in quick succession. 449 for 8.
Adam Whitty strikes again.
It was three victims last time. That's, I think, my first in this game.
Is your name on the opposition dressing room honours board?
It should be.
Yeah, it's a stupid shot, really, from Josh Davey. He will think so himself. He'd be very disappointed with that so early on in his innings, to be coming down the track and looking to loft over the top. Wasn't required in this situation, really. I will say one thing, though. If Leicestershire are dismissed here at some point soon, and they manage to get, well, there's 21 overs in theory remaining today. If they manage to get sort of 12 overs or so at Yorkshire tonight, might not be such a bad thing.
I was just thinking that, but the important thing I think there is you probably want about 10 overs. You don't want
not too many more than that.
Too many more than that.
Really go at them hard for 10, 12 overs, and then come back fresh in the morning and give it another go with that new ball.
So charging down the track doesn't feel like the most sensible policy.
Ajaz Patel comes in at number 10. He's shown his capability with the bat so far, playing for Leicestershire in this short stint. Very capable down the order. They just need the 1 run, don't they, for the extra bonus point?
The extra bonus points. So
1 run needed, 2 wickets in hand.
I'm still nervous. Patel off strike.
It's Hassan Ali at the start of a new over, and Green defends into the offside, no run. Big open gap there at cover. On the single at least, there is a sweeper out on the cover boundary. Deep third, fine leg. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And a deep mid wicket as well. One slip. Standing in place here is Hassanali goes short, and Green resists the temptation to have a hook.
So the 450 mark, if they reach it, will be a lead of 265. I think a 300 lead with 10 overs left in the day to have a bowl would be the ideal scenario, wouldn't it? I wonder whether Green will start to hit out a bit. He can hit a long ball. That's one of his trademarks.
Just get this one run first, I think. And then maybe. Well, there you go. There is the run. Just guided the ball into a big vacant area there at point. Gentle single taken.
Put the field right back for to get Green to take the single, haven't they, against Patel, who, I mean, he's not Joe Root. However, he's got 6 first-class 50s.
And he's looked solid, hasn't he, whenever he's come out to bat for Leicestershire. He's not looked like a bunny, has he, coming in at number 10. .450 up anyway for Leicestershire, and bonus point secured. Hassanali bowling to Patel, who just drives his first ball gently to mid-off. .20 overs remain after this. Two slips in place for Ajaz Patel. Left-hander from New Zealand. Oh, that's very short from Hassanali. Perhaps overhead height, but square leg umpire unmoved.
Have we had a slip catch in
There's been a few go through the slips,
entirety of the game?
Can't remember one. There's been caught behinds.
Yeah, they have been caught behinds.
I can't remember one. There's certainly been a few in this innings that have been edged through that slip region.
In a sense, I feel like that proves the point I'm going to make, which is I'm not sure they really needed. You're probably better off having a third man to stop the boundary.
Here comes again Hassan, and that's just been flicked away to short mid-wicket for no run. End of the over. Leicestershire 450 for 8. That lead 265 runs. Bit of an India-Pakistan battle going on here. Ajaz Patel, born in Mumbai in India, plays for New Zealand of course, and has lived there for many years, but hailing from India, up against the Pakistani in Hassanali.
And that is the end of the over.
Should have sold a few tickets in that vein, shouldn't they?
You should have done. Well, you know, it's interesting you were asking.
India and Pakistan together in anything, you tend to get people in.
You were asking Jonathan about this was Pakistani community coming to Headingley. It's still an issue, isn't it, that the Indian community don't come here as much as they should. You see a few more people from that community coming on T20 nights, but it's mad to me. You've got what is going to obviously be such a cricket mad population that doesn't come to first class cricket. Here is Bess bowling right arm over the wicket. He bowls, and there's driven by Green, who takes the single, trusts Patel, as you would imagine he would. So 4-5-1 for 8.
There's a lot of reasons for it, Adam, and
yeah,
I could do an 8-part series on it. I was for 2 years part of the Leicestershire Cricket Foundation, and trying to put my points of view across, and still the same old mistakes are being made. So it's better we don't open that can of worms here on air.
Well, we can if you want to. Bess is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Patel, former England spinner to a New Zealand international spinner, and forward comes Patel and just glides it away behind square on the leg side, and picks up a single.
Part of the reason, like the main obvious reason, is the lack of engagement with that community over so many decades, and I guess, look, a lot of the Indian community does play club cricket in Leicester and has done for many decades since, I guess, the majority of them moved here from East Africa.
As Bess comes in, back goes Green, drives it back to Bess, there's no run.
Places like Uganda and Tanzania, like my parents came in the sort of late 60s, early 70s, and played a lot of club cricket, a lot of talented players came through the ranks.
Bess bowling with the angle, he's bowling wide on the crease. Green cuts, makes room for himself, and almost chops that off his stumps really, and that gathers a single. Beanfield's at point 452 for 8.
And it seems staggering to me that Jigar Nayak was the first Leicester-born Asian to play for Leicestershire. I think that was in 2006 he made his debut.
As Bess comes in, forward comes Patel and defends. There's been Adil Ali as well.
Yeah, but, I mean, he was the first, so
yeah, but not many.
It took that many decades for somebody from Leicestershire, an Asian from Leicestershire, to play for the county.
As Bess comes in and driven by Patel on the inside edge. Well, the reason I brought up Adil Ali was because he's probably the only other one, is he?
The only other one of... No, Shiv Thakur was
yes.
one as well.
Yeah.
He went to Derbyshire, of course, afterwards. Played club cricket with him, actually. He was a little bit younger than me, but was opening the batting for our seconds when he was 11 years old. That's how good he was back then. So, but yeah, there's only a handful over this many years, and the club has just not been good enough, really, it has to be said, in engaging with that community, and mistakes are still being made. The club, I guess the community just doesn't have trust in the club, that they don't feel this club is for them because of those stories that they hear from decades ago. And it does want to be inclusive, it does want to embrace the local community, everybody in that local community, but the messages just aren't getting across. And I guess that then there also comes the issue with the amount of other cricket available to them in terms of viewing, as Moriarty re-enters the attack and he's bowled Ben Green. Lovely delivery, actually, just drifted in, hit the top of off. Easy as that, just bring me back, Skip, and I'll take you a wicket, he says. That's exactly what he's done. 453 for 9.
So 3 wickets for 5 runs now for Leicestershire. And you can remind me of what I said just as Josh Davey came in. So this is a tiny bit of a collapse. In a sense, Leicestershire have probably done all the hard work already. Yorkshire will be glad that they're starting to sort of rattle through the tail. But it's slightly disappointing that it's collapsed in this way, considering you would have thought another 32 run lead of 300 would have put... I mean, it's funny actually, I was, when me and Jonathan were commentating, I said sort of if they get bowled out quickly for 260, 270, they might not feel as confident, and Jonathan went, do you think it'll harm them? And he was probably right, it probably won't. 270 is probably more than enough, but
they would have taken that.
100%.
Having bowled Yorkshire out for 185, if you'd offered them a lead of 270, they would have ripped your arm off at that stage.
It's just I spend a lot of time with Leicester City fans who, even when their team is 3-0 up, aren't happy and want a fourth before they actually feel comfortable. I was saying this feels like 3-4-0 up, and then I still...
Well, I'm not one of those Leicester City fans. I'll take a 1-0 all day long.
Yeah.
As long as we just get over the line, it's absolutely fine.
Remember when they went 3-0 up against Derby, and me and Jack Rafferty from Radio Leicester were watching it, and he wasn't happy. He wasn't comfortable.
Well, they of course went 4-0 up all those years ago, didn't they? In the 90s, that famous match where they scored 4 in about 15 minutes at the start of the game at Pride Park. We do get greedy as sports fans, don't we? I think this is a more than adequate lead, but men around the bat now as Alex Green comes out there. So slip, leg slip. Short extra cover in place, short mid-wicket. We'll see what Green's tactics are here against the spin of Moriarty. Dearly love a fourth. In he comes, and it's very full. He's hit on the pads. And... well, he examines his bat actually as well, so maybe some wood involved. Umpire says not out in any case. There's Moriarty, another full delivery, just played back to him by Alex Green. he does manage to survive this over, we'll give you the other reason why maybe the Indian community in Leicester is not so engaged with the club. So that's past the outside edge, or is there a feather on it? No, there is. Finger goes up. Moriarty gets his fourth, and Leicestershire bowled out for 453. They lead by 268. And Green will be happy with the way his side have performed here with the bat, although maybe a little bit disappointed with the collapse there towards the end. Lots of contributions all down the order, really. All got off to a great start when Rishi Patel put on a good partnership with Rehan Ahmed at number 3 after losing Sheridan Gums early on. Patel went on to make 67. Rehan Ahmed brought up a brilliant century today, 128 from 168 balls. Lewis Hill unable to really get going, just made 10. Nick Kelly with that fabulous knock too. Some glorious shots in his 121. Ben Cox 31, Joey Everson 55, Ben Green 18, and then not much from Davy Patel and Alex Green. So 453, good healthy lead here of 268 runs. In terms of the wicket takers, Moriarty there, as I mentioned, picking up 4 for 85, couple of wickets each for Dom Bess and Hassan Ali, and 1 for Matthew Revis. So a tough task now for Yorkshire to try and reduce this deficit, try and make Leicestershire bat again at least. That'll be the minimum target that they've got here, but they were all out for 185 in the first innings. 269 is, or 268 rather, is what they'll need if they're to make Leicestershire bat again. Adam, it's almost worked out perfectly, hasn't it? Leicestershire with a chance here to have a few overs against the Yorkshire openers with the new ball towards the end of the day.
I think 18 is still handy. I still think they would have wanted 10 overs when the sun was properly setting, and it felt like the shadows were lengthening around them. There would have been a bit of life in the pitch, absolutely. But and I think
2 overs, don't you, for the
so it is going to be 16. You are right. I mean, that run out of Everson seems very silly now, as does Josh Davies' shot. The way that they collapsed there was a bit disappointing, Leicestershire. They were 448 for 6 and 453 all out. So the last 4 wickets falling for just 5 runs, which will disappoint Alphonso Thomas, I'm sure. However, they have got the maximum amount of points. They've got a lead, which if you had suggested this was going to be the situation at the end of day 2, I think I would have been limbless. They would have been so keen to rip my hand off. They would have ripped both arms and legs off for that. So 453 all out, 268. There is a very good possibility that Leicestershire won't have to bat again, given that lead. So we will see whether they bowl as well as they have batted in this innings. We will be back very shortly for the change of innings. But Yorkshire trail Leicestershire at the end of both sides' first innings by 268. Leicestershire have 7 points, Yorkshire have 2. We will be back very shortly indeed. this a tricky period for the Yorkshire openers. Adam Lythe and Will Luxton managed 8 and 9 respectively between them in the first innings, and Leicestershire's bowlers have to back up a strong first innings bowling performance and a strong batting performance too. They have had their feet up for the past day or so. They've got 2 spinners in the team that they hope will be able to break down the defence of Yorkshire. The Yorkshire task to bat long, probably, and what be here at least this time tomorrow, if not probably on day 4. They are probably going to have to bat for a day and a half for this game to be saved in any way, shape or form. It's going to be Josh Davey to bowl the first over of the innings. He's bowling from the Bennett end, coming down the hill in towards us, and he's up to the wicket. He bowls, and back goes Lythe and gets the innings underway and off the mark. 1 for 58 for Davey. Had a few really expensive overs in the first innings. Did get a brilliant caught and bowled. In the first innings, it was one of the top order batters. Who was it? Whiteman. Brilliant caught and bowled, but he went at 4.5 and over, which is of course expensive. Blue sky above. It's turning into a very pleasant evening actually in the centre of Leicester. The clouds always come from the west and blow across the ground, and there's blue sky moving over towards us, and I see a big orange orb in the sky that I seem to recognise. So Adam Lythe, I think, just after scoring those opening runs, is just sorting out his equipment, doing his laces, I think, probably. And he's at the non-striker's end as Davey's going to come right arm over the wicket. 3 slips in place as Davey barrels in. He bowls down the leg side. He was too straight in the first innings. That delivery has just reminded me of that being sort of main criticism and critique of his bowling in the first innings. There was too many deliveries just like that. Too easy to flick away on the leg side. And if you look at his field, where he's got no protection at all forward of square on the leg side, he's just got a mid-wicket in the infield. He needs to be careful with his line. Luxton waits as Davies into him, and it's a wide delivery outside off stump. Tempting line, but it's left alone. So 272 runs in 6 innings for Luxton, the academy product. This is 4th season. He got 38 in the T20 game, which was played here a fortnight ago. Leicestershire winning that. Yorkshire have had a very good start to the T20 campaign. Leicestershire now 3 in a row. It's T20 next, of course, after this. Yorkshire are away at Hampshire on Friday night. Davey up to the wicket, bowls outside off stump. That's a tighter line, and the same result though, left alone by Luxton. And Leicestershire have Lancashire here in the T20. They lost their first 3, Leicestershire, and then won the next 3. So they are back in with a shout. They're 3rd in the North group. Yorkshire still top. Davey, 38 on his back. The Scotland international. He's played plenty of international cricket. Comes in, bowls, and that's it. That's spits up off the pitch, that does. And Luxton has to sway out of the way, but his bat was horizontal while he did it. Had to drop his bat underneath the ball. And there's a bit of life in this pitch, clearly, for Leicestershire's bowlers. We're in the first over of Yorkshire's second innings. Next in the county championship, a huge game for Leicestershire. If they can win this game, and we are a long way off that, they need 10 wickets at least, Leicestershire, and maybe a second batting innings. But if they do win this game, as Davey charges in towards us now. End of the first over, and it's left alone outside off stump. So 1 for no loss, Yorkshire. They trail by 267 runs. There is, it was a leg by the run from Lythe, so both batters yet to get off the mark. If they do win this game, and that'll be their first win of the season, they will then host Glamorgan, who, to be fair to them, are playing very well at the moment. They are asking Surrey to follow on at Sophia Gardens, but they will feel up against another newly promoted side. That'll be a game that they can win, and that could be 2 wins in a row for them, but that's in late August, before they go to Yorkshire and Scarborough, whereas Yorkshire travel Yorkshire, Hampshire, on the 20th of August, that same weekend. So it's the last bit of county championship action for quite a while. Run of T20 games and then List A fixtures. It's going to be Ben Green to open the bowling at the pavilion end, moving away from us. The score 1 for no loss. Adam Whitty with you on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Leeds, and the Leicestershire stream on YouTube. Green it is who trundles in to open his over, and his first delivery is outside off stump. Lythe moving across his stumps and pushes at this out into the offside. I've already mentioned Leicestershire's record against Yorkshire in the county championship. They have won just once against Yorkshire since 1996. They haven't won at home against Yorkshire for 40 years. Slightly different record in T20. They've gone sort of ding-dong really in the T20 in that sort of shorter format. Green in bowls, outside off stump, left alone. Yorkshire, I suppose, perennial underachievers in the T20. Leicestershire have, over the course of the entire tournament, been overachievers, but not in the past 15 years. Leicestershire have won their last 3 games in the One Day Cup too. Last lost in 2019 to Yorkshire. In that time, in that 30 years since 1996, 11 draws, 6 losses to Yorkshire. Can this be the win? As Green comes in, inside edge. And it squirts out on the leg side to Davey, who fields at long leg, and that's a single added to the total. Ben Cox gathers the ball in. He's got his wide brim hat on again. I think it's the first outing for that. I haven't seen that before this season. It's a good look for him, though, the former Worcestershire man. 3 slips. We've got a mid-off and mid-on. Mid-wicket, which is Rahan Ahmed. Then a fine leg to the right-handed Luxton. Backward point and cover. Green in, defended by Luxton, and Rahan Ahmed spills the ball as he goes to pick it up, but it won't cost any runs. He sort of spilt it forwards, if you can picture that, rather than it going through his hands. He went to pick it up and knocked it forward. So 3 for no loss now, both batters off the mark. Green 2 for 50 in his figures in the first innings. He bowled really well. It was a mammoth 10 over first spell. He's past the umpire now, bowls, and that's driven off a thick inside edge down the ground. No run. So the other scores then in the Test match, England 175 for 4. They're 288 runs behind. That's what they need to win with 6 wickets remaining. In Division 1, Essex really up against it. They are batting in their second innings with actually a larger deficit, or a very similar deficit actually to this game, as Green is in, and that's defended, pushed out into the offside. So Essex were 184 all out, Yorkshire were 185 in their first innings, and Nottinghamshire 457 all out, Leicestershire were 453, and now Essex 13 for 2. End of the over, 3 for no loss. 2 runs off Ben Green's opening over. It's the close of play at Chelmsford, with them 13 for 2, so 260 behind with 8 wickets remaining. Nottinghamshire on course for a thumping victory there. Surrey are following on at Sophia Gardens. They are 32 for no loss. having been bowled out for 105 earlier. Glamorgan 358 all out. It was a great rearguard action. They were really struggling at one point. As Davy's going to bowl the start of the third over, in he comes, and that hits the pad, but it's down the leg side, so it just trickles into the leg side. Yeah, Glamorgan was 79 for 6, but then a 8th wicket stand between Cook and Crane saved their bacon. Cook, both of those players going on to get 100. Crane with his first ever first-class century. So Surrey trail Glamorgan by 219 runs following on. Davy past the umpire, bowls, and it beats him outside off stump. Luxton presses forward and it goes past the outside edge. Bit of life in the Leicestershire bowling. At the moment it felt it went a bit quiet for Yorkshire. There's a bit of liveliness about this. Somerset just starting their second innings, but they're behind the game against Warwickshire. 208 all out, Somerset in their first innings, Warwickshire 330 in reply, and now Somerset 0 for 0. Davy past the umpire, bowls, and there's a strangled appeal for LBW, but that was very batty, that. Hands on heads though in the slip cordon, and from Davy himself. Davy hasn't taken his hands off his head yet, but now does drop it. In Division 2, Lancashire 121 for 4, but they are struggling against Derbyshire at Derby. They were 161 all out in their first innings. Derbyshire 364 all out in reply. So Lancashire trailed by 82 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Durham with 95 from Ben Stokes playing, having been dropped from the England team. Davy in, bowls. That's driven uppishly, but it's wide of the fielders. And it's racing away towards the boundary rope. It won't get there. Green dives to the floor and picks the ball up, and they get 2 runs in the end. Durham are 262 for 6 in reply to Northamptonshire's 450. So it's a 188 run deficit with 4 wickets remaining. Middlesex 270 for 6. It's just ticked up in front of me. 270 for 6 in reply to Kent's 416 all out at the end of day 2. So 146 they trail by with 4 wickets left. Davy in and outside off stump. That's a good line length. Very, very tempting. And Luxton certainly thought about playing a shot to that, but decided to leave it alone. Good battle this between bat and ball on the evening, in the final session of day 2. 13 overs remain in the day. Worcestershire 210 for 5 in response to Gloucestershire's 289, so that's a 79 run deficit, but with 5 wickets remaining. So that game probably the most equal of all of them at the moment. Down at New Road, Davy is in, he bowls outside off stump, and that is left alone. So end of the over, 2 off it from Davy, and Yorkshire are 5 for no loss. They trail by 263 over Leicestershire at the start of their second innings. If you've just joined us, just got back from a day out, you're wondering what's happening today. It's been a really brilliant day for Leicestershire. We said yesterday was probably their best day of the season. This may rival it. Their batters poured on the runs, with Rahan Ahmed getting 128 and Nick Kelly getting his first Leicestershire century too. Helpful runs from Joey Everson, half century for him. Ben Green starts a new over and gets an inside edge onto the pad of Lythe, who came forward at that. He's coming right across his stumps. There's an appeal for LBW there, but he obviously hit it. And there is no run. Green in, bowls, thick outside edge, squared him up, that did Lythe, and he's edged that for 4. It's going to be the first boundary of the day, right in front of the tractor, in front of the covers. And Ben Green bowling a testing line to Lythe. And all he could do really, he was troubled by that. Played a half-hearted stroke. Leicestershire started on 177 for 3 this morning. As Green moves past the umpire now, he bowls and forward comes Lythe and drives at this. And it's fielded. Josephine Martin, you are right. I've just realised I was saying that the scoreboard was wrong. You are right. You've emailed us at lesscricket@bbc.co.uk. You are right. Of course, it's within the first 110 overs, and Leicestershire didn't get to 450 within that. So that's why they've only got 7 points. Green past the umpire and bowls. Forward comes Lythe and defends. Thank you to Lily as well. You messaged about half an hour ago saying Yorkshire needed the run out, and they did need that run out because it led to a collapse for the Foxes, where they lost their last 4 wickets for 5 runs. Yorkshire have to bat better than they did in the first innings. As you probably know, my favourite player is Matthew Revis. Thank you, Lily, in Malton in North Yorkshire. Do get in touch with us to correct our silliness. Here's Ben Green in, bowls, pushed at by Lythe, and that's broken the infield, and he's going to rush away towards the boundary rope. Sheridan Gums and Rahan Ahmed in pursuit. Rahan Ahmed picks the ball up and launches it in, and there's 2 added to the total. These 2 just maybe have just found a bit of comfort in the last few balls. That was a nice shot. But Less Cricket, so the first 5 letters of Leicester or Leicestershire, Leics cricket at bbc.co.uk. Listening to BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Leeds. Live day 2 action. Green, final ball of the 4th over. Oh, and that dies in the pitch. And Lythe gets his bat down to it, jabs it down at the last second and inspects the bottom of his bat because that nearly snuck through. He did well to react to that. 11 for no loss at the end of the over. Great over from Green. He's consistently the Leicestershire Leicestershire's best bowler. He's now got 28 wickets. 6th on the list in Division 1 at the moment, which in a struggling team tells its own story. Leicestershire player comes on. I think that's Sam Wood, who has been entrusted with taking the hats and the jumpers off the Leicestershire players. Ben Coxdale, I'm glad to say, does still have his wide brim white hat. 11 for no loss. Josh Davey to bowl his 3rd over from the Bennett end down the leg side. That's 2 straight. Cox takes a tumbling stop. It's not really coming through or carrying. Davey bowls wide on the crease to the right-hander, trying to create an angle, but then that can mean he bowls a little bit too straight on occasion. We'll be back at 11 tomorrow. Still got 11 overs in the day. I don't think we're going to finish until at least 7 o'clock tonight, I don't think. Luxton is 3 not out, having faced 13 balls. Josh Davey is running into him and bowls, and he comes forward, Luxton, and pushes at this, and there is no run. Quite a crowd today than yesterday, but it's not been as nice a day, all told. Had an early rain delay, which is part of the reason why we'll have such a late finish, but I think also it's just been a day where we had a lot of pace bowling. It's been attritional cricket. And Yorkshire still trail by 257 runs. Davey moves in towards us, bowls and beats him outside off stump, squares him up completely. And Luxton walks away from his crease. That was a great ball from Davey. He's got 5 wickets at 45 average so far, going at about 3.5 and over. He's played 30 odd internationals for Scotland in both ODIs and T20s. Yeah, 33 ODIs, 31 T20s. He charges in now, bowls, and he tries to flick that away wristily off his hips, but it instead crashes into the body and squirts away on the offside. There is no run. Just a bit more life and energy about the Leicestershire bowling performance than that of Yorkshire. Looked like they've run out of ideas towards certainly the end of the innings. They were getting frustrated. The catches weren't going to hand, and it's interesting they've got 3 slips actually, because we haven't had a slip catch all game, and they weren't carrying earlier. Ahmed comes in at a short cover. He wants to be right in the centre of the action. The 3 slips put their hands on their knees as Davey comes in, bowls, and that is a textbook forward defensive stroke from Luxton. Ahmed fields at cover. We've got Patel at second slip, Sheridan Gums at third slip, and Rishi Patel at first slip. Thank you for listening, though, everybody, and sending your questions in and your thoughts in. Do enjoy it. High white cloud above. Tough atmospheric conditions for 2 Yorkshire openers. Luxton waits, and he's beaten again. Great over from Davey. Yorkshire, though, surviving at the moment. These 2 batting with great courage at the moment. 11 for no losses. The score. Lythe is on 7. Luxton is on 3. And Yorkshire still trail by 257 runs. Lythe, the top scorer for Yorkshire so far in the county championship before this game. 420 runs in 12 innings, so that'll be 428 in 13 now. 250s and 100. And Ben Green's going to bowl to him from the pavilion end. Moves past the umpire now, bowls, and forward comes Lythe and drives that to Alex Green. 11 for no loss it remains. Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, apologies, I didn't realise you were flying solo.
Sorry, I was being an immature mind then. 11 for no loss. Green comes in, bowls, and beats him outside off stump. It's a beauty again. Sorry, it has been for too long, don't worry. 11 for no loss to score, 257. Don't know what you've made of what you've seen so far from the start of the innings. Look at that, that's a Jaffa from Green. Beautiful, just moved away from left him.
Yeah, some useful new ball bowling. A bit of stuff to weather, just what you'd expect really. Madam Lythe certainly be expecting it, having opened the batting for as long as he has.
Green bowling right arm round the wicket. That one's a wide line and left alone by Lythe.
I mean, they've seen enough of this pitch now, Adam, that there are no excuses the second time around. They're in a deep hole and they just have to bat time. Play the natural games, I think, at the same time.
Big test this for Yorkshire. Green past the umpire, bowls, driven at by Lythe, but he doesn't time it, and it dribbles away to Alex Green at mid-off. And that's been the story of the pitch, I think, certainly today, and as the day has gone on, the pitch has slowed right up. You've seen batters on occasion go through their strokes before they've reached them. That was probably an example of it there from Lythe. Fascinating couple of days cricket ahead, but Leicestershire well on top. Green, mustachioed and mulleted, runs in, bowls. Oh, that hits Lythe on the leg. I certainly hope it hits him on the leg. Otherwise he's going to be in for a painful 5 minutes. I suspect it wasn't the leg. Yeah, no. It's a bit of rearranging going on. I think it was a more sensitive area. One of those ones that just, even though it didn't happen to you, it still somehow hurts. He's down on his...
because at some point it will have happened to you.
Yes.
Yeah. We've had it numerous times this season, actually, with Yorkshire players. There was one particular match when Sonny Baker was ripping into players in that area when he's bowling it at 85 plus. That is going to be very painful.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a delay. Luxton comes up to check on his mate. Nothing you can do in that scenario. Great ball from Green. It's easy to say, look, it's a different ball. There's a different momentum about the game. Leicestershire were on top. Yorkshire had spent 100 odd overs in the field. But there just seems to just be a bit more pep and a bit more vigour in the way that Leicestershire are bowling. 3 slips wait. As Green comes in, bowls and beats him outside off stump. There's an appeal for leg before wicket, but it's given not out. Lyde is moving across his stumps. Green puts his hands on his head. We will have to watch the replay. There's a bit of cheeky smile on Rehan Ahmed's face as he queries that decision. Not sure if he was in a particular position to decide. He was at cover. Here we go. We'll watch the replay. Green comes in, and that probably sits outside the line, I would say. It's his back pad, which was more over towards the offside. It was the right decision from the umpire. 11 for no loss at the end of the 6th over. Yorkshire trail by 257 runs at the start of their second innings. I've got 10 overs left in the day. Late finish today. It's just what you need when you're not feeling under the weather, I think, isn't it? Just what you need.
Absolutely. Oh, yes. Bring it on.
Did I hear you were out for curry tonight?
Not anymore.
Oh, no. Got to try and sample some of Leicestershire's finest delights.
Here comes Davey over the wicket. Oh, gone. Has he? No. It must have bounced just short. It looked as though it was going to hand. And Rehan kicks the turf in frustration. It was like a number of shots during the Leicestershire innings that I remarked on, just getting under the ball. Yeah, it's just bounced short of him, hasn't it? It looked like he'd taken it clean at first from the angle we're at. Not on screen, by the way, commentating live from several strips further away than the straight that you can see. As Davey is in, and this time he's gone. Caught a second slip by a tumbling
Sheridan Gums it was.
Sheridan Gums. It was an excellent catch to his right, and so Will Luxton, well, the joy of last week, 160 odd plus 60 odd across his 2 innings, and crash back down to earth in this one. He's gone for 3. That is 20th delivery, I think, and 11 for 1, and Yorkshire, well, getting in deeper trouble by the session.
And it's a great catch from Sheridan Gums, diving to his right hand side. It was almost behind him by the time he'd taken it. But that wasn't a great shot from Luxton. He got cramped up for room, didn't he? And was still trying to drive it away off the back foot. But he had too little room to work with and was trying to play an inside out shot. Very difficult to play that and execute it properly. And that's just the start that Leicestershire wanted. Get this late spell in the evening, and you want to take a couple of wickets, certainly one, break down into the rest of the batting order, and they've done just that. And Davey gets the wicket. He's bowled actually really well, I think, since he started. 1 for 2 his figures, and he's halfway through the 3rd over. Yeah,
if they picked up 2 or 3 tonight, then the job is well on the way to being done, isn't it? It's very difficult to bat out a day when you're trying to play for a draw, let alone 2. Yorkshire, they can't really play with that in mind. They've just got to bat as long as they can from a mental perspective, not worry about the result, just keep batting and then see where that takes them. But that won't have helped.
The time is the biggest constraint, isn't it? More than anything, more than the runs, I think, it's the fact that we're still at the end of day 2. There's still so much cricket to be played, and it's going to be so difficult to bat all of that time.
Yep. Yeah.
Once again is Davey, and that's played out into the offside by Whiteman. Fielded by Rehan Ahmed. At point, no run.
So even if they sort of bat with... If they bat for 130 overs, it will be 2 o'clock on Monday. Probably with 150 to chase for Leicestershire. You sort of feel like that's the best case scenario.
Here comes Davey again round the wicket. Whiteman drops it into the offside and goes, and will get off the mark with a single. He has still 9 overs and 2 balls left today to see off. And maybe for a spell as short as 9 overs and 2 balls, you can kind of think about it as seeing it off. But when you start a fresh day tomorrow, even if these two survive the next 56 deliveries, they've got to start again tomorrow with an awful lot of time to bat.
What's the weather like tomorrow?
Davey makes his way in again, wide of off stump, and Lyth happy not to play at that. It has got a bit gloomy, Adam. That's one thing at the moment. There's a bit of shadowing now out there on the field of play from the floodlights. It's not terrible, but nor is it fantastic. It's probably the worst it's been all day.
Yeah, agreed. It's looking to be a bit gloomy tomorrow too. Not rainy, just cloudy.
Final ball of the over. Davey to Lyth, who was flicked off his legs and gone. Caught at leg slip. Brilliant catch. At leg slip it was as well by Joey Evison, I think. The man, Yorkshire have snaffled 1 or 2 of those themselves already this season. It seems to be the sort of modern plot, doesn't it? Round the wicket, bowl it straight, and he's trying to help it on its way down to fine leg. Straight into the breadbasket of Joey Evison. And Lyth has gone, and Yorkshire in masses of trouble now. 12 for 2, still trailing by 256 runs.
Yeah, clever bowling. Lyth with a rueful shake of the head as he walks off. Great catch by Evison. 2 magnificent snaffles by the Foxes. Evison diving to his right hand side. That would have gone at some pace from him. Leg slip's always a very good position, I think. Just generally to have. I suppose you're using up a fielder that could be protecting runs, but considering how often that flick fine off the hips is used, it's seems like a very sensible thing to do. Wharton now the next man, and this is really bad for Yorkshire.
I've commentated on a lot of cricket now, Adam, over the years, and this is very definitely the first season where numerous teams have used that field placement. It's been used now and again, of course, particularly off slow bowlers. I remember Ollie Robinson using it at Hove against Yorkshire persistently in one match 2 or 3 years ago. But this year, I think somebody's tried it, it's worked, and so other teams have gone, yeah, we should be thinking about this. It's not something we've ever really thought too much about. It's generally been accepted, hasn't it, that you're running down a single to fine leg, or it's 4 if you've got nobody down there. And now it's suddenly an attacking position.
Green to bowl from the pavilion end, bowling right arm round the wicket in his first delivery. It's almost a Yorker length, and it's defended by Whiteman. No, and actually, particularly if you take in the context of this game, where actually orthodox edges to the orthodox slips from the outside edge haven't been going to them, they haven't been carrying. Leg slip seems more sensible when you are going to get more carry from the shot. But you are right, it's sort of the convention is almost that you don't put someone down there. Ben Green bowls outside off stump left alone. It's almost like out of politeness they do that to that shot. But it's such a good idea to have it.
It's the first time I can ever remember Adam Lythe's been caught there off a seam bowler. Can't remember if he's been caught there off a spinner. That may be the case, but certainly the first time I can remember it off a seamer.
Green. 0 for 8. Starting his 4th over. Moves past the umpire now. Bowls. And that's a tentative forward defence from Whiteman, but he does block it out. And it is fielded by Green off his own bowling. 12 for 2, Yorkshire. They trail by 256 still. Green. Elbows jutted out. Moves past the umpire now. Bowls a straight delivery, thick inside edge. And there's a miscommunication. But the fielder at mid-wicket had his back to the non-striker's end. It would have been Wharton who was in trouble. And there's nothing doing in the end. It's fun, isn't it, cricket, where you just get two teams who are almost playing on different pitches, are playing almost a different game against each other. Yorkshire haven't got the workings of this pitch at all.
No.
That leg slip's coming back in. And mid-off and mid-on are swapping. So Davies going to mid-off, Green going to mid-on. So he's going to bowl straight here, Green. And in he comes now, and it's left alone by Whiteman outside his off stump. Entertaining end to the day, certainly if you're a Leicestershire fan. I suspect if you were a Yorkshire fan, at the moment when Lythe was dismissed, you might have shut off your radio and decided to go out for dinner with your partner. Can Leicestershire find a third wicket, or can Yorkshire survive in the final 8 overs? It's Green in, bowls outside off stump, left by Whiteman.
To say that is to clearly not understand the Yorkshire people, Adam. There's no way they'll be going out spending money after a day like you've had today.
That's true.
Stopping in, jam and bread for tea. Cup of tea. No, it's been a poor match for them so far. There's no two ways about it. And when you're in these sort of situations, I think what supporters want to see is they want to see some ticker, don't they? That's what they want to see.
Yeah.
They want to see players just taking it deep and scrapping away. And you know, if it looks inevitable that you're going to lose, and in the words of AJP Taylor, nothing's inevitable until it happens. But if it kind of has that look about it, then make it less so if you can. Make the opposition sweat for what they get. Here's Josh Davey from the Bennett end. Oh, no, then James Wharton pulled out at the last minute there. Josh let go of the ball and bowled it. Russell Warren has decided that that's a dead ball, rightly so. End of, really.
Sorry, go on. Sorry to interrupt you, Jonathan. Sorry, carry on.
Well, no, Josh just indicated apologies after he'd bowled it. I'm not quite sure what was bugging James Wharton, but something obviously got in his eye line just at the wrong moment.
I think Josh Davey has a right to be quite annoyed there. It was right at the last moment.
Well, as we know, it's incumbent on the batter to be ready. Not sure it always works that way. There's good delivery this time, and that's a good response from Davey when the ball was legitimate, and nips away from James Wharton, who obviously was Yorkshire's top scorer in the first innings here. But he's going to need, not knocking the fact that he was top scorer because he got 50 plus and nobody else did. But with two already gone, who are capable of scoring big, then he's probably going to need double that and some in this second innings, or somebody's got to find that sort of score. At least a couple of players to get close to asking Leicestershire to bat again. This time the ball keeps a little on the low side, but it's wide of off stump. And James Wharton able to leave it. So 12 for 2. If you just tuned in more recently to find out what's going on, Will Luxton out second ball of the 7th over. A really good catch by Gums at second slip off Davy. He made 3 and he'd faced the mythical 20 deliveries. That was his 20th ball. So he's had a bit of a look at it. 27 minutes of batting. Davy in and bowling, and Wharton defends into the offside. And then Adam Lyth faced precisely the same number of deliveries for his 7. 31 minutes out there. 1 boundary. And caught by Evison at leg slip off the final ball of that 7th over. Bowled by Josh Davy. 2 big wickets. And you know, in serious cricket in terms, I suppose Adam Lyth the bigger wicket. I know Will Luxton did great things last weekend, but just look at the career record of Adam Lyth. Always a big wicket for any opposition, as Wharton drops that into the offside, no run. And maybe in a decade's time we'll be looking back and saying Will Luxton's got out to somebody, and that's a huge wicket. We shall see. The big news of the day, though, folks, not the Test match.
Oh,
nothing
yes.
other than Jamie Rayner's game today.
Go on.
Batley CC third 11, which is not Jamie's team. 91 all out in 38.4 overs. As Davy comes into bowl, Wharton leaves wide of off stump, and Rayner with his fast off-break leg spin underarms, 10 for none.
10 wickets for none.
10 wickets for no runs.
Wow.
The other team members are obviously very slack. Batley ball out for 91, then Thorpe Audlin CC first 11, that's Jamie's team, 95 for 1. He ran out of a partner in the first ball of the innings, and then smacked the other 95 himself.
Wow.
In 12.3. Sensational all-round performance by Rayner. Actually, he didn't get into bat. Sorry to disappoint. Here's Davy, and Wharton plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. So 12 for 2 at the end of another tricky over for Yorkshire. That's 9 of them bowled in this, their second innings now. But yeah, well done to Jamie's team, Thorpe Audlin CC. They won by 9 wickets.
And what about the double Doige?
The mighty Rawdon. Let's have a look, shall we? The mighty Rawdon CC. Well, I can tell you that well done to Will Joyce, who made 100, precisely 100. And they came up with 296 for 9 in their 50. And New Rover, who they were playing against, 157 all out. So a resounding success for the split Acorns.
Green is going to bowl the 10th over of the innings rather, and forward comes Whiteman and clips into the leg side where its field is by mid-wicket. There is no run. Let's have a look at Quorn, shall we?
Yeah, do that. While you're doing that, just to explain for Leicestershire listeners more than Yorkshire ones, because they've heard me talk about Rawdon a few times before. Rawdon was the first cricket club that Brian Close played at, for example. Brian Stott, former Yorkshire left-hander, also played for the club, and most famously, and there's a blue plaque on the wall outside, Headley Verity. It was his club.
Green is going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Whiteman, and that's down the leg side, and he's going to run away for 4 runs. Now, I'm not sure. It's buys. In the end, I thought that might have touched something, but it obviously escaped everybody's clutches and races away to the boundary ropes. 16 for 2, the score, 2-5-2. They're trading by. Right, so did you? Did I hear how your brother and your son got on?
Well, James clearly decided that he was going to let everybody else bat today. He was not out 1 and didn't bowl.
Well, just a little help to the average. Just a little. Green charges away from us, bowls defended by Whiteman, no run. So Quorn, first team, won by 1 wicket against Leicester Lions, chasing down 111. They got 112 for 9, so that's a pretty good score. And then
good deck.
The second 11 have lost but very narrow. Oh no, sorry, not narrow. It's a 6-wicket loss to Leicester Ivanhoe. Green in, bowls, bowling with the angle across the left-hander, and it's defended out behind square on the offside.
So
no run.
So no performance with the bat of note, because brother Andrew didn't bat. He was DNB number 11 today, but he got 2 for 35 off his 11 overs of off
That's
spin.
good. Kept it tight, couple of wickets. So we've got the leg slip coming in, have we? Everson's going back there. If you're watching the stream, you've just seen him run across your screen as Green is going to bowl. 2 balls left in the over, and that's left alone outside off stump. That is very, very close. That may have just nicked the pad on the way through. Watch a replay of that. It was well outside the line of off stump, which is why you didn't hear a... Oh no, it didn't hit anything. It just died after it went through. It just didn't carry, but it missed by a good 6 inches or so. Tight though. Final ball of the over. We've got 6 left in the day after this. We're going to go past 7 o'clock.
Good Lord.
Green. Up to the wicket, bowls, and that just moves away, shapes away from Whiteman, who sees out a tricky over. He's 1 not out from 15. Yorkshire just trying to see out the day now, aren't they?
Yeah, James Wharton. Mentioned this a time or two before, but they had an end of season Yorkshire gala dinner back in 2018 when they announced that I was going to be doing the commentaries from then on. And I got up on stage and interviewed James Wharton, who I'd never met before in my life at the time. Obviously, wind the clock back 8 years, young player. And the reason I was doing the interview was because he'd won the award for the outstanding second team performance that year. And I can't remember what he got now, but it was a massive score against Leicestershire second team.
Really?
Yeah. So he's got a bit of a record in that respect of playing long against the Foxes. Can he do it in this innings? Well, Josh Davey bowling that one to him. Turned into the leg side, and there was no run. 0 off 7 at the moment for Pumba, as is one of his nicknames.
That Lion King?
Yeah. Warts, Warthog, Pumba. You know, these nicknames are derived from things.
Got ya.
I only found that out not so long ago myself. So Davey turns at the end of his run. Sweatband on his left wrist. Quite a nice rhythmic run up Josh Davey, and that's played into the offside by Wharton. I'm not entirely sure that was where he was intending to play it. Josh Davey lingered at the end of his run, not sure what he was doing because he was slightly obscured by James Wharton.
There's just... And it's easy to say this given how different the scenario is, and when you're in the field for 110 overs, it's pretty difficult to get up and be full of life. But there's just so much more bounce about the way that Leicestershire are in the field. You can hear the noise, you can hear them backing each other.
I think that's to be expected. Here's Davey again, and Wharton leaves one wide of off stump. Yeah, I think that's to be expected. You've got to try and create that, re-energise, re-enthuse yourselves, haven't you, as the side that are under the cosh here. In a prime example of this, Yorkshire only have to look back a week, and Warwickshire were in a very difficult position. They didn't have as long to play, admittedly, but they still had the final day to see through and did it. And that's the sort of resolve you want to be trying to find in your team. That's a good take by Cox, diving away to his left to a poor delivery by Davey that disappeared well wide of leg stump. He's bowled well, but that's probably one to put behind him.
He's such a great wicket-keeper, Cox. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It just felt like Yorkshire was struggling to create that. And not only that, they weren't bowling enough. But they weren't bowling well enough to create that kind of atmosphere, whereas Leicestershire just got way more out of this pitch.
Yeah, I think that it felt like there's been a bit of a mindset of, nothing's going our way. As I mentioned, I think when they were in the field, a lot of frustration out there. Looping, an odd looping shot not going to hand, and then lo and behold, they clean up the last 4 wickets for 5 runs. But he's got a feeling of it being too late. Davey in. Wharton plays into the offside. Wants a run. Ooh, there was a moment where it didn't look like Whiteman was going to go, but they did. And James Wharton has got off the mark as well. Effort was there, I think, in the field again. The bowlers were certainly putting it in. And I think, if you ever get to the stage where you're concerned about your team's effort, that is the time that you really got to worry.
Yeah, you'd never criticise the effort of Yorkshire. They kept coming in, kept charging in. Just didn't feel like the creativity was there from them.
Here's Davey round the wicket to Whiteman. Good delivery, which looks like it held its line down the slope. Through to the gloves of Cox to complete the over. 17 for 2 with each batter having 1 run against their name. 11 overs into this Yorkshire second innings, having lost Luxton for 3 and Lyth for 7. 5 overs remaining. I think this is just saying, and we'll probably end up repeating this, or I will, numerous times before the end of the match, if it goes the way it appears to be going. But even if it didn't, and even if they've played out for a miraculous draw, it's still an inconsistent effort with some of their recent efforts. Last week they dominated, a decent side in Warwickshire. Didn't quite finish it off, but they were the better side.
They thrashed Surrey before that too.
But had been hammered by Warwickshire before that. So it's absolutely a very clear inconsistency, sort of match on match almost.
3 slips for Ben Green, who's going to bowl his 6th over of this second innings. He's got a short leg in, Rahan Ahmed, who crouches as Green comes in, bowls a tempting line outside off stump, and Wharton feigns to drive but decides against it, wearing his baggy shirt rolled up. 17 for 2 the score. Yorkshire still trail by 251.
Baggy shirt for him. Back in Dale had it with baggy trousers.
Past the umpire now. Green bowls. That is driven at to mid-off, but they decide not to go for the run. Green does well, picking it up on the full. Into the 12th over. The run rate at 1.5 and over. But this all about survival for Yorkshire.
Yeah, just get to the end of the day. Don't lose any more wickets. Come back and see what tomorrow brings.
Green in bowls, clipped off the heels by Wharton. Again to Green, who's in the middle of the action there, Alex Green. Switch to mid-on. The score remains 17 for 2. There's a couple of the Yorkshire staff just walking around the ground. I think just to stretch their legs and get a bit of cabin fever in the dressing room. Green in and driven down the ground. They go for a single, and in fact Green misses that, so he's going to have to get up and chase it. They're going to come back for at least 2. They might get 3 here. They probably should go for it. They decide against it though and play safe. And Green slaps his hands on his thighs there in frustration at the fact that that snuck through.
Yeah, not sure who your man with the bag is. He's a fairly recent addition, I think, to the staff, but the man in the orange trainers, S&C, Alex Donnelly.
Wharton waits, bat raised at shoulder height, and he defends a full straight ball from Green. 19 for 2 is the score, 249. Yorkshire trail by. Two wickets to fall in this second innings for Yorkshire. Lythe for 7, Luxton for 3, and so Whiteman and Wharton having to try and steady the ship. Those 3 slips wait, as does Cox, who takes a few steps forward, 2 straight from Green that, and it's glided into the leg side. Alex Green is chasing, slides on the floor to gather and gets up, and Cox takes that in, and that is the end of the 12th over. 4 remain in the day, 21 for 2 the score. Thought we might be the only game left, but actually Glamorgan and Surrey are still playing. Surrey 68 for 2 and still trail Glamorgan by 185. Essex have closed on 13 for 2, 260 behind Nottinghamshire with 8 wickets remaining, so probably 2 innings victories on the way there. Somerset 23 for 1, they trail Warwickshire by 99 with 9 wickets remaining, and then Hampshire closed 206 for 9, 238 ahead with 1 wicket remaining. That'll be a tight game over the next couple of days. I think Leicestershire will hope Sussex can do them a favour there. Leg
Playing
slips
well.
back.
Sussex playing well, aren't they? It's a 12-point deduction, and to be where they are is superb effort. So 3 slips and a leg slip for Josh Davey as he bowls here to Whiteman round the wicket. Oof, and he's going in a similar direction to that which Adam Lythe did not so long ago. I'm thinking about the flick. It's just an instinctive thing, isn't it? I think, you know, if you can play that shot well, then I think you just, it doesn't matter who's there. You kind of just play it, don't you? That.
Well, I think this goes back to what you were talking about, which is whether you are play club cricket, third team club cricket, or you are a professional, you will always have thought that if you get a little feather on it down towards fine leg, you're getting at least a single for it. You're never going to get out.
Davey in again, wide of off stump this time, and easy leave for Whiteman. 22 balls remaining. Can Leicestershire strike for a 3rd or even 4th time? Or will Yorkshire see it through and come back tomorrow? Hope for a bright, sunny, hot day. That's going to be hard work for bowlers and good for batting. That's what they'll be hoping for. But they're well behind in the match. 2 points versus Leicestershire's 7, and that's just in bonuses. Match points yet to be decided, as that is turned away backward of square leg by Whiteman. And Alex Green round to field. They get a single. Alex Green, I'm not sure if he's got any record of playing rugby, but he wouldn't be out of place physique-wise down the road, would he?
It's extraordinary.
The Tigers.
We interviewed him yesterday because he got his maiden first-class wicket yesterday and his second. I interviewed him last year. It was when he's 19 years old, and he is. You're right. He's built like a back rower in rugby union. Huge, broad shoulder. He's got a mighty physique. He's really fit, really strong.
Davies switched the ball over the wicket to James Wharton, who's got company with a short leg here. Ooh, he just has a little fiddle at that one. Wide of off stump. Yeah, he's certainly a size. I mean, I would obviously, from where I come from, think of it in rugby league terms. You look at that, 2nd row, maybe even if he had a bit of pace about him, you'd be thinking, might give him a run at centre and see what happens.
But you're right, he doesn't outwardly look like a cricketer. He looks like he's been down the gym from about 6.
Yeah, well, when you're standing at the other end with a bat in your hand, I'll mention that to him as he sets off to run up and bowl. As Wharton leaves one wide of off stump, and Davey both hands over his face. He thinks that was very close.
Just moved in at the last minute, didn't it? Oh no, it moved in off the seam. Great delivery. Definitely wasn't expecting that, Wharton, was he? I think he was expecting the shape away.
So 22 for 2. Final ball of the 13th over of this Yorkshire second innings. Davey in again. Wharton drives square on the offside. He's had to be patient, James Wharton. That was his 20th delivery. Third Yorkshire batter to get to that stage. And rather than getting out like the two previous ones had, he's picked himself up his first boundary. 9 to Wharton, 26 for 2. 18 balls remaining on day 2.
Just pitched that up too much in the Davey. I think he went for basically the same ball again to try and get it moving back into Wharton, but he was able to lean into that and cream it through the covers. So 5 off the over, 2 for 9 Davies figures. Yorkshire 26 for 2. They trail by 242 and have a mountain to climb here at Grace Road as the clock ticks past 7 o'clock. I am fast learning, Jonathan, that this is not a job where you can make plans in the evening.
No. You've had it good. You've had it very good.
Yeah. Whiteman waits. Left-handed with Green bowling round the wicket to him, and he tempts him outside off stump, but it's left alone.
Yeah, the number of people, number of times you ask, so will you be home in time for tea? And you're going, no, not really. Not unless, but cricket being cricket, of course, then you do probably arrive home in time for tea because it rained for 2 hours and they call it off.
It's one of those.
You never quite know, do you?
Well, exactly. Yeah, it's one of those. If you're arranging your time with mates at the pub, you could easily say, in theory, I could be there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon if it's raining. But here's Green in, bowls, defended and played out to mid-on. There is no run. You would say I could easily be there at 8 o'clock, but I don't think I will be anywhere by 8 o'clock tonight. Once we've got the interview, I'm going to speak to Rahan Ahmed after the game.
Has he done something in this match? I can't remember.
A few things he's fielded well.
Yeah. Well, you do tend to do an interview when somebody's fielded well.
I like to interview the short leg.
Did he get the long barrier out a couple of times?
Yeah. He did, yeah. As Green comes in, bowling across the left-hander Whiteman from right arm over the wicket, and he gives him a little stare as he presses forward and blocks that. Whiteman, no run. 15 balls left in the day. Wharton 9 off 20, Whiteman 2 off 21. We won't have had too many boundaries, will we, in this innings? Just the 2 so far in 13 and a half overs. Green in, bowls, and that's whipped away. There's another boundary. There's the third. 2 straight and full from Green. He's got no protection out there on the mid-wicket boundary. So Whiteman could just lean into that and flick it for 4, 2 straight from Green, who turned round immediately unhappy with himself at straying there. 30 for 2 the score. Whiteman on to 6. That's his first boundary.
Yeah, played it very nicely. Again, reward for his patience so far. Waiting for the bad ball.
So they brought that leg slip in. They're bringing the leg slip in with 2 balls to go at the end of every over. So he may just drop his length back a little bit. Green comes in round the wicket. Forward presses at this, does Whiteman, and plays it to Green at mid-off. No run.
He's even got extra protection here. I think it's the first time I've seen leg slip and fine leg.
Yeah.
So he's got a bit of cover if he strays a bit too wide.
Pleasant evening in Leicester.
Yeah, I think the light's got a little bit better, if anything, again, hasn't it, in the last 10 or 15 minutes?
Those clouds have gone up. There's a few remaining supporters in the crowd, probably about 100 left, I reckon, as Green is in. Forward comes Whiteman again and defends. That's the end of the over. 4 off it, just that boundary from Whiteman. He's on 6. Wharton's on 9. 30 for 2, 2 overs left in the day. 238 Yorkshire trail by.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a public announcement of a pre-shorts warning as well tomorrow if temperatures are going to rise as much. You may need to bring in your sunglasses your extra dark
Really?
sunglasses.
Pins out for the boys, is
Yeah,
it?
lily white legs.
Yeah, well, I'm like one of those newborn fish when when the sun is out. Like, you can see my heart through my chest. I'm that pale. I've been stopped by people going out in the sun before because I'm that pasty. I don't like wearing shorts. I don't know why.
Have a change of bowling for the final over from the Bennett end. Alex Green for his first over of the Yorkshire second innings.
I like this. He's just something a little bit different, Green. He's one of those people that can bowl bad balls, but he's got a bit of magic in him. He's got that sort of youthful exuberance about him that can try and snaffle something.
Yep, in he comes then, wide of Wharton's off stump, and he leaves. And also, it's just a change in the batter's concentration, isn't it? Just for the last few minutes of the day, they might think, I've just got to weather one more over from Josh Davey. I've lined him up now. I've seen what he's got to offer. I'm feeling okay, and then boom, right, okay, I've now got to think about something different. Just for a few deliveries, but it might induce a mistake, possibly. In comes the considerable presence of Alex Green, and that's pushed out to the offside by Wharton. There was a bit of heavy about that ball. Second one, fielded in the covers, no run. $30 for 2. The deficit 238 runs, just to ask Leicestershire to bat again. But Yorkshire will be saying to themselves, well, if the Foxes got 4-5-3, then why can't we? Even though they've lost 2 early wickets. Over the course of the next 24 hours or possibly less, we'll be finding out, as that is run out to third slip. Now there is no run. If Yorkshire are still batting at this time tomorrow, Adam, then we might
We'll have
some sort of a game in our hands. And the way things have gone for them with the bat largely this season, that would be a little bit of a triumph in itself. Here comes Green again. And Wharton's got something on this, and he's standing. He doesn't think he's out, nor, vitally, does Russell Warren. It was one of those Leicestershire appeals, as if they didn't really need to appeal because they thought he was out. But let's have a look.
No, I don't think that's out.
Pad, thigh pad, something like that. Top of the pad flap looped up in the air.
Lovely delivery though, moving in off the seam, really jagged back, and I think there's a feeling that it may have hit the top of his hit the top of his bat, the handle or the glove, but I don't think it did.
Here's Green again. This time covered wide of off stump and left, and the ball before was what you want. You want at these stages of days of play, with the situation that this match is in, Leicestershire want James Wharton to play every possible delivery, and Sam Whiteman unless there's some fantastic setup plan where they want to bowl him a few leaves and then bang, nail the one that jags back, something like that. Here's Green again. Oh dear me, that does not bounce whatsoever as it goes wide of off stump, and James Wharton will be delighted that that was not straight. So he has seen off that over himself and remains 9 not out. 15 overs now into this Yorkshire second innings. Sam Whiteman not out on 6 and just 6 deliveries to go. Is there going to be a change as well at this end? No, looks like Ben Green's going to continue. And there's another thing to take into account as well, I guess, for tomorrow, Adam. 15 overs now, this new ball is in age. So, about a bit of time tomorrow, and it will be properly aging. But if you lose 3 or 4 wickets in the first hour tomorrow, I don't think that's going to be an issue. There'll be so much time left for Leicestershire to finish it off.
Approaching 7:15. Final over of the day as Green comes in, bowls full, and that's guided straight down the grounds and fielded at mid-on by Josh Davey. No run taken. 30 for 2, then 238. They're trailing by Whiteman is on strike on 6, Whiteman off strike on 9. And whether Ahmed and Patel can make the ball talk spinning as Green is in. There's appeal for leg before wicket, big appeal, but Whiteman had got outside the line, I think, there. And the umpire's finger is not raised. The leg slip stops any leg buys. 30 for 2. 4 balls left in the day. But you're right, what we have seen is it's not like the old ball does a lot. We didn't see the new ball do a lot on this pitch. Fascinating day's cricket ahead. Can Leicestershire get what would be a famous win? Green in, bowls, and that's defended by Whiteman. No run. Played to cover where Ahmed is waiting. 3 balls to go. Do you know who you'll talk to today? This is probably one where they send down the captain, isn't it?
We shall see. I don't think there'll be anybody back at base to do anything with it.
Green. Moving away from us now to the wicket, bowls. Forward comes Whiteman and defends to mid-wicket. Nice bit of skills with the football there from Joey Everson to chip the ball up, pass it back. 2 balls left.
You know the conventions of our job. It tends to be the poor days the coach usually ends up speaking.
Yeah.
Or somebody who's done better than the rest. Got some sort of a score or a few wickets.
He's got 51 out of 90 all out. Send him down.
Yeah.
Fine. 2 balls left in the day. Penultimate ball of the day. Green moving away from us from the pavilion end. He's up to the wicket. He bowls, and that moves in and dies in the pitch too. And Cox basically had to act like a draft excluder in the end to stop it, lying on the floor. He's like that player that lies underneath the wall in a football game.
There was a funny one a few weeks ago at Trent Bridge, first game of the T20s, where I ended up interviewing, well, we as a collective of journos interviewed Will Luxton, who I think he got 2 or something like that, because we just couldn't get anybody to come out and talk to us for ages after play, and you know, we all also had homes to go to.
Green for the final ball of the day then. He's in, bowls, and it just nearly sneaks through inside edge. A thick one, which is fielded by fine leg, and that is the end of a very successful day's cricket for Leicestershire. Yorkshire are on the ropes at the end of day 2. They are 32 for 2 in their second innings, and they trail by 236. Earlier on in the day, Leicestershire bowled out for 453, centuries for Rehan Ahmed and Nick Kelly. 7th first-class ton for Ahmed and a first Leicestershire century for Nick Kelly. They are well on top despite a tail collapse, and took a big lead of 268 into the second innings, and then 2 wickets. Luxton gone for 3 and Lyth for 7, both to Josh Davey, and it is no surprise that it is the Leicestershire players who are high-fiving and patting themselves on the back at the end of a very successful day. And the Yorkshire batsmen, Whiteman and Wharton, who did well towards the end, they defended stoutly and stoically, have to trudge off with their heads slightly down. A lot of work for Yorkshire to do. Leicestershire seemingly on course for their first win of the County Championship this season. Well, we will be back tomorrow at 11 o'clock, Jonathan and I, for live coverage of day 3, as will Nikesh Ragani. So do please join us for that. Could be a fascinating day's play ahead. How will Yorkshire fare on day 3? Thank you very much indeed for joining us, and goodbye.